I'm Michael Lovato, joined by Dee Dee Griesbauer and Laura Siddle, and transition opened at 5 a.m. local time. The professional athletes have already started making their way through body marking. Dee Dee, Sid, this is going to be one heck of a show today.
It is. It wraps up what has been a tremendous season, the first year of our Ironman Pro Series. We're looking at Taylor Knibb, a two-time defending 70.3 world champion. We saw Paula Findlay checking in, could feature in. We're going to decide today who is the winner of this first ever Ironman Pro Series, Sid.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here. Sat alongside you two, but to be able to watch this race, I mean, it's been a long time coming. If it was first scheduled for 2020 and we're now down here in Taupō, and obviously this race means a lot to me, and it's great to see there's Hannah Berry. She's one of our local New Zealanders. A big race for her with lots of local support. So yeah, super excited. It's going to be a great day.
It's going to be a great day. So many stars here. And we talked about this briefly as we watch Imogen Simmons prepare to get marked up here, representing Switzerland. What a cast of characters. And we're missing some stars, but it's still unbelievably deep. These women are just in there lining up. Who else do we have here today, Dee Dee? Aside from who we've already seen, Findlay, Knibb, Berry, Simmons.
Well, Kat Matthews in the running, big day for her to become our first Ironman Pro Series champion. One of our athletes only has 4 scores on the board. As we know, 5 scores count. Majority, at most 3 full Ironman races, 2 70.3s. Kat only has 4 scores on the board and could catapult herself into the lead with a good performance today. With a mediocre performance today.
Yeah, that's right. I think as we go through the race, we'll do the calculations on how many minutes and seconds she needs to be. I mean, obviously, she'll be going for the win. I know that's one of her targets in terms of stepping up in her progression in her career to take a world title, as we see Ashley Gentle. Now, interestingly, Ashley Gentle, it's her first 70.3 World Championships. She's never been to one before. We've got a huge number of rookies here and some really well-established names. And on screen as well, Julie Deron, who has had, again, another fantastic year, coming off second place, that silver medal at the Paris Olympics.
That's a pretty stellar accomplishment there.
It's a good thing to have on your resume.
Ride that confidence. And here we can take a nice look here at our Women's Pro Series standings. And of course, we talked about Jackie Herring atop the list, and she's in the race today. Kat Matthews in second. And then it gets, well, very interesting after that, doesn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah, it does. As we look down the list, Lotta Wilms racing today. Danielle Lewis, again, 5 scores on the board. She's going to have a tough time moving up. We look down, Hannah Berry could catapult herself forward with a good race today. She sits in 7th place racing today. Els Visser, Alice Alberts also in the field today. Penn Slater not racing here today.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. It doesn't look like there's going to be huge change from people getting into the top 10. That top 10 seems to be fairly well established, but we are going to get a movement around. And obviously, for Kat, she does need to get to the finish line, so we hopefully, to take that win. And we'll see how the race unfolds when we come back after this short break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
And welcome back to the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship. Look at these beautiful, beautiful scenes looking down on Lake Taupō. What a scene. Sid, I know you're looking there just saying, oh, I kind of want to be in that water, don't you?
I've got so much FOMO this week from just like everything coming out on socials. And yeah, I always said I was going to be there. Unfortunately, I'm in the studio, which I'm very excited to be. But yeah.
And we get to throw down to this beautiful opening ceremony.
Then we've got all the wives. You know, those women who've got a lot of experience on this planet. It'll be our women 70 to 74, 75 to 79, and 80 plus. They'll be going Come on! Come then! Wait. I got you. Just run up there. Yeah.
What a beautiful opening ceremony here in New Zealand. Sid, you've seen this many times live and in person. Was that one of the best you've seen?
It was, and I think what made it special was having the women do it today, sort of in respect and recognition of the women's race we have today. I've only seen it with the men, and so I think, you know, goosebumps always when they come and do their opening and welcoming ceremonies. I know, Didi, you found it pretty emotional as well to see.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will come back and get our race underway.
Join the full gas fence, powering Ironman. Connect with a global community of female triathletes designed by women for women. We'll help you be prepared mentally and physically for your race day. You'll receive support from former Ironman world champion McKillie Jones. Enjoy private group rides with multiple Ironman champion Nikki Bartlett. Connect with women around the world, support each other, and show that anything is possible.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to Taupō, New Zealand. And yes, folks, this is the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship. And you're looking at live shots of our women warming up. Today, the women's race, kicking it off in style with an incredible cast of characters, which we'll highlight later. But Didi, you've been here live as well. You know it can be crazy on the weather front. But how about this?
Beautiful day today. Currently, air temperature 56 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 13 degrees Celsius. Our water temperature is 18.8 degrees Celsius. That's 65.8 degrees Fahrenheit. 89% humidity. Winds right now 5 kilometers an hour, but those are known to pick up throughout the day.
Yeah, it's likely to get a headwind on the bike at some point coming back into town. And I think the water is a little bit choppier, we heard the reports this morning, than what we might be able to see.
A little bit choppy, but guess what? It's always beautiful here with you two incredible hosts, Didi Griesbauer, Laura Siddle, and myself, Michael Lovato. We're going to bring you action all day long today and tomorrow when the men kick it off. But really, it's all about the women, and there's going to be great weather, which means they get to get out there and push one another, test themselves, the best on the best stage. Didi, we can't even jump into predictions yet, but are you calling fireworks today for sure?
I have to say, Michael, I think it's Taylor Knibb's race to lose.
Okay.
But if she has a misstep, there's a whole long list of women that could take her spot, Sid.
Yeah, I think you're right. There's a lot of women eager to kind of. I think Taylor's like raised the level in women's racing at the moment, but there's a lot of women that are motivated by that, and have been close to her racing in the last couple of races this year, and so yeah, keen to give it a shot.
Well, I tell you what, nothing gets a competitor fired up like hearing it's her race to lose or she's got this. So I bet all those women are really just caged animals right now, ready to go after the front runner.
They all hate me, is what you're saying.
when they hear the pre-record.
Yeah.
Well,
but-
let's take a look at where our women will be competing today. Of course, we are in New Zealand, in Taupō. The Roka swim course will get underway. The 1.9 kilometer or 1.2 mile one-lap point-to-point swim. Athletes will have a beach start. The swim takes place in the pristine freshwaters of Lake Taupō. Starting beach and Lake Taupō at the Yacht Club, you have a one turn to swim then along the shoreline 1,200 meters towards Kaimana Walk. And you will exit and take your way into T1.
Yeah, and then onto the bike course. Now, this is exciting. It's a one lap, so our 90 kilometers, 56 miles. And it's a new bike course, so we're going on roads that we've never seen before. The athletes are going to pass over the Waikato River, the Aotearoa Rapids. It's rolling hills, and then they're going to come on Broadlands Road, which is a real long grind, gradual uphill, probably into a headwind, back into town with a fast descent into T2.
And then it's everybody's favorite part, the Hoka Run Course, 21.1K or 13.1 miles across two loops. You head out of transition, turn right under the swim exit bridge, and then you pass that teaser of the finish line and you go out and do the first of your loop along the shoreline there, which is just flat, fast, and buoyed by massive crowds. And then you do it all again before you come running back. And then really, you take your glory there at the finish line, and we'll see. Dee Dee's calling it already. Taylor Knibb.
And I'm going to correct you because I think the run course is going to catch people out because everyone thinks it's flat.
Okay.
And it is actually there's some subtle rollers. And if you see where the swim start is now, the athletes actually will run back down to the yacht club. And that's down a hill and then coming back up. And then they kind of roll over a hill the other way. And then when you've got the bike path that hugs the lakeshore, it's just twisting in and out.
I love it. If I'm not being called out for being
Sorry,
wrong,
that's
I'm not
number
doing
one.
my job, but 100%, it's normal to start that. So beautiful stuff. And I'll say this, she's spot on because she's won this race at Ironman version 3 times? 4 times?
No, once on this one,
Oh,
but I'll
come on.
Australia
Bump
was
it up.
3 times.
Australia, there you go. I like to give more
Way
credit.
to take her down a peg.
I know that.
Punch her back.
Get back in my box.
Well, as far as I can tell, you're a winner here, there, and all over the place. But back to the race here, Dee Dee, and I mean, you're seeing these crowds. They're dying to see these people come out
Well,
and
and
get the race
here's going to
going.
be the interesting thing about this course, the point-to-point swim, obviously. But when the athletes get on the bike, it's going to be a little quiet out there. The athletes not going to be getting a lot of feedback out there. Even for the support crews, the coaches, it's going to be hard for them to get out on course to give the athletes information and get back into town in time for them to hit the run. But once they hit that run course, 2 loops, super spectator friendly. And I think that's going to be a real exciting part for the athletes. So a real sort of dichotomy of a lot of solo time out there without a lot of support. And then when they hit that Hoka run course, it's going to be something else in terms of support. But we have our favorites, Matt Lieto and Marinda Carfrey, down on course. Let's see what they're seeing out there this morning, guys.
We're good to go.
Okay, here we are. We are down right outside the race start, obviously on Lake Taupō. Rinny, tell us what it feels like before the World Championship.
I mean, I think before any World Championship, there's goosebumps. We saw that incredible performance this morning. We saw the boat, it's probably not called a boat, I'm sure, go by. And, yeah, just exciting moments. The athletes are warming up now. Beautiful weather today, too. A little bit of ripple on the water, Matt.
Yeah, a little bit, and we're going to have, the athletes will have a little bit of sun they're swimming into kind of on the long leg, but a little bit of wind coming off onto the shore from the lake, but again, a little bit of chop. Rinny, who do you see taking it out hard and fast and making this a tough swim today?
I mean, Sarah Perez-Sala is the class of the field in the swim, but, you know, Taylor Knibb's right there beside her, Lotte Wilms. We've got some strong women swimmers, as always. It's just really, then where's Kat Matthews? Where's Ashley Gentle? Where is Julie Duron? I think they're the questions we'll hopefully be able to answer for you guys as this swim unfolds.
Yeah, and one big thing, we're going to say it a lot today, absolutely beautiful out here in Taupō, New Zealand. We're going to be saying beauty all day, but it's hard to get past it here in New Zealand, and cannot wait for the race action these athletes are going to give us today.
As usual, great stuff from Matt Lieto and Marinda Carfrey. Always going to be giving that really down in the weeds perspective, which they're so good at it. They both will really be able to tell us what we don't see from the studio. So once again, thanks to that dynamic duo. And Dee Dee, you were starting to talk a little bit. We were kind of going into the crowds, talk a little bit about the hype and the build up. I want to throw it to you for a second. You know, we don't usually go to predictions. You called it out, but I love it, and I love that. So as we come off of that, though, do you feel like if you had to name, just tell me, is there anyone here that you think is just going to be a major sleeper, is going to come in and rock that podium, that hasn't been addressed, maybe won't be in the call-outs, and that's kind of not necessarily a dark horse, but your go-to?
I think it's going to be hard to find someone who's not in the call-outs, but I can tell you a couple of names that I think are going to be the future.
For
maybe
sure.
not
Let's
at the
do it.
podium
I
today,
love
but
that.
certainly top 10 potential. Caroline Pola from Germany, Solveig Lovseth out of Norway. I think she's a name we're going to see a lot of. And Sid, you and I were talking pre-show about Marta Sanchez, who we saw with a huge breakthrough performance in Nice, and you think she's going to be a big name of the future as well.
I do. I think she's had a great year. She's won 2 Ironmans already this year. They weren't part of the Pro Series. She did win 70.3 Western Australia a couple of weekends ago, and I think we'll see her more racing the Pro Series next year, and I think she will be a name to watch.
I think those are great call-outs, and we are, of course, go ahead, Dee Dee.
I was going to say, and a couple of other things, the other dynamic that we're looking at is athletes coming up. Now that we've closed out an Olympic cycle, a lot of the athletes coming up from the draft legal format. Valerie Barthelemy is a name that comes up. She's going to be likely in our lead swim pack today. Super strong swimmer, developing on the bike, adapting to that TT position, which is a big challenge for some of the athletes when they move up from the draft legal format to the 70.3 distance. Other names, Sid, that come to mind?
Well, one of my dark horses for today is Nikki Bartlett. I will go with Team GB on this one. She had obviously a fantastic performance at Nice, but we're going to go down to the introductions now and see our top 10 coming out to race.
Always a fun time here. We get to see the ones with the highest ranked bibs, the number 1, Dee Dee, and who have we got?
Number 1 from the USA, wearing a neon red swim cap, the 2-time defending Ironman 70.3 world champion, none other than Taylor Knibb. A lot of pressure on this woman today, but she seems to handle it really well.
And number 2, Kat Matthews from the UK in a neon green swim cap. She is number 2 in the pro standings, as we've said earlier in the day. She stands a very good chance at topping out the inaugural Ironman Pro Series after today.
And wearing bib number 3 out of Switzerland, it's Imogen Simmons. She will be wearing a navy blue swim cap. She was 3rd at the 2023 VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship.
And bib number 4 from Canada is Paula Findlay in I was going to say a navy swim cap, but that looks pretty green to me. She was 5th in the 2023 VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and certainly no stranger to the podium.
Next in our lineup, wearing bib number 6 from Australia, is Ashley Gentle. She will be wearing that orange swim cap. She's a 2-time Olympian and multiple 70.3 champion, one of the cream of the crop runners. She's improved her swim a great deal, still improving her bike, and could be a real threat on the run.
And number 7, another Australian, Ellie Salthouse. She's in our blue swim cap. She's 20th in the Pro Series, multiple Ironman 70.3 champion.
And then wearing bib number 9, she was a silver medalist at the Olympic Games this past summer in Paris. This is Julie Duran from Switzerland.
Number 10, Jackie Herring from the USA. She's in the pearly gold swim cap. She is number 1 in our Pro Series standings. She finished 9th at the World Championships in Nice. She's brought a whole family out here. I think they're staying through till Christmas. So yeah, big family vacation and a big race day for Jackie.
And wearing bib number 11, this athlete just does not get enough credit. So versatile, so talented, both across the full Ironman distance and the Ironman 70.3 out of Denmark. This is Maya Stage Nielsen.
And finally, bib number 12 from the USA, Danielle Lewis in the white swim cap. She is 5th in the Pro Series standing. We'll be looking to retain that top 10 Pro Series ranking by the end of the race.
So many women in that call out, but so many more that you're seeing running to the shores there to get started. In advance of our national anthem, I want to say this: these women are now queuing up on that red carpet. They have the space that they need to select if they're in the top 10, and other women can position themselves where they choose. If we look at some others that are worth mentioning and that we didn't get to talk directly about, who would those people be, Didi, if you're just saying, hey, they weren't in that run that we just showed, but I want to keep my eye on her in this swim?
Well, let's talk about some of those swim leaders. Sarah Sala, Perez, Julie Darren, who we did see, Beck Clark, the local athlete here from New Zealand. I think possibly Lotte Vilms will be in this group, and Valerie Barthelemy, who we did mention. And then some of the chasers in the swim. Can Paula Finley make this pack? Can Ashley Gentle get to the back of that lead pack? Kat Matthews is going to be a critical swim for her, and Julie Duran as well.
And then I'd add Imogen Simmons as well into that. Jodie Stimpson as well.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you just mentioned her as well. Yeah, as we see, again, I can spot Nikki Bartlett's smile from a long way away.
And then here we go as we're going to zip down to the national anthem.
O ngā iwi mātaura a ta whakaro ngōna me aro hanoa ki ahua ko te pai ki a tauto a ta whai mana a ki tia mai a te aroa God of nations at thy feet in the bonds of love we meet. Hear our voices, we entreat. God defend our free land. God Pacific's triple stars from the shafts of strife and war. Maker praises heard afar. God defend New Zealand.
Well, big thanks to Tyree Wall for performing a beautiful rendition of the New Zealand national anthem as we see Taylor Knibb taking a deep breath and preparing herself for the battle ahead. And I tell you what, I just have to put my pick in the mix. Not that it counts for much of anything, but I'm going to put it in there anyway. I do think you're right. Taylor Knibb is going to be hard to beat. The one that can do it today, in my opinion, Ashley Gentle. She's going to come in strong. That's just the only thing I have to say. Otherwise, we're about to do one big lap of the Roka Swim course here in Lake Taupō, and it is going to be pristine waters, a little choppy. And Sid, talk to us about that 300 meters. What happens at 300 meters? They take that first turn, and what else?
Yeah, it's going to be carnage, I think, at that first. It's 300 meters is not that far for these athletes, especially when you've got a start line as big as that, for the athletes to settle out. And I think going around that left-hand first turn buoy is going to be pretty hectic.
Pretty hectic indeed. Beautiful blue skies, the banner of New Zealand waving, indicating a slight breeze, and getting ready to drop the start. We are nearly there, folks. And again, if we say it with a bit of trauma, waiting 4 years for this race to kick off, and it is finally here. The 2024 VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship in New Zealand is underway, and it is going to be gangbusters, Didi.
It absolutely is, and I think we saw a lot of these female professionals gathering themselves, taking a deep breath. It has been, and we all were talking off camera pre-race, it has been a long season. Like, we forget it's nearly Christmas time. We're in the middle of December. These athletes have been racing since February, early March. It has been a long season.
Some even January, yeah.
A lot of them just saying, okay, hang in there, one more, but that adds to the excitement too. There's absolutely nothing to save it for. They're gonna every single one of these women is going to empty the tank today.
And I just want to mention that the gentleman that got the honours of doing the start is the mayor of Taupō, David Travis. He's been the mayor since 2013, and he's so integral into the race. He's been a huge part of this community. He's actually had some health problems as well, but still kind of re-elected in. And so great to see him with the honour of starting the race today.
Wonderful, and I love that tradition. He's seen a lot of Ironman in his time at the helm.
It looks like we've got 3 columns of women out at the front. I believe at the top of the screen, that might be Taylor Knibb. That is where she lined up. Other swimmers, again, we would expect to see Sarah Perez out the front too, Beck Clark somewhere in there. We're going to get down to our pros on the boat, Matt and Rinny, in just a minute. They're going to be able to see some of those color-coded caps, but quite a bit of separation. I mean, Sid, you had talked about that first 300 meters being carnage. I think some of that current pushing some of those athletes, that was something a lot of the athletes were talking about with the wind up and the current. They're going to be swimming into the wind once they make that turn, but that current is pushing them away from that first buoy. So how to cut that tangent to that first buoy is pretty critical.
So it's really interesting you mentioned the current, because people might be looking at this going, well, it's a lake swim. Why is there a current in the lake? Well, obviously you've got rivers that feed into the lake, and then the Waikato River draws away from the lake, and that's actually just to the, if you're looking at the beach start, it's to the Waikato is to the left of that beach start. Now that water flow can be controlled by one of the dams further down the river, and it depends if the race have been able to sort of shut that off or not. But for most of this swim, the athletes will be swimming in, like Dee Dee said, into the current and flow of the lake.
Yep, now that they have rounded that buoy, they are into the current, and we're going to throw it down to our pros, Matt and Rinny, who are in the boat out on the Roka swim course. Guys, what are you seeing?
Thanks so much, Dee Dee. Yeah, we're seeing a lot. We're seeing right now it's 2 distinct groups, 2 kind of points. Rinny, talk us through who is kind of on that right side and who's on the left side.
Yeah, on the right side, we have Imogen Simmons is sitting in second. I'm blanking on that first. I'm pretty sure Julie Duron is sitting in that pack too. But on the far left, Taylor Knibb took it out really quick. We had 3 peaks to start, or 3 leaders, and now it's kind of coming together as always at the buoy. But it looks like Taylor's going to shake out in the lead. And Lotta Wilms, that was who was in that lead of the second. So Taylor, then Lotta as we turn. And also Imogen Simmons is right on their feet as well.
Yeah, and I think, what we noticed at the start, guys, was, everybody wanted to line up very far left. And then it was Lotta Wilms, Imogen Simmons, and I believe, I think Pohl were in the middle of the group, or far to the left, to the right of the course as they started. But as they turn, what are you seeing, Rinny? It's getting a little chaotic around this corner.
Yeah, the turn is a little chaotic, but I do see Kat Matthews hanging in there. So the first neon cap is Sarah Perez-Sala. She's sitting solid in that front group. Kat Matthews is probably sitting in around 10th, but they're all intact right now. There's not really any distinct groups forming just yet, but Kat Matthews, that's significant. And I think Ashley Gentle right beside Kat as well.
Yeah, and I'm seeing actually, it looks like, Ashley Gentle is actually, looks like in this kind of group that's starting to split here, kind of in the middle. So there is some separation. We see another gold cap kind of at the back of this, what we're going to end up seeing probably form into a second group, Rinny.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in the next maybe 100, 200 meters, we'll see some distinct groups start to, but it's starting to spread out already. Like, I'm looking back and panning back, and there's definitely some colored caps a little further back. But yeah, we'll get a little bit closer and get you some names and some distinct packs as it unfolds here.
Yeah. Any surprise that Taylor's going out as hard as she is right now?
I mean, I'm impressed that she's on the front. With the caliber of swimmers that are here today, I kind of expected her to sit in, but I don't think she knows what happened a few weeks ago in Dubai with Ashley Gentle hanging in there, with Julie Duron hanging in there, and she had to work really hard to shake them at the start of that bike. So I think she has that in the back of her mind, and she's like, nope, not today, ladies. So we'll see. It looks like that Cat is just popping off the back of that group as we speak right now. So there is a pack forming in the front, maybe of about 7, 8 women. And then it looks like Kat's in that second group. It's about a group of 5. And Ash is just slightly behind that. So, she is breaking it up.
Yeah, she absolutely is, and you're right. It's starting to break, but someone in front of Kat actually is putting in. You can see that kick rate improve and actually brought back that gap. So right now, Kat just got kind of saved, and that second group got saved at the moment, but there's still a lot of work to do as these things split up. And Rinny, tell us what's going through the mind when you see that gap open in front of you or the one in front of the person in front of you.
Absolute panic attack. Do not let those feet go. You know, like when you're just holding on for dear life, you're trying to do everything you can possibly do to, you know, increase the stroke rate, hold the water. You're thinking of all the technical cues you can to just hold on for dear life. So yeah, a lot of energy going into just trying to hold on to those feet.
Absolutely. Okay, guys, we're going to get a closer look and try to get some numbers of people getting dropped out of this group. But right now, it's all still pretty tight. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Matt and Rinny. Great expert commentary as always. This is starting to heat up, guys. And I know you guys were going through counting names, pulling people out, writing some notes. Didi, are you seeing any major shakeups this early on?
Not necessarily major shakeups. I liked the start for Imogen Simmons. Great start to her. As things shake out, she may fall back a little bit, but also like to see how aggressive Taylor Knibb is being at the front of the race. We've got Taylor Knibb, Lotta Wilms, Beck Clark, and Sarah Perez. No real surprises there at the front of the race so far, but a great start for Imogen Simmons. Sounds like Kat Matthews and Ash Gentle in that second pack. So far, no major surprises.
I'm just surprised that Matt and Rinny aren't in a kayak. I think that'd be much more exciting if they're in there, if they can hear that down there. Yeah, but look, great to see, as Didi said, Taylor leading it out. She's certainly setting her agenda out. But this is how Taylor races. She's been excited to come to this race. I know her coach didn't want her to come. She wanted to come. She wants to race. And I think, yeah, last race of the year, she wants to go out with a bang.
How do you take the two-time champion out? Folks, stay with us. We will be right back for much more exciting action here in Taupō.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
And welcome back. Here we are with early days on this Roka swim course. We're still seeing Taylor Knibb in front. Sid, what are you seeing behind her?
Well, I was actually going to say, one of the unique bits about this swim course as well is that there's a hole-in-one golf. So people can stand on the shore and hit the ball. So they'll probably be seeing lots of golf balls in the water as they're swimming. But yeah, that was Rebecca Clark in the blue suit. And we've also got there, that orange was Sarah Perez. Taylor Knibb, again, leading it out and just really attacking this race in Lake Taupō.
There you go. Great stuff. Nice close-up shot here of Taylor Knibb, and you can also see the ripple, the texture, the movement on that lake, on that water. A lot of up and down. Not an easy flat pancake swim, to be certain. And I think the notable, as you roll through there, Didi, that 300-meter turn it comes quick, but now we've got a nice long segment to swim, and that kind of keeps people locked in to that zone that they're in. Isn't that about right?
Yeah, I think that the athletes are going to fight to get on good feet here, swimming sort of into the current / into the headwind. And while there is some chop and texture to the water, I think Sid will agree, having been there a number of times, it's not as bad as it could have been.
Yeah, it's definitely. I've been to, you wake up race morning and it's dark and you can just hear the wind howling, and you get down to the shores of the lake, and I've literally seen people surfing down there.
Oh,
and
yeah.
because the lake, and if we look at the weather now, like we can see 56 degrees Fahrenheit, 13 degrees Celsius. Yeah, it looks pretty small wind, 5 kilometers an hour. Water temperature, nice 18.8 degrees C, 65.8 degrees Fahrenheit. But Lake Taupō is the size of Singapore. So when the weather changes, it can really rip up that wake, that surf, and get really, really choppy. And it's even changed in the space of like 10 minutes. In fact, in March, we were in transition and it was perfectly quiet. And then like 10 minutes before the gun went, it was blowing a gale and super choppy. But we're now going to go back down onto the lake with Matt and Rinny.
Thanks so much, Laura. Yeah, we've got, things are starting to break up a little bit. We got this front group of 4, Rinny. Tell us who's in that group and then those chase groups behind us.
Yeah, I think you guys already called out that front group. It was Taylor Knibb, Sarah Perez-Sala, Lotte Wilms, and then Beck Clark. No surprises in that group. But as we pan back, we got Julie Duron. We actually have Ash Gentle kind of bridging away. This second, third pack is sort of splitting up. Kat Matthews is looking like she's going to be in the third pack right now. Paula Finlay also in that third pack. Ash Gentle sort of in between the second and third pack, and actually one of the athletes who may help that second and third pack stay together.
Yeah, and it looks like right now Imogen Simmons getting dropped out of that kind of second, third group. Big surprise that we noticed with that backstroke we were seeing of Pole. It looked like maybe she was actually even having a panic attack. We saw her swimming backstroke for 15, 20 strokes, went back a whole group, and it looks like, Rinny, that she was able to get back into that second group.
Yeah, it does. She has to take a moment, definitely. For a moment, we thought she was cramping, but maybe it was sort of a panic attack. And when you hop in cold water like that and raise your heart rate so quickly, it can have that kind of effect. So, yeah, athletes need to be wary of that and sort of calm themselves, take some breaths, and she got herself back in control. She's sitting pretty, fairly pretty in the second pack here, sitting on some feet. But it really is not much of a gap. We're talking like 3 body lengths from the front 4 to that next group of women. Julie Duron in that group of women there. And it looks like now that Ash has pulled the third group back into the second group. So that's Kat Matthews in that group, Paula Finlay on the very back of that group. So still not much movement.
Yeah, kind of one of our pre-race favorites. The only one that I see right now that's off this group is Imogen Simmons. But to your point, we're talking about 3 different groups, 2 different groups, but they're separated by like 2 or 3 seconds right now. So regardless of what happens the rest, we're not going to have, this isn't a race determining gap in the swim, Rinny. It seems like all these favorites, they're fighting for it. People were talking about, oh, who's going to get second? Taylor Knibb has this, but it looks to me that there's 10 or 15 women that think they might have a chance.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, things are not shaking up. And a wetsuit swim with a very long straightaway, it's very hard to drop athletes. So, yeah, I think we're going to be in transition with a lot of action.
Yeah, there you go. And right now what stands out to me is the impressive swim of Ashley Gentle being able to bridge up to this group. But she is rolling quite well up to this group. So right now, one group of 4 off the front, and then a group of about, I'd say, 15 altogether.
Well, you are watching the 2024 VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship, brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And here we are. We're back with these incredible women that are churning it through this single lap swim. And I guess no surprises here from my angle. But Didi, are you seeing it any differently?
No, I wanted to touch a little bit on the update on Caroline Pola, who appeared to be having a little bit of a panic attack.
Yeah.
Now, she's an accomplished swimmer, right? So it's unusual, but given the water temperature, sometimes you can hit that water and it just literally takes your breath away. So with the conditions as they are, and I'll throw this to you, Sid, cold air temperature, do you get in and do an in-water warm-up so that the body's used to that cold, but then you've got to get back out and be in the cold air? How do you manage that so that it's not so shocking to the system?
I mean, I think completely like personal choice of what people are used to and ready. I think we did see some of those shots pre-race that the athletes were in the water. I think ideally I would get in the water, at least get my face in the water so that initial shock isn't so bad. And then if I have to get out, hopefully there's a chance to have a big, a coat or a towel that you can kind of put around you to keep warm. But I think trying to get over that initial shock, because when the gun goes, you're running in, your heart rate goes up straight away, you're diving in, and it's full on for those first 300. It's actually full on for the whole race because it's such a, I say, short distance. You have used to the longer distance. So yeah, I think maybe the cold water, I think it might be a little bit choppier than it looks that we can see on camera. And so all sorts of reasons, just the big event could be why Caroline might be struggling.
I think that's a great tip. Just the face is such a shock when you hit that cool water. So folks, please do take notes. Also, take a quick break because we will be right back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
The VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship is brought to you by Roka. Find faster with Roka. And by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. And we are looking again at this beautiful, we're going to say that all day long. How beautiful it is here, incredible, very scenic. This race should be on your bucket list, if not the World Championship version, too late, then certainly the Ironman or the 70.3 Standard Edition. So great stuff. We are back and coming up on a quick turn here on the Roka Swim Course.
Yeah, it looks like the group that had sort of separated itself at the onset with Lotte Wilms, Taylor Knibb, Beck Clark, and Sarah Perez, they've got company now. They've bridged back up, and it's a larger group. We've got that white cap. We're speculating maybe Jody Simpson, maybe Valerie Barthelemy. But yeah, this is a large group of women as they make that final turn for back to shore.
But you can also see the waves coming in, and the chop has sort of separated those swimmers into sort of those slight lines, and you can, which is through those waves coming in. There's even some white caps there coming in, as well as the athletes now take that left-hand turn, squeeze each other out around the buoy, and are heading now back to shore, and slightly with current this time, although I don't think they'll be able to see it.
But you can see the pressure of the pace because they really are lined up ones and twos. There's not big clumps of them, so the pace is definitely on.
I thought you were going to say you could see the pressure of the steam coming out in the background
that
of the geothermal, which you're going to see a lot on the bike course as well.
Well, I think that's what's tough too is when you get that opportunity. 2 turns on this Roka swim course. You just made the second, and that's when you can really make or break a section. If you're hanging on, you can get dropped there. If you are in the lead, you can try and assert yourself. What I saw in that particular turn was Taylor Knibb getting shoved under that buoy as the little mini group joined the slightly bigger group, but she's recovered.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think, Taylor will always get herself back in the mix, as we're seeing like the athletes now. Sort of, as they come into shore, they kind of find their space. It's a little bit of a straight shot. You just actually saw Taylor repositioning herself, swimming over the back of the other female to make sure she had a better feet coming into the shore.
What a nice little shot there. You can see where they start to swim, make this giant rectangle, and then exit the swim, and it is into transition 1, which is the race within the race. But let's talk about this, because you said 1s and 2s. It's really interesting to me that you've got that outlier there in the green cap just off the side. That seems like a very unfavorable spot to be, or am I wrong?
You're not wrong.
Thank you. I like to be wrong. I feel like, what would you do? What would you do? How can you correct that?
Check mark for Michael Lovato. He got it right.
Oh, that's good. At least I got one.
Yeah,
for the day.
you want to be definitely on the feet, ideally on the hip. The fact that I think that Sarah Perez is out to the side. I mean, she's a strong enough swimmer. That's not going to necessarily cost her anything, but it is significantly more efficient. I think she just got squeezed. When you're fighting for that feet. So in that navy blue cap, I believe that's Beck Clark. Yep. Doing a great job of sort of hogging the feet and blocking her access to that draft. So that's a good defensive move from Beck Clark.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see like the different swim tactics that can take place at the front of the group. Normally we're just hanging on at the back. But like Dee Dee said, like Beck, getting on feet is so key, and then they've just forced Sarah out, so she's then on her own. So she's going to be using more energy to just keep pace with that line of women next to her.
There you go. She's quite wide now, and then I guess at this point it displays exactly how strong she is as you see this line that she's keeping pace with, all getting the benefit of the draft. Does this sort of play out later, Dee Dee, where if you expend a little more energy in there, does that hurt you, or is this incidental?
I think for a swimmer of her caliber, she could continue at this pace for quite some time and not she's an Olympic swimmer, so I don't think that this is going to have impact. It's a micro spot on a much bigger day for a swimmer of that caliber, but ideally you'd like to be conserving as much energy as possible because it is a long day out there.
Well said. And then what are we going to see here? Because we talked about how there's this nice group and a pretty frantic, a pretty quick transition. Getting out onto the bike, how important is it going to be for people to try and keep with Taylor?
Yeah, really key. And the other thing, as the athletes exit the water, they actually have a run uphill to get back to the road, and a run, I think they have to go over a bridge then into transition. So there's a bit of time there that you can potentially make up. I think they'll be charging, but also because it's uphill, it's kind of key to keep your heart rate down a bit, or keep a little bit in control, so that you can come to your bike, you're still can keep your head together, do everything you can quickly. And as they head out on the bike course, again, the first bit is a slight uphill. So yeah, they'll want to be making up as much ground as they can to almost get ahead of Taylor perhaps, and be out in front of her before she comes riding past them.
Great stuff. Really well said there. Interesting now, as I look down, I see a little bit of divergence there of those swimmers. I'm not sure what's happening here. Dee Dee, what do you think?
Well, I think it's a pretty wide gate there. We see the 2 Roka buoys indicating the sort of the closing gates of this Roka swim course. And we've got one line aiming for the upper, one line aiming for the lower. But either way, athletes gonna hit the shore momentarily, and we'll see who else is in the mix. You better believe that Taylor Knibb's gonna have her head on a swivel as she runs through transition to see. I think, Sid, correct me if I'm wrong, she's looking out for some of the key players. Let's throw it down to Matt and Rinny for their closing thoughts on the swim. Guys, what do you see?
70.3 World Championship.
Yeah, thanks so much. We saw, looks like Rinny just spotted with Taylor Knibb, kind of went the wrong direction there, Rinny.
Yeah, it looks like Taylor was sort of heading left at the exit there, so she messed up. She is not with this front 3. We're seeing Sarah Perez-Sala, we got lots of Wilms, we got Beck Clark, and then you look at Taylor is looking behind. She wants to know where the other women are.
Yeah, she wanted to see if she did any damage. She's not going to see too much damage from that position, but she is focused right back on it. We did missed call earlier. We see Imogen Simmons here, right here as well as Carolyn Pohl. And then who else we got?
Yeah, that's Julie Duron there as well coming up. We see Jodie Stimson, an athlete we haven't spoken much about, a former Olympian. very good short course athlete moving up to long course.
Yeah, and a little bit of a gap. Looks like more than we thought maybe would happen kind of out of the water. So here's this main group, Rennie. We've got Merchant coming through here, and then we've got Hannah Berry, Kat Matthews, and Ashley Gentle making the move coming up the ramp.
Yeah, we got Kat there and Ash right together, as we said. That's Grace Tech as well coming through. We got a number of women coming out now. Now I see Paula Finlay as well running the corner. Paula will want to make a quick transition here and catch on to that group.
Yeah, right now, that's a great point. She's kind of in no woman's land. There's nobody behind her. She does seem positive right now. She can see, the good thing about this ramp is you can see the athletes in front of you. So she sees that group with Ashley Gentle, Kat Matthews. She's going to want to get up there if possible.
Yeah, and these athletes are hitting this ramp. This sucks. You get out of the water, you're horizontal, you come up the ramp, and then they're up onto the main road, and then they have to go up over another ramp. We have Ellie Salthouse hopping out now. Not a fantastic swim for her. We're just used to seeing her a little further up, but she'll be wanting to catch right onto Paula Finlay. There's a lot of carrots for her as well to work her way towards the front.
Yeah, and Ellie was that cap that I mistook for Imogen Simmons earlier, so she was dropped quite early in the swim, and a long one for her. So here we go, one of our colored caps, our red cap coming up through here. It looks like Tamara Jewett in second position coming up here, and it's Maya Stage Nielsen.
And then we also have Jackie Herring a little behind. Jackie said she had a little bit of a cold yesterday, so she was hoping that she'd shake it out and feel good today. But yeah, she's a little off the back of this group, but pulling for Jackie as well.
Yep. She's our series leader right now, so she's doing as good as she can to represent that placing and try to stay ahead of Kat Matthews if at all possible. But guys, a lot more action coming in the race today. Back to you guys in the studio.
There you go. And what, 400 meters they're running. That's a long run into T1. Didi?
Just a scorecard here in trying to sort of assess versus expectation who had a great swim, who had a terrible swim, or not a terrible swim, but less than ideal swim. Obviously, that mistake at the end there for Taylor Knibb cost her a couple of seconds, perhaps a couple of slots. We'll see her get underway here on the bike and I'm sure make a move. But impressed by the swim by Ash Gentle, Julie Darren also with a really strong swim, Imogen Simmons with a super strong swim. Below average swim, I think, for Paula Finlay, a little surprising, and Jackie Herring, who now we're learning might be a little under the weather. And Kat Matthews, for me, almost ideally exactly where I expected her to be, somewhere in the middle, but that's how I assess swim performances. Better than expectation, slightly below expectation, and right in the middle. Laura?
Yeah, I think right.
Laura.
I was going to say, I know.
Whoa!
Who is that? Laura? I was going, Matt, I need to have words with Matt as well. He called me Laura as well. I think, yeah, Kat Matthews, perfect swim, or not perfect, a great swim for her, puts her really in contention. The thing for me was that whilst there was that bit of a break in the water, it kind of came back together at the end. But by the time you've run that 400 meters into transition and up the rank, it was just like a continual stream of athletes, and now they've got to sort themselves out on the road, making sure they're that 12 meters apart. We have got Race Ranger, which we can talk about later, as we see on screen. That's Sarah Perez Sala, who's in the lead. She was one of our first leaders out of the water, and she's heading up out of Taupō onto the bike course, full gas bike course.
And she looks great in the aero position there. And take a look at these top three fastest females through transition. The Morton top three. Kat Matthews crushed it in 2:23. Ash Gentle in 2:25 with Julie Duran in 2:27. Those stats are, again, the race within the race. As we come back here and watch Jackie Herring from USA, bib number 10, kind of making her way through transition back on the full gas bike course.
The interesting there, I think Jackie Herring was coming out of transition with Maya Stage Nelson, I think
that was in the background, yep.
Both very good bikers. So whilst they might be a little bit further back from the key players, they're both very good bikers. They could ride up through, to use each other to ride up through this race.
Good insight. What are you seeing here, Didi, as we watch our leader on the full gas bike course take off on this one lap? Look pretty good, look pretty powerful, right?
Yeah, very aggressive out of the gate, trying to capitalize on a strong swim, get herself out and gone. Knows the likes of Taylor Knibb is going to be coming through, and let's talk about some of the other cyclists we'll expect. Julie Darren, very strong. Ash Gentle has been working on her bike and showed great progress. Her last race, in terms of her deficit to Taylor Knibb, they race often against each other. So Ashley has actually made a coaching change to more of a bike specialist. So we'll see her, what kind of stamp she's able to put. Caroline Pola, Kat Matthews, obviously a very, very strong cyclist as well. We'll expect them to make their way towards the front.
I think your point there with Ashley changing coaches and focusing on cycling is, I'm going to call it the Taylor Knibb effect.
Sure.
It's Taylor coming up to the half distance, the middle distance racing. Her biking is so strong that the rest of the women have had to go, where are we going to improve? It needs to be on the bike. And I think some of them are going to find actually to the detriment of their run initially until they kind of balance it out again. But yeah.
And look at this, the Wahoo Element rival is giving us the fastest swim. First out of the water, Sara Perez Sala from Spain, 24:20. Come on, that's fast. And there she is on the right side of your screen leading the bike now. So incredibly well done.
Yeah, for a swim they said wasn't going to be that fast. Certainly not record setting, but pretty good given the bit of chop we had on the water today.
Bit of chop, there you go. And guess what? This bike course, Sid, just a little bit about how this is not a flat and fast. This is a challenging. You got a couple elements, the chip seal roads down there, slow you down a bit. What else?
Yeah, so definitely thing about New Zealand, people say the road surface is bad, but it's not potholes, it's just thick chip seal surface. So the athletes are going to notice that they are going that little bit slower. How I say that as we're watching Taylor Knibb on screen ride like Sara Perez is going backwards.
So knowing that you're going into a road surface that is not smooth like a baby's bottom, what changes do you make to your setup? How do you account for that? Tire pressure, what do you do differently?
So yeah, lower tire pressure is definitely key. I think a lot of the women, it's still going to be a fast bike course. They might notice that just their speed is not quite the same for the power they're putting out. I think it's more likely that on the way back into town on the second half of the bike course where it's the grind uphill, they're going to notice it. And actually they're going to notice just that the vibrations and stuff that comes from riding on this surface as they get into transition and start out onto the run. We can have a look at our full gas bike course again. So again, this is a new course for Taupō. They head out the same way as we do for the Ironman New Zealand and the normal 70.3, but then they're going to take a left-hand turn and go on roads that have not been ridden in the race before. They're going to go past the Aotearoa Rapids, the Waikato River, along some great rolling hills before they come back onto what is sort of like the traditional course, which is just Broadlands Road. It's this long straight shot. It's a slow drag. The athletes won't notice it's uphill at the start, but it just slowly grinds. Probably a headwind at that point as well. Yeah, it's really exciting that for this race we've been able to take the athletes off into some of the more countryside rather than just going up and down on Broadlands Road, which is normal.
Fantastic.
One thing of note before we did that full gas bike course preview, we had the camera there on Danielle Lewis, our one-time leader in the Pro Series way back at the beginning of the year. She's 5:17 down. Not necessarily surprising. She's not our sport's finest swimmer, but that's a big gap. And she's got company, Els Visser back there at 4:36 back, and Nikki Bartlett, who we had mentioned at the top of the show as well. She's 4:01 back. So those are some of our swim stragglers who are going to have to get to it and get to work on this full gas bike course.
I think Nikki might be a little bit disappointed with that swim. She's not renowned for her swimming, but she's done a lot of work on it. She had a big injury last year, and she's done a lot of swimming, and I think I would have probably expected to be a bit further up. However, I don't think we need to write her off yet. She's a very strong cyclist, and I think she'll be running
so
through.
much racing left to go, but here we have Taylor Knibb doing what Taylor Knibb does best. She's getting on that bike and absolutely going to town. Of course, Taylor Knibb known for her bike strength. Even the first times we saw her racing at 70.3 was on a road bike and had no problems handling the field. Now looking much more aero, working on that position, working on those aero drills, getting herself more aerodynamic to the tune of, an Olympic berth in the time trial, as well as triathlon.
Was that Boulder 70.3 that was her first bike? And talk about Olympic time trials or national time trial champions. We've got Paula Findlay on screen now.
And Paula Findlay, comparing and contrasting, it's great. We just had that look at Taylor, who has a little bit more movement as she rides. Her body moves a little bit. She gets a little bit of rhythm. That Paula, smooth like butter.
So I can say, observation is great because I know Lawrence Van Lingden, who's Taylor's run coach, will be very happy to see that movement. They've been working on kind of that flow that you get from the run and the swim and then seeing it on the bike. But yeah, there's kind of these two ways of like, do you hold yourself like you're locking your core, you're pretty tight, you're just driving the power that way, or do you try and get this rhythm and using your hips and the power down through the pedal stroke?
Great reference there for one of the other behind-the-scenes coaches or guidance counselors, if you will, of some of our best of the best. And now, coming here, what you know, I'd love to hear a little bit more about is that particular form where I saw a big difference. And does this matter? Is this just style? When you see Taylor Knibb, she's got a little bit more toe point at the bottom of her pedal stroke, whereas when we saw Paula Finlay really driving by the heel at the bottom of that pedal stroke, by your viewpoint, Sid, do you see that either one more effective as far as the general public, or what are you thinking?
I mean, I think I was always told, like, you try and want to drop your heel down and push through that as you go down in the pedal stroke. Clearly not affecting Taylor with her cycling prowess, but it's just what athletes are used to and how they're positioned on the bike. You know, if we're looking at now at Sarah Perez, she's quite toey as well. So yeah, but I think maybe for general public, try and drop that heel a little bit more, but yeah, just what each athlete is used to. We're gonna come back to see how the race unfolds after this quick break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
This is where I wanna be.
The VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship is brought to you by Full Gas, Real Roads, Real Results, and by VinFast, Boundless Together. And we are back on this incredible Full Gas bike course.
And it's funny you mentioned VinFast because at this point the athletes are reaching the highest point the highest point at the start of the course, the old course I would say, as they go past the racetrack. So Taupō also has a big race car culture as well, and they've got yeah, just seeing that in those great overhead views as the race car that we see at the front of the race that we're so familiar with seeing, Taylor Knibb. Yeah, Didi.
Yeah, I mean, Taylor, exactly on script for Taylor right now. Swam within the lead pack, maybe a small mistake at the swim exit there, slightly off course, but certainly back on course now and in command and in control. She will certainly be thinking about the likes of Ash Gentle, Julie Darren, trying to maximize her gap on the bike, because by my estimations, those are probably the two women that come to the forefront of mind that can outrun her if the gap isn't big enough on the bike. But so far, Taylor Knibb well in control.
Well, and this is a question, I think she kind of protects those numbers, the watts, a little bit fiercely. But Didi, if you're going to throw out a number and give us an idea, or if Sid would like to do that, what are we thinking here she's holding? What kind of normalized power across the course of 90 kilometers? Anyone want to take a guess?
I can,
million?
I can give you a rough range of, I don't want to give away her trade secrets, I feel, but I know what she held when she won the US time trial. And it was certainly north and some of 300 watts for an hour, I think it was, that she rode. Yeah, I would say 300 and some for that. Obviously, over this race, it's slightly longer. Yeah, her power is ridiculous.
So we'll call it 275. That's what we'll say.
Let's do that.
Okay. It's just an interesting thing because obviously you don't want to have high power necessarily because it means you're also pushing a little more resistance. You want to have a kind of a blend. So the fastest you can go with a lower amount of watts, but I imagine it's a staggering number that she can hold.
Yeah, that's right. It's not necessarily, I think that's where maybe age groupers get caught up. It's not necessarily about how much power you can put out. It's how you can get from A to B as fast as possible, and it's your distribution of power over the race course. And if you can get from the A to B, T1 to T2, with actually least amount of power,
there you go,
but the fastest speed, then you're actually saving yourself for the run. As we're looking at on these great area views, that's Imogen Simmons moving, I'm thinking, into second place, overtaking Sarah Perez. So Imogen, really fantastic record at 70.3 world champs. I think being on the podium twice. Back in 2019, she sort of was, first time was at South Africa, I think, sort of came on the screen. Or was it Nice?
Unknown at that point.
Relatively unknown at that point, and then last year as well. So yeah, I'm kind of excited for Imogen to have a really great day.
And she had a super swim. I think outperformed expectation on the swim, and certainly is known for her bike strength, and is putting that on full display right now.
She's also been, she was one of the athletes, she got out here quite early. I think after Dubai, came straight over to New Zealand and to Taupō, has been training, I think, with Kyle Smith, who we'll see race tomorrow. So probably maybe have had a little bit time to, it's not just about familiarizing yourself with this bike course, it's actually getting the legs tenderized, I would say, to the road surface. And if you've had more time on it, they're a little bit more adapted.
Well, and mentally prepared for that same inefficiency, I'll use air quotes, of the roads, and having it not creep in your head that, wow, I'm putting out this power, but look at how low my speed is. Mentally preparing yourself for that as well.
That's right, and we've got some incredible guest analysis coming to us right now. We're going to throw on over to our good friend Greg Welch together with Craig Alexander. Fellas, can't wait to hear what you've got in store for us.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Lovato. It was very nice of you to toss over to us here. This is Craig Alexander and Greg Welch joining you for the very first time today at the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship. This is beautiful Lake Taupō. Right behind us, you got Mount Tongariro, Mount Ruapehu is just absolutely gorgeous on a spectacular Saturday. It's Women's Day. We've been treated to a great swim so far, Craig. Everything's going swimmingly for the athletes, and Taylor's doing Taylor.
Yeah, Taylor had a great swim. I don't think there was too many surprises. We saw Sarah Perez-Sala lead out. Beck Clark was there. Lottie Wilms was there. Taylor had a great swim. But Kat Matthews was up there as well, as was Ash Gentle. And I think what was interesting was that quarter of a mile run from the swim exit through T1. But Taylor, she got through, got her aero socks on quick. And as you said, she's doing what Taylor does, which is drop some heavy watts and create some separation, as we also see Imogen Simmons move through the field.
Yeah, so look at Imogen Simmons, one of the strongest cyclists out there, as well as we're seeing Sarah Perez-Sala right now from Spain doing what she does as well. What a great swim. You know, she's always in the swimsuit there, just riding along the road here. This is a spectacular course, Craig. The normal course here is 70.3. They go out to Reparoa and back on Broadlands Road. But this course up onto up onto Broadlands, make a left onto View, and that is where it gets really spectacular. This is one of the most beautiful places in New Zealand. This is the geothermal highway. You can see right here as we pan in on the race from overhead. But the geothermal area here, very, very active. A lot of the steam vents are along the course as well. Spectacular scenery.
Not only is it just a spectacular and amazingly beautiful place, it's got so much tri-history. Ironman has been here for decades now. The town loves it. So much support. New Zealand has produced some of the greatest triathletes in the history of our sport, so it's so great to see them get to host a World Championships. And yeah, this is a new bike course. Never been used before at World Champs, so a lot of the climbing and the hills and the false flats come early in the first 20 to 30K, so I'm sure it's Taylor's plan to really create some separation. Some of the stronger cyclists in the field, you know, we'd expect Paula Finley to make her way through, pick up some places. Kat Matthews as well, strong biker. Imogen Simmons, 3rd place at the Ironman 70.3 Worlds last year in Finland. She's holding strong in 2nd place. Yeah, it's just so scenic and spectacular, although, as we always say, the athletes, they're really not taking in the sights. They're looking at their cadence, their heart rate, their power, aerodynamics, trying to hold that aero position, really get, you know, we heard Michael and Laura talking about, it's not just about power, it's about speed, holding aero, you know, reducing that drag coefficient so that they get maximum bang for their buck for sort of every calorie expended.
Well, talking about bucks, they are in for it today. The Pro Series here for the women. Great race happening between Jackie Herring and Kat Matthews. We're going to go back to Michael.
Thank you so much, fellas. It's always great to have that amount of knowledge shared between Greg and Craig. It's incredible. What a resource, and I can't wait to get back to them for more insight. And Dee, it is hard to look past the scenery, but you do it very well. Talk about what you're seeing here real quick before we rush off to a break.
Well, Sid and I were just discussing as Greg and Craig were analyzing what was going on. The large chase group, there's 10 women in it, and how difficult it's going to be for them to be organized, to work together, to hold Taylor to a minimum gap. But we'll see if they can do it after we get back from this quick break. Don't go away. We're going to come right back.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
We are still here in beautiful Taupō, New Zealand, and you are looking at the powerful, impressive form of Taylor Knibb from USA. She's won 2 Ironman 70.3 world titles, and she is charging forward for her first. Dee, we were just kind of getting into the fact that she's got a solitary lead with a group behind. That sounds favorable for the group on the surface, but maybe it's not.
It's really not, just given the size of the group. There are 12 women in that group, and it's really hard for a group of that size to get organized. There's certainly some superstar cyclists in that group, but for them to manage themselves, taking turns at the front legally to try to hold Taylor to a manageable gap is going to be really, really difficult. But Matt is actually down on course, so we're going to go down to Mr. Lieto. Matt, what are you seeing?
Dee, I'm seeing that group of 12 not really being a group of 12 anymore. It's definitely breaking up.
Okay.
The person that is making the move right now is Kat Matthews. She used that uphill just a little bit ago to put the effort in. You know, she was with Paula Finley, was behind her, and then a series of downhills that Kat Matthews is so confident. We saw in Nice how great she is at handling a bike downhill, and she used those downhills to bridge up to the group, straight through it, drop Paula Finley. Paula Finley did catch on to the back of the group. Kat Matthews taking time to look to her left for the view. We don't often see that from Kat Matthews, but She's enjoying that view, and it looks like she's rolling up to, I believe, second position. You guys know better than me from what we are seeing out on course, but that Imogen Simmons. So Kat Matthews, big mover. Perez is trying to stay on that wheel, but right now that group is getting split up quite aggressively behind Kat Matthews as we're rolling through this chip sealy section of the course. Most of the course, obviously, as we know, is chip seal, but also a headwind in this section. So it is a downhill, but the speed is not high at this point. But Kat Matthews having a little bit of trouble finishing the closure of this gap, but she is trying to bridge up to this athlete that is in second place at this point, but see them go around this right-hand corner. But Kat Matthews has that eye of the tiger that we've seen her have many times before, but absolutely rolling through this field. She's settled a little bit from the pace that she used to bridge up and through that second group. But as you guys said, a lot of talented athletes out here, and they're going to have to start sharing the work, and they're all trying to get back on Kat Matthews as she looks over her shoulder to see what that damage might be as she's getting some encouragement from the front here. But right now she's actually hitting a section of the course, guys, where she can see the open road. So she just got a split on how far ahead Taylor Knibb is, and now she's going to see for herself that she is out of sight. But she's at the pointy end of the course now, chasing Taylor Knibb for this World Championship. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Matt. Great stuff as always. We come back here with Taylor Knibb, and you see that rhythm you guys were talking about earlier, a little head bob, and also that power moving through the hips. Really great stuff there. What are we seeing from above here, Sid?
Oh, I'm just loving these shots because this is a part of the course that I've ridden it. I rode it back in March, but we don't often get to see it, and it's just so beautiful out there. But you can get these great aerial views. We can see that chase pack as now we come back on. This is Julie Deron. I think, please correct me if I'm wrong on that one. I think that's recognizing her suit. Actually, a similar style to Taylor in terms of rocking, but more forward-backward motion, whereas Taylor was having like the side-to-side, using her hips as the power.
It's a classic Sutto bike style.
True,
pushing
very
a bigger gear.
Yeah.
Like I look at her and I think Els Visser, really strong, powerful, very forward back on the saddle as she finds that rhythm, but not surprising, similar coaching philosophy and how to manage that power.
And it's interesting because, like, you know, Julie, she had a fantastic, she was, I think, probably maybe surprised everyone but apart from herself and her coach at the Olympics with that silver medal. And then she's had a great couple of races where she stepped up the distance, that 100K distance. This is a little bit of another stretch, and I think it was interesting listening to some of the athletes. I think those that have raced over that 100K distance but are more favourable over the long course are kind of interested that this race might favour them a little bit more. And so hoping they can get one over on Julie, where she's been sort of second place in a lot of recent races, beating a lot of these women.
Yeah, I mean, she's done an Ironman too, so she's got...
That's true, yeah, that's true.
She's got the miles certainly in her legs, and what's impressive is, you know, we talk a lot about that transition. We talked about it with Taylor Knibb, transitioning to the 70.3 distance and doing it on a road bike, but how difficult that transition is from a road bike in draft legal racing to a TT bike. The TT position isn't something that happens overnight. It is literally, yes, it's still riding a bike, but it is so incredibly different as we take a look at Paula Findlay here making her mark on this full gas bike course.
We should also say again with Julie Deron, not to be confused with her sister Nina Deron. Julie and Nina, there's actually 3 Deron sisters, I think, and they've all done triathlon, and they come from a very sporty family. I think their dad was a swimmer or a triathlete, but yeah, I think Nina Deron has done a lot more of the long course. Julie has done a full distance and done it very successfully, I think Ironman Italy, but yeah, now sort of short course and long course as Paula Findlay is another short course to long course, but doing very well at it as well for the last few years.
Just went past Marta Sanchez there. That was Marta Sanchez that, so Paula Findlay is inching closer to the front of this race as well, which is not at all surprising after maybe not the best swim for Paula today.
And this one, don't count her out, because I think she does very well in the face of adversity. I think you can see her win from all angles, front runner or chase from behind.
There was a time in Paula's career that I think it would have been easy to say that she struggled at the big races with nerves and the pressure, but I think she really, over the course of the last 2 years has really come into her own and matured as an athlete in terms of handling that pressure and managing not the expectation of the world, but herself. She's got such high expectations on herself.
She's put herself in those big races. If you think about, look at like the national time trial, and then she's been to UCI Worlds and the time trial as well. But I also think this course suits Paula really well, just with that rough surface, as we're also looking on screen as Kat overtaking Imogen Simmons. They look like they're going up a little bit of a climb at the moment. So yeah, just putting the pressure down to get back in the front.
There you go. Nice little look back there on what we missed. And so much can be said about Kat Matthews and her prospects. You guys, I think, will continue to talk about her throughout the course of this broadcast. And it's always interesting when you're trying to figure this out, right? How hard is this course? Having never raced there, how do these race courses stack up against other races? And how can I actually figure out what's going on here? Well, I can tell you that there is a very interesting new partnership that TriDot has with Ironman, and Ironman is able to provide triathletes and coaches an overall course rating for all Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events worldwide. So basically, TriDot, will come back to that a little bit more specifically here in a second, but TriDot has that data intelligence that they use assets and create that 100-point index. We'll come back to that here momentarily as we look at these overhead shots. Let's see.
Thanks so much for sitting down with us today, Jeff. We know AI is a hot topic. It's all over the place right now. So can ChatGPT write a training plan for me?
That's funny. Actually, it can.
Okay.
But it wouldn't be a good one, and I wouldn't recommend following. What AI is trained on, and specifically what it's trained to do, is critically important. TriDot was specifically trained on training data to design and optimize training.
So what is TriDot and what does it do?
Yeah, TriDot's basically the most advanced data-driven training platform out there for coaches and athletes in the sport. It's based on about 20 years of research and training data. It's prescribed more than 100 million training sessions.
Wow.
So it answers questions that athletes and coaches have that they can't answer without technology. So it's just as important like what TriDot isn't. It's not a replacement for a coach.
Okay.
We do have subscriptions for non-coached athletes, but so many coaches use it also to coach their athletes, for those athletes that want to also have the best technology, but also work with a dedicated coach. It's also not a automation of some coach's philosophy. So it's not AI applied to my way or any specific coach's way or just training theory in general. It truly is data-driven training.
So you mentioned AI doesn't replace a coach. How does AI help a coach in their role and how they coach athletes?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it changes. There's other industries that use AI and technology as well. Think of the pilot. When you jumped on a plane to come over here to Kona, you're sitting there. Imagine if the pilot came on the loudspeaker, says, "Ladies and gentlemen, I've been flying for more than 20 years. I have tons of experience. I also have my PhD in aviation science. So just sit back. I'm not going to use any instrumentation up here, the GPS, all this equipment. I don't really need it. I'm going to wing it. Y'all just sit back and enjoy the flight." You want the pilot, but you also want the latest technology. And it's the same thing in triathlon coaching. Coaches can use that technology to help with their athletes in answering those questions that they wouldn't be able to see without it.
You mentioned results. What type of results are athletes looking for, and who is TriDot for?
Yeah, TriDot's for everybody. Athletes are looking for a wide range of results. Some of them, like the ones here, are looking for a PR, a qualification for Kona. That's what their mission is. But most athletes, it's really a lifestyle issue. They want results. They want to perform well, finish races, do races, but maybe on fewer hours. So the less time they have, the more important it is that time that they do invest is done well and that they're getting a return on that.
What are some of the distinctive ways TriDot uses data and AI to help athletes and coaches?
Yeah, well, TriDot delivers a lot of insights and answers questions that in a way that only data and technology can. Think about when we're here in Kona doing a race. You might need to be a little slower because of the heat. But that's not unique to Kona. All the time when you work out, if you're going to do a workout at an 8-minute pace in the morning, and then you decide to do that in the afternoon, it might be 20 degrees hotter. So with the change of elevation, temperature, humidity, all of those things affect your training. Not only would race day be off, but think about every day of the year, your training is off if you're not going the right training. Another is normalization, and that's environment normalization. There's normalization also for age and gender. Okay. Athletes at different levels, they might ask, how much intensity is enough or too much for a 30-year-old or a 60-year-old, and how do you quantify that? Another key metric is training stress. So we have normalized training stress. For example, when you go 10% more intensity, that's not equal to 10% more stressful. So there's an exponential, not a linear relationship.
Right.
So TriDot's AI is able to look at all of that data, separate the signal from the noise, and give the full picture on your normalization, your training stress, residual training stress, your genetics, your age, your gender, temperature, humidity, elevation, all of those things to isolate. Here's the dose of training, the stimulus that we're giving you, and here's the expected response.
Amazing stuff, and what a great way to utilize technology and just all that great insight as you just caught that quick glimpse of Taylor Knibb cruising. And here we go. We get to talk a little bit about today's race index of 43. Typically 42 is the score you'll see, but 43 today. So what that means is if you're a slower triathlete, you can kind of expect this one to be a little bit. They're about a 124 longer. A mid-pack triathlete's going to be just under an hour, about 58 minutes longer. And then, of course, an elite triathlete, 25 minutes off. And so what that comes down to, by my view, is what you're looking at right now on the screen. Tough hills like this, out of the saddle, on those rougher roads, pushing, working really hard. Sid?
I think we saw a Matt Lieto in the wild there as well, I think, as we went past. But
yeah. Natural habitat.
That's it, natural habitat. Yeah, and that's what's great about this course is that we've got these rolling hills, which just adds that bit more challenge to it. And so just to update, the women are now through 20 kilometers. Taylor Knibb is still in the lead, and she's actually extended her lead. She's now pretty much 90 seconds ahead of the chasing pack, which I'm quite excited about. It's a really good group of that chasers if they can coordinate themselves.
Well, yeah, but what I'm more excited about is like how aggressive Taylor Knibb is riding this course. I mean, to put another 40 seconds into a pack that strong, including Imogen Simmons, Kat Matthews, Paula Finley, Marta Sanchez, that is so significant. Like, I don't want to downplay how aggressive Taylor Knibb is riding. I mean, obviously she's talented, but how aggressive she's riding this course.
And especially like this first half, the rolling hills, I think suits Taylor. I think because she is so strong, she can carry that speed. She's very good at that. And actually getting away on this first section will be so much better because, like I said, that second half is just a straighter section of drag.
And just to give a little credit to both of you, because you called that out. You said just because there's a great pack of women, that doesn't mean they have the advantage. Taylor has proven just what you said, Didi, as she's pushing away, driving away as that group organizes. Now, we're still early, okay? An hour or two total into this race. A lot of action is still going to happen as we get into the meat of this bike course. But, folks, that action is coming up after a quick break. Please do stay with us. We'll be back.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
back into the action here with this women's race. What an incredible show so far. And I just said it before break, an hour 4 into this race, so much racing still to be done. Sid, from your point of view, are we getting to some more challenging, less challenging, where we are in this course?
Yeah, so we're still on the sort of the rolling hill section, but we had a great overview there. And actually, viewers can look where we are on the course in terms of distance. If they look at the bottom of the screen, there's a nice elevation profile, and it's filling in where the athletes are. But we did get that view. There were 2 athletes together, and then you could see further up the road through the S-bends a single sole figure of Taylor Knibb. And we're now going to go down onto the ground, back to Greg Welsh, who I believe is with our Ironman CEO, Scott Daru.
Thank you very much, Laura. And yes, you are right. The Chief Executive Officer of the Ironman Group, Scott Daru. It was incredible the other night with 6,000 people jammed in those tents down here at the college. What a great way to kick it all off. But the Pahiri welcome experience this morning, so powerful. And the culture down here, Scott, amazing.
The strength, the spirit of this community is like none other.
Yes.
And to be here in
Would you say,
Taupō,
Scott,
I mean, this is,
is
over
strong?
6 years in the making that we've been dreaming of this moment. With the history of Ironman in New Zealand, 45 years this year, this is an incredible moment for our community.
Yes, I remember, for about 20 years or so up in Auckland and made the switch down to Lake Taupō here. And this community really gets behind this race. There's 25,000 people that live in Taupō and another 20,000 are going to come watch the race today. It's going to be an epic afternoon. 6 years in the waiting, incredible. The best athletes have culminated down to this point in the world, in the Pro Series, and it is alive and it's not over yet.
It is not over yet. I mean, this is the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. It's also the place where the Ironman Pro Series in its inaugural year is going to be decided, both on the women's side and the men's side. It's coming down to this final race. We could not have scripted it any better.
Yes, not any better than exactly Jackie Herring and also Kat Matthews right up there, but anything can happen right down to the last minute. Every second matters in this situation as we get a good look at Taylor Knibb. How about her performance over the last few years? 2-time defending champion going for a 3-peat.
She's incredible, and she races from the front. She loves to lead. She loves to push the pace, and she's doing that today. It's gonna be the intrigue, the drama around this race is incredible, and it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out over the coming hours.
Scott, since joining the Ironman Group in March, this was your first trip down here, and coming back to see it all come to fruition. What are your thoughts now?
It's really full circle. So when I started my Ironman journey earlier this year, this was the first stop. And a lot of that was because of the history and the spirit of this community. And, people can tell you about it, you can read about it, but you have to be here to feel it. And March was certainly that for me. But to now be back for the Ironman 70.3 World Championship, it's really special, and it really touches the heart and the soul, and really speaks to just the strength of this community around triathlon and Ironman.
Yep, sure does, and everybody will be out in droves this afternoon and this morning as we get our female athletes across the line here in the Ironman Pro Series. You're watching Kat Matthews heading on the geothermal highway right now. This is the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship Women's. We've got our men's race coming up tomorrow, but we're going to go back to studio with Michael, Didi, and Laura.
Thank you so much, Greg. Thank you, Scott. Always nice to hear from our leaders and from Greg. It's just good to hear your voice, my friend. So back here on the geothermal highway, looking down at this beautiful scenery. I know we're not supposed to look at it per Craig Alexander's advice, but I can't help it. And we're back here with Imogen Simmons. Any surprises? We've seen a little back and forth here with Kat and Imogen, but anything else?
I like the fact that there's back and forth. It means they're sharing the workload and mindful of what is up the road. Roughly 90 seconds, which is Taylor Knibb, and so that is at the forefront of their minds, and they are working legally together, and that's going to help them.
Yeah, and it looked like they were, just from that overhead view, it looked like they were on their own as a pair, so I wonder if Paula Findlay and Marta Sanchez have dropped off. It definitely looks like there's 2 people there, which is interesting because I actually thought Paula would have been able to ride with these two relatively, I say relatively easily. So I wonder if something's happened to Paula, because actually that combination would have been quite powerful. I think this pairing, as you said, Dee Dee, is really strong.
But if two's good, three with Paula Findlay would be better.
Yeah, yeah.
These two are saying, well, Paula would be better.
That's right. I mean, I'm not sure whether they're going to make, it'll be interesting to see if they make inroads into Taylor's lead with the two of them working together, or just they make the best of their race and getting a clear gap away from the chasers. Because for Imogen and Kat, they will be very wary of the likes of Ashley Gentle and Julie Deron, those faster runners. And if they want to put themselves in place for the win on the podium, they need to give themselves gaps over those runners.
Yeah, looking at their running, I don't know that maybe Kat on par with Taylor. Imogen, tough to put a dent into Taylor Knibb. Once we get to the run, again, we had said earlier, Ash Gentle and Julie Deron, the two athletes that can outperform the likes of Taylor Knibb on the run, but right now they're giving themselves so much work by falling back on the bike. So right now, Kat Matthews and Imogen Simmons doing a great job of holding, Taylor to the smallest gap possible. I mean, Taylor's it's just too hard. It's so hard. She's so good.
So, and I think that watching these women elevate their game across the course of the whole year in pursuit of Taylor and that standard she's setting, it's remarkable. And we expected this.
And I'm inspired by Kat Matthews, to be honest. The number of races that she's done this year, like big races. She hasn't skirted the big races to save it, but she still has the goal. She's got to finish, basically, to put herself to win the Pro Series, but she's not really thinking about that as much as she wants to win this race.
Yes.
And that is how she's won the Pro Series, because she goes into every single race with the expectation. She's not thinking about the view from 10,000 feet. She's thinking about winning this specific race, and that has gotten her to the point where she will quite possibly be our first Pro Series winner.
Yeah. She's very determined when she rides, and she's very clear that she goes after it, and she goes after those wins. And I think it is, like you said, it's full credit to her that she's attacked these races, and she's very confident in what she believes she can do. And let's throw down, and we believe Matt is on course. What have you got for us, Matt?
Well, I'm here with Paula Findlay, and she is, as you guys said, she's leading this chase group of 3 athletes. We do have Sanchez in this group as well, but Paula Findlay, as I said, she was kind of hanging on Kat Matthews as best as she could, bridging up to this group, and then Kat Matthews dropped Paula on one of the descents, but Paula is doing her best to bridge up, and it looks like she's making a little bit of inroads. But behind this group of 3 also is another group of 3 that did have Ashley Gentle in it and Deron as well. I wasn't able to identify that 3rd athlete in that group, so there's a group of 3 here, and then maybe another 20 seconds back, another group of 3 athletes. But again, it's Paula Findlay chasing this, and pretty soon this isn't actually going to be a group of 3 anymore. It's going to be a group of just Paula with 2 chasers behind. But as we go through this beautiful countryside, Paula Findlay, as we've said in the past, Canadian national time trial champion, is in time trial mode right now, moving through the countryside of Taupō, trying to get up to this 2nd and 3rd place group with Kat Matthews and Imogen Simmons. I'll find some more action out on course, but back to you guys in the studios for now.
Thank you so much, Matt Lieto, there watching that action and being right up in front. And a look in at the Roca race weather, 58 degrees Fahrenheit, 14 Celsius, a few clouds, and a little bit of wind, about 5 kilometers per hour. Humidity's high at 84. That sort of accentuates that cool feeling with the 58, but really great weather is what it boils down to. You're not working too hard because it's cold. You're not working too hard because it's hot. Just about right.
And the wind hasn't picked up at all. I mean, that's been the same wind speed, direction changing ever so slightly as we look at some of the other chasers. Of course, Matt was with Paula Findlay, who's lost 30 seconds to Kat Matthews, Imogen Simmons pair in that. She is with Marta Sanchez and Sarah Perez-Sala. And then it's Julie Deron with Caroline Pola and Ash Gentle, Hannah DeViet and Lottie Wilms. That group still pretty large at 2.5 minutes back. That brings you through the top 10 women so far out on course.
And that's a pretty good group as well, that sort of back end of the top 10. They've got some good riders in there, and obviously Ashley and Julie will be hoping that those strong riders, Caroline and Lottie Wilms, can give them a good a good shot to T2.
But as we also noted, this pairing has only lost another 5 seconds to Taylor in that last 10K, whereas the prior 10K was a whole 40 seconds. So this pairing together doing a good job managing that gap.
And I think that's now because we're seeing that first section, that first probably 20K, it was a lot more of the bigger rolling hills that we said, and now the course gets a little bit flatter. The hills aren't as punchy, I would say. They're a little bit more gradual rollers.
And not only the nature of the course, but the fact that the athletes are more spread out. You know, we had that group, it was 12 when they were going through that rolling section. It's a lot harder. That created some of the separation perhaps, but now they can be a little bit more organized, that they're in smaller groups.
I wonder how much of this also is strategy, where Taylor knew she had to get out, break away, out of sight, out of mind, and now control. I think we'll see her crush that back half as well if history repeats itself today. But we'll know a lot more after a quick break, folks. Stay with us. I promise you, we'll be right back.
Join the full gas fence, powering Ironman. Connect with a global community of female triathletes designed by women for women. We'll help you be prepared mentally and physically for your race day. You'll receive support from former Ironman world champion McKillie Jones. Enjoy private group rides with multiple Ironman champion Nikki Bartlett. Connect with women around the world, support each other, and show that anything is possible.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
We are 1 hour, 16 minutes into this women's race today in Taupō, New Zealand, and we are getting exactly what we asked for, an exciting race from the gun, and that means Taylor Knibb putting a minute 30 and perhaps a little more into the chasers here, Imogen Simmons and Kat Matthews. And then back from them, we talked about how Paula Findlay is leading a charge there of some elite women, and the proverbial runners back, I think, was Ashley Gentle, still keeping contact. How close does she need to remain to make a mark? I don't know. I don't think anyone is you know, gonna feel good unless you're seconds behind Taylor Knibb. Who's gonna feel good?
I mean, I think if you're Julie Darren or Ash Gentle, I think if you're within 90 seconds to 2 minutes, you're going to feel pretty good. 3 minutes, stretching it, but they're almost at that point right now.
They're already there.
Do you know, I'd say maybe a few months ago, they'd have been quite happy with a bigger gap to Taylor because of the way the races found out. I think they were racing Dubai when that gap was a lot closer and they thought they had one over on Taylor, and it showed how much Taylor can run and is a runner, and she was able to hold that gap. So I think you're right. Like, maybe that 90 seconds is okay. They won't want it to stretch anymore.
Yeah, and I think we're getting quickly to that point, and we're not yet even halfway through this full gas bike course. So
we're only a third of the way through, 30 kilometers, yeah.
Well, I think a reminder, too, that Taylor has the ability to ride away from people and perhaps have a little bit more in reserve. So because her caliber is so high on the bike, it can be, and this could be where she is now. Before we find out the answer to that question, we want to get over to Miranda Carfrae and Greg Welch, who are going to give us some expert commentary. Greg Welch and Miranda Carfrae.
Thank you, Michael. And yes, you've been talking about energy and power, and that's exactly what you'll get here in the Lake Taupō region, because this beautiful lake flows into the Waikato River, and that is responsible for about 30% of the energy and power that goes out in and around the North Island here of New Zealand. And the power that's coming out of the ground right now is from Taylor Knibb. She's doing what she does best, and that is lead from the front. She's building up an unassailable lead here, and she is going to have a decent lead off the bike today if she continues this fine form. And she's on a second World Championship here. Is she going to three-peat today, Rinny?
You know, I think she's definitely setting things up. I mean, it is, you know, still a long way to go. Well, it's triathlon, so anything is possible. But, I mean, Taylor, she was aggressive from the start. We saw her take that swim out, and she led the majority of that swim. And, you know, we're used to Taylor swimming well, but she usually is not the aggressor. She's usually sitting in that front group. But today, she knew Ash was in the pack there, and Julie Duron, and I think after Dubai she just wanted to make sure she was putting the pressure on those women early, and it was clear, you know, she does get those aero socks on in T1, and that always gives the athletes a little bit of a chance to catch back up to her or get a little bit of a jump on her. But yeah, this bike, she is just blowing the field away. Although Kat Matthews is really surprising me. You know, Kat has had an enormous year. Three or four Ironman events, numerous other races. I mean, at this rate, most likely the series champion for the the Pro Series. But just to be able to have the mental strength to race this well and have this much gusto this late in the season, I'm really impressed with how she's racing. Imogen Simmons, of course, biking fantastically well. She's been a very strong biker throughout the year. We expected her to be riding well, but yeah, Kat's the one that I'm super surprised about.
Yeah, and I do agree with, you know, Dee Dee, Laura and Michael that Julie Duron and Ashley Gentle are the two runners to look out for, and the deficit for those ladies is, you know, going to be, you know, maybe 5 or 6 minutes in my guesstimation. I think it's going to get out to about that level. Anyway, when we talk about Taylor Knibb here doing what she does, you know, she's had such a great year as well. I do love what you say about Kat Matthews. Kat has had a long, arduous year. She is tough as they come, and I looked at her this week in and around town here in Taupō. She looks great. Her energy is up, and after her last race in the Middle East, she went down to Australia to prepare. She said she needed to get onto the time zone and get acclimatized to this region. I think it's working out perfectly. I love the smile that she's had on her face. I love the words that she commented at the press conference a few days ago. So I do think that Kat's going to have a great race today. And Imogen Simmons, she gets up for the World Championships. Last year in Luckty, 3rd place.
Yeah, Imogen Simmons just really coming into her own in this distance and showing that she is, you know, one of the best in the world over the 70.3 distance. But going back to Kat for a moment, she was in Noosa. We were down in Noosa a couple of weeks ago, and she was down there. And I think initially she was planning just to use this race as a bit of a holiday, end of season, get it done. But you know, I saw her doing handstands and things like that with my kids. And I was like, you've got a World Championship in 2 weeks. What are you doing? But she had a very relaxed, happy-go-lucky. And sometimes just being relaxed into a World Championship is a great just energy to take into a big race, especially after the big year she's had. So I think maybe it was a little bit of a mental break to come down here, but, you know, you come to a championship and you put your toe on that championship line, you want to try and vie for a world title. And she's definitely showing that, again, Kat is, you know, tough as nails. We'll keep saying it all day. And just one of the best we've ever seen in the sport.
Look at this beautiful region. This is the Waikato River that is just, you know, in its beauty today. And you can see those steam vents in this beautiful geothermal area in the middle of the North Island. This is Lake Taupō, and the Taupō region. Amazing as we look over the race course right now. Now, this race course, Marinda, not like the normal race that they have in December. It's a different race course for the bike especially, and they've selected this course because of the beauty, and it provides a challenge as well.
Yeah, it's definitely a challenging course. I mean, Sid's raced this course a bunch of times, so she's going to be the expert on all things Taupō in terms of the difficulty. But yeah, I mean, it's a challenging course, but it's a world championship. These athletes want a challenge. They want to come up against hard courses, hard competition, and see who can rise to the top and who has it. But I think, you know, with the chip seal, that plays into the advantage of the strong cyclist. So Taylor Knibb maybe is going to be a little bit further up the road than she would be on like a smooth surface race. Kat Matthews, again, one of the best cyclists in our sport. Imo as well, one of the best cyclists in our sport. And we're seeing that play out right now. You know, Ashley Gentle, a very strong biker. Also Julie Duron, a very strong biker, and those women. But they're just ever so slightly falling back, and I think it's just that like 1% that these athletes are stronger on the bike, and they're able to showcase that on, you know, this sort of road surface.
Undulating roads right now at this point of the course at the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship. Taupō, New Zealand. We're going to throw it back into the studio right now. Ashley Gentle making a move.
Thanks so much, Greg Welch and Marinda Carfrae. Great stuff as always. And now we're getting to see the Aussie, the four-time Ironman 70.3 winner herself, Ashley Gentle, for the first time on camera. And she looks fantastic, cranking along. Someone who could definitely make a mark over the course of this entire race. Definitely towards the finish line, Didi. I'm thinking she might move on up.
Yeah, she definitely known for her star power as a runner, but been making great strides in her swim, which we saw earlier today, and she's been working a lot on the bike as the comparative weakness to the likes of Taylor Knibb, in the way that she's going to be able to hold Taylor off is by working on this bike.
And she's also done a fantastic job of color coordination with that kit and the bike, which always deserves mention in my book.
It's all about matchy-matchy. Come on.
Look good.
It's all about
you look
matchy-matchy.
good, you feel good, you feel good, you race good. I mean,
Exactly.
those are known facts. As we look at the hour and 25 minutes into this race, down at the bottom you can see our ticker, and the nice thing is now all you're seeing is Taylor Knibb's name. She's crossed that checkpoint, but keep your eyes tuned to the bottom of the screen, because as soon as every other athlete crosses that same checkpoint, their time will register as well, and you'll be able to follow that ticker along to get all the results as we're back here with Julie Duron, number 9. Yeah, you got that silver medal. That kind of gives you some confidence, wouldn't you say, Sid?
Yeah, and it looks like she's making a bit of an attack. I wonder if if you can see, actually, we just got a bit of a glimpse there as a group up the road, and I wonder if Julie was just sat with the group she is. That's Carolina Paula on the left of the screen, and just thought, actually, I want to bridge up to those riders in front, and has just made that move to go past them all now. Also, now she's gone past, you can see actually the red light of the race ranger system on Julie's bike. So Caroline had to drop back to make sure that she was in that the 12 meters draft zone.
Didi, anything now that you're going to see and maybe call out as a surprise so far?
Well, I'd like to see the splits as the rest of the athletes behind Taylor cross that 41 kilometer mark, as we take a look at the VinFast performance analysis, a graphic for Taylor Knibb through that 40 kilometers, averaging through that last split 45.23 kilometers per hour, estimated at the next split at 1 hour 39 minutes and 2 seconds. So keep your eyes peeled for that as we take a look now at Imogen and Kat Matthews. Again, leaked another 10-ish seconds through that last 10 kilometers. And now we see the overhead shot of those two groups of 3 now sort of converging. Perhaps Matt is with them. We're going to throw down to you, Matt Lieto. What do you got?
Thanks so much, Didi. Yes, I'm here with Duron, and they are bridging up to this group of 3, and it's been kind of a long road to get there. And it was Carolyn Pohl actually that did most of the work kind of for the last like 10 or 15 minutes to get to this group as we take this left-hand corner. But we have this group has Ashley Gentle in it. We had a lot of Wilms who made a huge effort to bridge up to this group early, and then settled in at the back of the group because of that effort that she had to make to get there. Ashley Gentle in 4th position in this group. Carolyn Pohl now in 2nd. Duron and as they bridge up to with Sanchez, Perez, and Paula Findlay. Paula Findlay on this last climb kept looking over her shoulder. She, I think, heard the helicopter, saw the motorcycles, and kind of wanted to know what was going on, who was actually going to be in this group that was bridging up to her. And again, it was this woman on screen did a lot of the work early, then Pole did a lot of the work middle to Didi, she just kind of pulled through at the end to bridge
and we do
this
have a
gap,
little
kind
bit of
sharing
a
the weight
patchy
on
section
this
there
rolling
here with the
section, of course.
transmission, but I shouldn't dilute what we're seeing there and hearing from Matt. But back overhead shots here with clear resolution of Taylor Knibb, the American two-time Ironman 70.3 world champ, pushing for 3. Didi, talk to us about the numbers. I love the numbers.
Well, it's what Matt was saying, and we were getting a little broken audio there, but it was a convergence of those two groups. So the group with Paula Findlay, Marta Sanchez, and Sarah Perez-Sala now joined thanks to the aggressive riding of Julie Darren and Caroline Pola, but along with them is Ash Gentle, Lotte Wilms, and Hannah DeViet in that group. So that is back to a very large chase group as we take a look here. That is
Hannah Wells.
Number 16. That is Hannah Wells, the local Kiwi.
Yeah, Hannah Wells. Obviously, we'll have high hopes for this race. She's also in good standing. She's currently 7th in the Ironman Pro Series, but I think she'll be looking to try and gain a few spots today. I think she's got 5 races already counting, 3 Ironmans and 2 70.3s, but so she'll be looking to swap out one of those results. So maybe not big move in the top 10, but I think probably has the opportunity to maybe move up to 6th or 5th. But yes, local athlete has won this race.
Hannah Berry, her husband would be upset. You called her Hannah
Did I
Wells.
call her Hannah Wells? I am sorry, Hannah Wells. I do apologise. That is a blast from the past. That's a mark for me going down on the board as well. Yeah. Hannah, she has won this race. She's won Ironman New Zealand. I think she's won the 70.3. I'm not too sure, but yeah, a regular up here. She knows the road. She'll certainly be hoping like the crowd gives her a good result.
So having raced there as frequently and as often as you have, you've become sort of an adopted local to the New Zealand community. But talk about the extra boost these athletes are going to get, particularly when they get back into town for the run, being the local athlete. How impactful and how important is that to the local fans?
Yeah, I mean, especially because this bike course, it's one big loop. So, you know, they're going through some beautiful countryside. There'll be some fans out there. But once they get back into town, that's really where all the crowds are going to be. And with it being a lapped course along the front, it's going to be packed with crowds all along. And I think just this community loves this race. It is the longest running race, Ironman race outside of Kona. The community really get behind it. I think there's I know for the Ironman New Zealand, it's over 2,000 volunteers that they have. I have a fantastic homestay. She was out at the airport welcoming athletes in this time. And it'll be such a buzz that, you know, as we've said all along in this program, this was due to be done. You know, the race was meant to be in 2020. It's been such a long time coming. And just talking to some of the local organizing committee this week, they've been so excited that it's finally here. And I think for these New Zealand athletes, the women racing today, the men racing tomorrow, with the local crowds, they'll have family and friends there. It's just, I mean, you know, for a place like New Zealand, you don't get big world championships in your country that often, if at all. So yeah, a really great opportunity for them.
That's right, and we're looking here at Laura Madsen there on camera, bib number 20. First time we've seen her today, but closing the loop with Hannah Berry. She won the local race in 2019 and 2023. Those are victories. Also tons of successes, as you mentioned, and tons of local support. Nice to give a shout out to that Kiwi crowd. So coming back here as we watch these women kick some booty. An hour 32 into this race, they will continue to do so, and we will have more of that action later. So please stay with us. This will just be one quick break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. ride with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo. A revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
And we're just over halfway through this full gas bike course. You can see by the graphic at the bottom as we come here with the Aussie 8-time Ironman 70.3 winner, Ellie Salthouse. She looks very good and very determined to get up there and kind of notch one solid result at the 70.3 World Champs.
Again, a nice attention to detail with the pink tape matching.
Correct.
Again, we go back matchy on the kit.
Correct. Very important. Helmet, kit, everything tied together well. Hey, it's important, you know? And so, Dee Dee, as we talk about sort of those early conversations, how much time is necessary. Now, when you see Taylor Knibb get 12 seconds on that group, do you feel like this is intentional, the women behind riding really well? What do you see in there just from a dynamic standpoint over halfway through this bike course?
Well, I think we saw Taylor Knibb be very aggressive through the first 20, 30 kilometers, and I think she's settled in a little bit. Taylor will have a very specific race plan, and will be executing that to a T, barring something that goes wrong. She will have contingencies no matter what. And right now, I think the script is going very, very well for Taylor Knibb. She continues to chip away and get 10, 15, 20 seconds here and there. By the time, if she keeps this up, which we can only imagine that she will, she could arrive into T2 with upwards of a 3.5 to 4 minute lead. Which I think she'd be pretty stoked by.
Yeah, I think she needs a little bit more of a lead. I think if I was Kat Matthews now halfway through and only was hearing a gap of 140, 144, I'd be pretty happy with that if it stays around that gap, because I think Kat would back her run that she could or has the ability to maybe take a bit of that time back into Taylor. It's whether that gap does kind of expand out in the second half of the race.
Yeah, as it has been. Like we saw the huge gaps early, brought it to 1.5 minutes very early on, and now it's just been the 5 to 10 to seconds. So Taylor will have a race plan, and I think we will see that play out. If she bombs the second half of this bike, it could balloon to 5 minutes.
I'm going to ask you, Dee Dee, okay, because we had a little bit of a chat off air. So Taylor will have a race plan. She's she's very detailed. She does her homework. She likes to know, I guess, no stone unturned.
She likes to know what's going to happen.
She likes what happens to her. But she also says we'll see a lot as well. Yeah. Now, Taylor's swim coach is our coach as well, I would say Julie Dibbons. But Julie Dibbons currently holds the Ironman 70.3 World Championships bike course record way back from 2009 at 2:07:15. Do you think there's been some side betting going on between Julie and Taylor as to if Taylor... Because Taylor came close last year, I think. I think she was only 45 seconds off or something last year in Lati. Different courses, I know. I think 2009, Michael, you were saying that was Clearwater. So very different course to here. But yeah, I'm interested to see if there's a little bit of side bets going.
My bet... And since you're asking me, I'm just going to give you my honest answer. My bet is 100% not, because Julie Dibbons is not one to toot her own horn and talk about her past.
I don't know. I think it would be Taylor. I think it would be Taylor that would bring it up.
She doesn't lead with her accolades. She keeps those hidden and locked away tightly. And honestly, while Taylor's probably aware of the bike course record, that is so far down on her list, I think, of objectives here. I think it'll be a nice thing to smack talk about in retrospect.
That's what I meant,
it happen.
Probably meant that more
but
better.
Going into the race, I would say I would bet the contrary.
Wasn't it in Oceanside though earlier on in the year that Taylor was she was a couple of seconds off the bike, and she was
Reef's
that's right,
record.
And she came into T2 wanting to know,
if
like, did I make it? Did I make it? So There might be, you know, she likes things to occupy her mind.
For sure.
But yeah, anyway.
Hey, great conversation. I think that for sure we discussed it, and it is cool to say, that Julie Dibbins has a 15-year-old course World Championship bike record. That's a long-standing record. I think also looking at something that I want to go into the now with these two women, and I just want to kind of get more clarity here. You guys are saying that Kat is going to outrun her, but when I kind of think back in my mind, these women are routinely at this distance running 117, 118, 120. I don't see major gaps between the two. I know Kat is a fantastic runner, but I guess what I'm saying is I feel like Taylor has some of those same run times. I think they've both run 118 in Oceanside. So tell me what I'm missing here that she feels good being, 2 minutes, minute and a half, 2 minutes down.
Well, I think for Kat, like it's not 4 or 5 minutes. So I think if she's within 2 minutes, she'll back herself that she's got a chance.
Okay.
Like, yeah, I think they are very similar at running, and I think thinking back to Dubai, I think Kat ran faster than Taylor. They are very similar, but knowing Kat as well, Taylor will back herself obviously, but knowing Kat as well, I think Kat will back herself if she's within that 2 minute gap.
Fair.
And she's a fighter.
I think anyone that's a minute 45 back of Taylor Knibb through 40K is going to pat themselves on the back. I mean, that's a job well done, right?
Might not be backing for the run. It's just like, oh, I only lost, minute 14.
That's pretty good, right? Like, it could be worse.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to see as you start to do that jock math as well, because you ultimately figure out per K or per mile what the difference you have to do to overtake someone, move up a spot, and just, to me, it's very uncomfortable chasing a woman that's a two-time Ironman 70.3 winner at any point. So it's interesting, and I think, if someone's running 112, 114, those women, then that's a dangerous spot because that's not what Taylor's doing. Either way, we'll see.
I think what the entire field is hoping is that we talked about it at the top of the show. The length of the season and what it's taken out. I mean, Taylor's been through, we talked about Taylor at Oceanside, right? And then Taylor had the Olympics, not only for triathlon, mixed team relay, individual event, but also the time trial. She has been racing like mad, and I think given her press at Dubai just a few weeks ago, Taylor was like, I'm exhausted. I don't know how I'm gonna walk down to the starting pontoon. And so I think the women were hoping, well, maybe she's just really tired, but I think she's showing that is not a dream come true. We're going to throw it down to our good friend Greg Welch, who is with Marinda Carfrae.
Thank you, Dee Dee. And yes, nice comments from you guys there. And I tell you what, down here it is really heating up in the main street on Tongariro Street here in Taupō right now. And the race is heating up as well because as you've been talking about it with those run times, it will be a quick run here today. But don't forget to take into consideration, Marinda, the chip and seal road. So a lot of the comments I've heard from the professional athletes are that it takes a little bit extra out of the leg. So when Hayden Wild predicted a 65-minute run time at the press conference on Wednesday or Thursday, I don't know if that's going to happen. It will be a fast one, and it's a sort of undulating course on the run with a couple of little hills in it. But anyway, we'll have to wait and see when these women do get onto the run course a little bit later. But as you can see on our split screen right now, the beautiful turnover of Taylor Knibb on the right-hand side and Ashley Gentle on the left-hand side. Now, Ashley's having a great year as well. We're going to be in for a great run today.
Yeah, absolutely, Welshie. And I think you hit the nail on the head right there. The chip seal does take a little bit out of your legs, and when you hop off that, it just wears a little, and then that's going to take a little bit out of that run speed for some athletes. And it also depends on how hard or how much they've pushed. Now, Taylor is pushing very hard and basically forcing the rest of the field. If they want a shot at this world title, they're going to have to put in the big watts.
So, Rinny, 2 time checks ago, 130. Last time check, 142. What do we have now?
Yeah, now we're looking at the 51K mark, and if you've got your tracker out, you can see for yourself, but it's 204 now down to Imogen Simmons and 205 to Kat Matthews. So
another
that's
22 seconds.
Yeah, so there, Taylor is ever, just chipping away at that, a second or so a kilometre and has been throughout the race, and you guys do the math, but that'll add up to, maybe another minute or so to those two athletes. Now we're waiting for the runners to come through, and that's Julie Duron, Ash Gentle, Paula Finlay, that next group, and see what the deficit is there.
Miranda, over the course of the year, you know, we watch all these athletes, men and women, but especially with Taylor Knibb, it just sort of seems to me that the second half, the second 45K or the second, 28 miles, she just pulls away slightly, just a little bit at a time. Like a moment ago, there was only 1 second in between 30 and 41 kilometres. The ladies, Imogen Simmons and Kat Matthews, only made up 1 second per kilometre, and now it's doubled out to about 2 seconds per kilometre. So it just looks to me that, you know, Taylor is just going to ever so slightly pull away from the field, and she's going to have a decent lead. Now, Caroline Pohl is a great swimmer biker there. She's going to have to stay within striking distance to have a chance today.
Absolutely. In that pack, it looks like those time splits have just come in now. So that's the second pack. It's the second chase. Julie Duron, Lotte Wilms, Marta Sanchez, Paula Finlay, Caroline Pohl, and Ash Gentle and Hannah DeVette. They're all at around 3:38 to 3:46. So there's a solid pack of women there, but they're slipping back again. That's another...
They're losing 4 seconds a kilometre,
Yes.
Rinny, as opposed to the 2 seconds that Imogen Simmons and Kat Matthews are losing. So it's interesting to note that second chase group with our two favourites, Duron and Gentle, losing a little bit more time. But the tough Kat Matthews continues to push on a long season. You can go all the way back to Ironman Texas. You can talk about the second place that she had at the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice. And she is doing it again. I talked about the energy that she was strutting on the main street, Tongariro Street right here in Taupō the other day. It was incredible. I saw her and Mark, her husband, were just having a great time. And when you told me about the headstands and the handstands she was doing with the kids on the beach and everything back down there in Noosa, I'm not surprised, because when you have a long year like this, you have to adjust your mental ability to be able to sustain a long year like that. And she looks like she's having fun.
She looks like she's having fun, absolutely, and she is. She's out there. I mean, third in the world, sitting right now. I mean, that's fun. Sitting in there with Imogen Simmons, one of the best cyclists in the world. Obviously, Kat herself is one of the best cyclists in the world in our sport. But how about this? These three women were our podium in Lahti, Finland.
Yeah.
So all of the chatter around all of the athletes. Obviously, the race has still got a long ways to go, but these are our women that performed well at World Champs last year. And what do we always say? The best predictor of the podium is the podium from the year before. So, you know, we'll see if that plays out. We do have some very strong runners in that third pack that might have something to say about that. But right now, it's looking really good for Kat Matthews. We see her on screen here. Cadence is up. She's in that beautiful tuck position. And she's just in there having a good time, doing what she does best, and cranking out another solid performance. Really impressed by Kat.
Could be close to a $250,000 payday today. The Ironman Pro Series continues to push on. This is the final event of 2024 in its inaugural year, Mirinda, and you've got to just give it up for Kat Matthews and Jackie Herring. They've been chasing it all year long. They want to win the Ironman Pro Series in its first year. $200,000 is going to be on offer today. So, as Kat Matthews continues on the geothermal highway here, and the energy is just pouring into those legs right now, we're going to pour it back to you, Michael, Dee and Laura.
Thank you so much. Always great to hear from Rinda Carfrae and Greg Welch. You guys are awesome, and giving us that reminder, Rinny, that yes, the podium, they've done it. They know what it feels like. This exact trio has been on that podium at this exact race very recently. So we'll see. I think that there's a good chance that it remains that way, but still so much racing to be done in front of us, Sid.
Yeah, and now they're back on actually Broadlands Road, which is the second half of the bike course. It's a long, it's pretty straight. There are a few turns, obviously, but it's a grind and a drag. And I know Kat said prior that she thought this section might be quite mind-numbing and boring. I think with it being one lap, it won't be, and she's with Imogen and she's in a race. But we will see maybe if Kat finds it a little bit mind-numbing when we come back to the racing action after this break.
Come here, watch me now. Fly, fly. I'm so hot, hot ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
The VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Crush your next race with Precision Fuel and Hydration. And we're looking at another pass here of this group that we've been sort of kind of anxious to see, and watching them go through the dynamics of don't get too close, pass, move right, stay left. It's very different. And a reminder, of course, we also are left side, pass right, which some people are racing more commonly on the other way.
Well, making the move to the front of that group there is, this is bib number 25, Marta Sanchez, and we were hearing from the field that she was assessed a blue card, caught up in this group, and was assessed a penalty for drafting. Also, you might have noticed Sarah Perez-Sala has dropped out of this group. She was also assessed a blue card. She has served it, so she would be a bit back. I believe Marta still has to serve her penalty, so that's going to be a bummer for her.
And it's probably why she's going to the front of the race, to try and get some time before she has to pull into the penalty to take that. And we're going to go down to Matt Lieto. He's on the race course. Matt, what have you got for us?
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, we did just see Perez-Sala in the tent, just getting out of the tent and moving on her way. But as you said, two kind of big penalties up front in that chase group right now with Kat Matthews and Imogen Simmons. Those athletes know they're about 2 minutes up from that chase group, and about 2 minutes down from Taylor Knibb last split. Both seem to be working together pretty well, although Kat has been kind of the second athlete in this group for the last few minutes since we've been here, but definitely doing her pulls, and again on those technical downhill sections, doing the work that she needs to do. But in front of her, Imogen Simmons, and a lot of open road, as can be seen by the fact that Taylor Knibb is just absolutely going through that field. And the chase group's a little bit further back, not on camera right now. Again, this is Kat Matthews. We did see Madsen was pulling a group with Ellie Salthouse and Lisa Bacharis up to Hannah Berry. So that group is now together, as you guys will see on the tracker as well. But seemed like good momentum in that group. Possibility for them to catch that first major chase group with those main contenders in there and those great runners. But a big feat for those women to catch those runners and then have a chance at outrunning them. But right now, looking at Kat Matthews, and you know, we've seen her in a lot of different with a lot of different dispositions over time as effort and how hard she's going. And right now I'd say she's on the upper end, but she doesn't look stressed at all. We still see that kind of relaxed to get talking to herself a little bit, staying to Imogen Simmons, and these two athletes working well together, guys. And we're going to get back to you, and I'm going to chase around and see what I can find in that chase group.
Thank you so much, Matt Lieto. And here we are again with Imogen Simmons in front of Kat Matthews, chasing down the road. Long stretch of road up front. You cannot see Taylor Knibb, the leader. She has over 2 minutes on this dynamic duo here. Questions that we keep asking, will it be enough? you look at the bottom, you can see that that graphic showing that they still have that formidable heartbreak hill up in front. Get a guy to get up and over that hill before you finish this full gas bike course. Sid, you know it well. This is a section of road that you love to hate. What's the story here?
Yeah, you love to hate. I was saying, like, before we went to the break, that Kat had said that she was worried about this section. She might find it sort of, I say boring. I think in a 70.3, because you're only riding this section of road once, and she's in a race with Imogen, I think it should keep her fairly well occupied. But it's a tough bit of race because it's a slight uphill grind, and with the road surface as well, you just feel like you're going kind of nowhere, and you're trying to get back to town, and it's straight, like you said. You could see up there, they can't see Taylor. But it's the subtleties that you don't realize. You're just wondering why you're not going as fast as you should because you think it's flat, and that's just because it's this slow grind uphill, and then, yeah, it's going to kick up at the end up to Heartbreak Hill, which takes us back to the racetrack at the top, but then it is a fast descent into transition. So I think with this course, with it being that one big loop, I think there's enough to keep athletes occupied. I would say when you do the old 70.3 course or the Ironman, when you go along Broadlands Road twice, it is a little bit more challenging at that point in the race.
Well, there you go. And what a great shot there for anyone that is seeing those close-up camera angles and wondering if they're too close. Absolutely not. Really a good wide lens there, taking a peek at those two women, each of whom has so much integrity anyway. They wouldn't be inside that gap, but just to put the questions to bed there. And there we go. Nice little split screen there, Didi, with Taylor on the right and the chasers on the right.
Yeah, left. Taylor's now through 61K, so we are all eyes on the tracker to see the next pairing come through. It was just over 2 minutes at 51 kilometers, so another 10 kilometers. It's been anywhere between 5 to 20 seconds. Taylor's been putting the lead in. We'll see what it is. And then, of course, the chase group beyond Imogen and Kat with the likes of Ash Gentle, Julie Darren as well. Some great runners there, definitely still in contention for the podium the way they run.
Yeah, it's funny, just talk about the course. I know exactly where Taylor is by recognizing those trees in the background. I've seen them all too many times. But yeah, Taylor's kind of just, stretching away, and it's definitely a stopwatch on to see what that time gap is. If we got, split screen now, Taylor Knibb, race leader on the right, and Marta Sanchez on the left.
Well, you know it all too well, and I know that we're grateful that you're here instead of being down there, even if the FOMO's high. I think that just speaks to how popular and how great this race is, be it a full, half, a world championship or not. But these women living it live here for us and giving us a great, great show. Didi, take it away.
At 61 kilometers, Imogen Simmons and Kat Matthews have gone through at 2:25 and 2:27, so another 20 seconds in Taylor Knibb's pocket. And this, of course, the larger chase group with Julie Darren there going by Marta Sanchez. Julie Darren been doing a lot of the work in this group, again, trying to keep that gap to the lead, keep that gap to the podium at a manageable distance. It was about another 90 seconds at 51K. We'll see if Julie Darren has been able to hold that or maybe even inch a little bit of it back.
The other thing I think that's interesting, like while this bike course is one big lap, so it's kind of out of sight, out of mind. So if you're Taylor, you're at the road and you've got no sight. The run course is lapped, but actually there's only half of it where you're actually going to be able to see your competitors. The section at the far end of the run course that goes out to Rainbow Point, part of it's on the lakeshore and part of it's on the road, and you don't actually get to see the athletes at the turnaround. You might get to see them as they kind of go across the end of a gap in the road, but you don't actually on the run course get to see your competitor as much as I think people are expecting to. So it's going to be interesting if Taylor is stretching that gap. She might be in that sort of out of sight, out of mind on the run as well.
I think with so many fans out there, though, these women are getting splits.
They'll be getting splits, but it's
step
a visual,
of the
isn't
way.
it?
Sure.
The splits is good, but it's almost like you want that visual on your competitor.
Well, plus the splits are inaccurate. You're always just or unreliable. So maybe they're accurate, maybe they're not, and you're just saying there's always that one person that you can count on, and there's others
but
where you're just like,
if you hear the splits coming down,
Sure.
I think that's
so-
enough of a carrot. Like even if they're inaccurate and you get, your 2 minutes down and then you get your 1:30 down,
Yeah.
So at least if you're trending in the right direction, I think that is as valuable as
I've got a
visual.
question for both of you then.
Yes.
So if you're racing and you're getting splits, but you're kind of no man's land, and I'm not saying you're getting a lot of splits so you can't see a trend, but the splits are inaccurate. Do you prefer them to be inaccurate when it's giving a less of a time, or do you prefer it to be like? Do you prefer your to say you're only a minute behind when you're actually 3 minutes behind, or do they say you're 5 minutes behind when you're 3 minutes behind?
I like that question, and I'm gonna think about that
Yeah.
as we realize that we did catch up with the great Taylor Knibb. Let's hear what she had to say in this A Fighting Chance.
My house is a lot more organized, I can tell you that. But also, it might be cold in here.
Perfect.
You can see how fancy I am in terms of how my dad gave me this. It's some sort of like lemonade thing. Soda water with a twist of lemon. I haven't tried it. But otherwise, my refrigerator has water and Greek yogurt.
So you're fueled up, ready to go.
Here are my snacks for the feed.
Coming into this race, you know, obviously everyone's talking about Taylor Knibb. Do you feel any added pressure, or are you just smooth sailing right now?
Well, I didn't know everyone was talking about me. I'm actually reading a book that talks about how people care about what other people think unless you're psychopathic. So, I mean, I think I would be lying if I said that I don't care what people think of me. But I think this year I'm learning who matters. In terms of like other people talking about me, it's like, okay, I'm getting more used to that.
What would winning this race mean to you? 3 years in a row, becoming the 70.3 world champion?
I'd be very grateful. I'm just hoping to have a really good race out here on Saturday. My coach was ready to like end my season, but he's like, unless you have like a feeling that you want to race. And I couldn't explain why. I could have a good reason why, but it was just like, I had the feeling I wanted to race, and that was reason enough.
When you look at the start list, you've raced a couple of the other favorites, if you will, who you've still had the better hand on multiple times this year. Who are you most excited to race against, and why?
I think all the women. I think it's going to be fun. Some of us have raced my past 3 races together. And so it's just like a different course, different format. Throwing in some other good short course women and other good long course women. I hope it's a good race.
How's your fitness trending towards this race? You feeling good?
I'm never one to say something like that. You're trying to like pull it out of me. But one of the rules, I had a list of rules for being allowed to race this race, and I had to respond to training. Now it's very much, I have like a very step-by-step, very appropriate program, and I need to adapt, and like I need to respond to the training each week, which is kind of a different approach. But yes, I'm responding to the training again, which is good. Well, yeah. Do you like Crumble?
I have never been to Crumble, but I've seen some really funny videos.
You've never been to Crumble? Okay, we're gonna have to change that. See, this one's partially eaten. It's sugar, so that'll be my favorite. This is apparently, this isn't really a cookie.
What is that? It's like fudge?
Well, ask Kyle. And then this one has a marshmallow on top of it.
S'mores?
I don't know.
Well,
Would you like one now that I touched them all?
no.
And possibly one of my favorite fighting chances ever. Not just because there were cookies at the end, but because it really gives you a nice little taste of her flavor. So really fun, and what a great support team. You saw one of our support crew there, LVL. But you know what? We're going to switch gears and get right back on course there with Matt Lieto. Matt, give us what you got. Can't wait to hear it.
Thanks so much, Michael. What I got right now is a local legend, local hero, hometown favorite, Hannah Berry. And she right now is riding in a group with Laura Matson on the front, and Ellie Salthouse right behind her, and then Lisa Bacharis behind Ellie. These 4 women have been riding really, really well. Right now, the latest thing on this last little straightaway, they could actually see that group ahead. They were a minute behind that group, the last checkpoint. And this is the major group with Duran and Gentle and those other athletes, Paula Finley. So they now see this group ahead, and Laura Matson is definitely the one who's putting in a big, big effort, and has been for a while, to try to bridge this gap. And Ellie Salthouse made big moves early, and Hannah Berry kind of suffered and was, brought back by this group, but she's been holding strong, not one that's letting any gaps open. So she's kind of found her legs a little bit. She saw a lot of Wilms bridge up to that group, and we know there's a little bit of competition there with the Ironman Pro Series, trying to stay as close to Lottie as possible. But this group definitely having great momentum, and looking forward to trying to catch that group with some of the best runners in the sport in it. But right now, Hannah Berry on familiar roads, doing familiar things, and that's moving pretty quick over the 70.3 distance. Back to you guys.
Very good. Thank you, Matt. Always good to hear what's down in the trenches, if you will. And Hannah Berry, great to see her pushing through right there. And there, nice long stretch of road. Sid, what are we looking at here aside from beautiful, dry, sunny roads?
Yeah, you've got some fantastic of the New Zealand countryside as Taylor Nib on screen, but they're heading back towards the lake, back towards Lake Taupō. You might see in the background, and you haven't seen some of the geothermal, it's a huge geothermal area. So you see the white steam coming up out of the grounds just out of sort of almost random pockets. And that's, yeah, being created over the years. Taylor is certainly putting the steam down as she burns up this road. And as we athletes head back to T2, we will find out how the rest of the race goes when we come back after this break.
Join the full gas fence, powering Ironman. Connect with a global community of female triathletes designed by women for women. We'll help you be prepared mentally and physically for your race day. You'll receive support from former Ironman world champion McKillie Jones. Enjoy private group rides with multiple Ironman champion Nikki Bartlett. Connect with women around the world, support each other, and show that anything is possible.
So hot, hot ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
And welcome back here to the Full Gas Bike Course. One lap across this beautiful New Zealand countryside, and we're seeing a little bit more of the same. 2 hours and 6 minutes into the race, Taylor Nib just pushing away, steadily gaining 10 or 20 seconds every couple kilometers, every 10K. She's not dramatically blowing them open, but she's gaining time, and there's still a good bit of riding left. Didi, I know you've got some numbers. You got something in mind. I want to hear it.
Well,
share it.
I got an update in our race weather presented by our friends at Roka. Temperatures climbing a little bit now into 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 15 Celsius. Winds actually died down a little bit, down to 4 kilometers an hour. It had been up at 5. But a pretty great day for racing, and our Taylor Nib here at the front of the race taking full advantage, but wanted to update from the course. The Swedish fans, bib number 51, unfortunately, Anna Bergsten, has pulled from the race. She was second at 70.3 at Western Australia just a couple of weeks ago. Second as well at 70.3 Melbourne back at the beginning of November, but unfortunately unable to complete today's race. So fans of Anna Bergsten will want to know that unfortunate news. But back to the task at hand, Taylor Nib with Imogen Simmons, screen left, chasing.
So Anna Bergson, she's one of my, again, another one I think we need to look out for her name next year. She's had some good results. I think she's sort of young and up and coming. These two are very much more established, Taylor and Imogen. I'm going to take it back though, because you avoided the question because we went to a break.
Yes.
Would you prefer to know splits that were bigger than the gap to motivate you, or closer than the gap?
Okay, so to summarize, if I'm getting inaccurate splits,
yeah, if you're getting inaccurate
and if I'm
splits,
leading or chasing, I want them to be inaccurate. I want them to be grossly short. I want it to be like, you're only 20 seconds, even if I'm a minute and a half or 5 minutes, because I'm an optimistic racer. So then I'm either motivated like, ooh, I'm about to catch him, or on the other side, holy smokes, 20 seconds, I've got to really elevate my game. So I want the error in the short.
I would take the same, the under, as a less confident runner. To hear a split that is smaller than I would have expected is something that would be a great, it would be very pleasing to me.
Now we'll ask Marinda Carfrey, and she's going to say, I'd rather have them tell me I'm 20 minutes down. And because she's like, I'll just run that down.
When we next throw to them, and then maybe we can ask that.
I like it.
I also want to know, ask Taylor. I know she is a crumble cookie fan. I want to know what her favorite cookie is. And
I have her pegged for the ice pink
sugar
on top of the sugar. Yeah, that's what I'm putting for Taylor. But hey, good questions,
anyway.
all of them. And now we are sort of back out of the hypothetical and into the into the real world with Imogen Simmons, who, by the way, when we saw her, we talked a little bit about form. And I just want to point this out because there's no wrong answer here in this elite women's race. But she was just so locked in, so smooth, Imogen Simmons, just incredibly tight. The form looked, I mean, a little bit more reminiscent of a Paula Findlay, just very smooth, if you will, sort of less movement. Just want to make comment on that. I don't know if that matters, though, at all, really.
I think it's an individual thing, as we talked about before. I mean, you tend to think of the smooth riders we talked about. Paula Findlay, Lauren Brandon comes to mind, balancing a coffee cup between those shoulder blades for her. But a lot of athletes do find that rhythm through the motion in the shoulders and the hips. So I think it just depends where you draw your power and how you find that rhythm on the bike. As the athlete's going through an aid station here, Kat Matthews taking a peek over her shoulder, but that chase group will be about 2.5 minutes behind Kat. So eyes forward and off you go.
I think you'd be right. Yeah, Lauren Brandon's look. I mean, she would ride the trainer a lot, but you would be able to balance, I think, pretty much a whole dinner and wine glasses on her back. And I also think back then to Lauren swimming, and was it Katie Ledecky who balanced a glass of milk on her head doing backstroke? I can see Lauren doing that as well. Like, just such an incredible swimmer as well.
Lauren could do it in all three sports.
Lauren actually has the swim record for Ironman 70.3 World Championships back in 2016. But yeah, we're getting to the last 20 Ks of this full gas bike course. The athletes are about to do, they've gone through that aid station, and there's a little dip in the road that they're going to go down, and then they start the real climb, so to speak, rather than the grind they've been on for the last 20K.
Nice shot here with Kat Matthews on the right, Julie Duran on the left, both powering through this course, just really making great time. And as we kind of come back and think about what will be that gap, we're soon approaching that 71 kilometer mark, 71 kilometers. When we see that, we'll get to know if that lead has grown or shrunk. In the meantime, we get to hear from our friend Matt Lieto out on course. Matt, what have you got for us now?
Thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, I've got Laura Madsen, as I said, was in the front of the group, just one athlete in front of Hannah Berry, who you last saw me with. And she has been at the front of this third main group on the road for quite a while, pushing the pace. And right now she is maybe 150 meters from bridging the gap to that main chase group. So this athlete has absolutely been tearing the legs off of this group. And if I look behind, I can actually see behind Hannah Berry that Ellie Salthouse is a little bit gapped, as is Lisa Bacharas, who are the last two athletes in this group of four that, had spit out a few athletes as they went through the field. But as we can see from this shot, that Laura Madsen is bridging up to that chase group with Hannah Berry in tow. These two athletes, again, pushing the pace in front of Ellie Salthouse and Lisa Bacharas. This group of four is going to make this chase group a very, very large chase group, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, Matt, that chase group already pretty sizable. It has Julie Darren at the front of it, who has been pushing the pace pretty significantly there in the lead of that group. Lotta Vilms, Paula Findlay, Caroline Pola, Ash Gentle, Hannah DeViet, about to be joined by Laura Madsen, Hannah Berry, Ellie Salthouse, and Lisa Bacharas. So a gigantic group indeed, as the kilometers are ticking down here on the full gas bike course.
They are. We're getting close, and we will see very soon those athletes on camera come through that checkpoint, we can really register exactly what that damage is over this course. There's Tamara Jewett, 10 minutes back. Another athlete that, though, you put her on foot, oh, man, 10 minutes is nothing. Am I saying she's going to win? Probably not, but just to see the name always gives me hope to see a brilliant run coming later.
Well, for Tamara as well, it's quite important because she's currently sitting 51st in the Ironman Pro Series ranking. Now, that's not going to affect her. Obviously, she's not going to get up into the top 10. But athletes from 1 to 50 get a bonus payout at the end of the year. So if you're 51st, you want to be doing everything you can. I mean, she'll be wanting to do everything she can anyway in the race and to use her run strength as she always does. But she will be wanting to close down that gap so she can hopefully add some points and leap up into that top 50.
Great point.
She's had a tough year. She started
has,
so
yeah.
brilliantly and then just hasn't had the results that I think befit her talent, which can be a frustrating thing for an athlete. So it would be great for her to put the icing on the cake and get into that top 50 for the Pro Series. Something to definitely aspire to. A little extra cash in the pocket would be a great thing for her. As we take a look at Lotte Wilms, who continues to power away on this full gas bike course. We're gonna run away to a quick break, but I would not tell a lie. We'll be back after this quick commercial. Don't go away.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
This is where I wanna be, shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Welcome back to the full gas bike course here in Taupō. 2 hours, 16 minutes into the race, and the Canadian Paula Findlay looks fantastic, pushing along very well. As we talk about a long season and just having delivered, this athlete has been punching great races out all season long and continue to do so today, I think.
And throwing in the middle of it a wedding. She
getting
and
married.
Eric Lagerstrom married this
that,
summer,
yeah.
so obviously a humongous year for many people. Just planning a wedding and getting through that without all the racing is a big deal. But right now we're going to throw it down to our very own Greg Welch, who is with Craig Alexander. Greg, take it away.
Thank you very much, Dee Dee. And joining us right now, 3-time Ironman world champion, 2-time Ironman 70.3 world champion, and a multitude of credibility coming our way right now. Craig Alexander from Australia. Welcome, Crowie. Man, what a day so far.
Well, certainly the weather's turned it on, but the ladies are turning it on as well. I've been enjoying listening to Laura's insights on the bike course. We know they're about to hit the big climb back into town. What's been interesting, I think, is there's been a lot of talk about the road surface. I think a lot of the races this year we've seen hot mix, higher average speeds. I really think the road surface here has brought another dynamic to this race, which I've loved. It's created some separation for this front trio, and it was interesting to hear Rennie talk about how a great predictor of an outcome at an Ironman or an Ironman 70.3 World Champs is the podium from the pre-season or the season before, and that seems to be how it's playing out.
Yeah, and you can see the ladies here doing a little bit of work each, you know, trying to keep the pace line going, keeping the pace up, because as we've noticed over the last 3 or 4 time checks, they've been losing about 2 seconds per kilometre. That is Imogen Simmons and Kat Matthews, and 4 seconds per kilometre on the Julie Deron Ashley Gentle group, which contains Lotte Wilms and, you know, the rest of them there. And you can see right now Laura Madsen from Denmark just having a great day on the bike. As you would expect, the young Dane is very, very good on the bike, and she will press the pace, and that will help that chase group.
Yeah, I think, as you mentioned, Kat and Imogen have only been losing 2 seconds a kilometre. The group behind them have been losing a little more. I think if this pattern continues and if we see what we've seen in earlier races this year, Taylor normally actually just holds pace or even picks up the pace a little and extends her lead. So I'd expect that to happen. Telling part of the race right now as they hit this last climb into town, I think I mean, Taylor's just doing what we've seen Taylor do countless times over the last few years, and I mean, she's going for her 3rd 70.3 world title in a row, which is, again, creating history. So she's got a lot to race for. But so does Kat with the Ironman Pro Series up for grabs. And it's just interesting to see these 3 ladies who excelled last year doing it again this year. I mean, I think it's a course for the strong bike riders, and that's how it's playing out at the moment.
Well, let's just remind our viewers back at home about Taylor Knibb. This year's been absolutely fantastic. She's barely lost any races, and the races that she did lose have been to the World Championship Triathlon Series, you know, the WTCS races from World Triathlon. Went over to the Olympic Games, but she represented the USA at 2 sports. She represented the USA in the individual time trial in cycling, where she finished 19th place with 3 crashes. Turned up 4 days later with a huge whopping hematoma on the left hip and still finished 19th place in the triathlon. And then from there, she's been undefeated. What a year, Craig, and what is going to stop this lady from winning a 3rd title here in the World Championships? It's going to take a Herculean athlete, you know, in the run here. And from Imogen Simmons, she's been working on a run very, very good. You know, she is improving slowly, but Kat Matthews sits in that box position at that, you know, 3 minutes plus down right now. And then you've got Julie Deron and Ashley Gentle sitting. It's going to be, I think it's going to be over 5 minutes, you know, to that chase group. So it's going to be a very hard ask right here in this, you know, area that's just full of energy, you know, in the geothermal energy centre of New Zealand is going to provide so much power coming out of it later on.
Absolutely, and you know what? I'm gonna answer your first question first. What can stop Taylor? Well, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing has stopped her since the Olympics. I mean, her anchor leg at the Olympic Games in the mixed team relay was unbelievable.
Yeah.
She's just a superstar. But you know, the top 3 ladies here are all world class. I mean, Kat Matthews has a 1:16, 1:15, 1:16 half marathon to her name, so we know she can run. I think there's still a lot left to play out. That dynamic between the second chase group and Imogen and Kat. But yeah, Taylor's just doing what she looks, we get a great view of her here on the bike. Her cadence hasn't dropped. She looks smooth, looks strong, and she's getting, you know, she's in that undulating part of the course profile about to lead into the climb, and I just think she's going to extend her lead even more here.
And then they just come screaming into town, back down Rifle Range Road into the transition area, and where we're sitting at the hot corner right now is around about a kilometre into the race course. They go up to the finish line, they do a U-turn, they go down to the sailing club here in Taupō, they do a U-turn, and that's that first little bit of a lap that we know that they're going to do, and then they do 2 full loops of the run course here, which is a little bit hilly on the far end of it, so it is going to pose the challenge. But just getting back to the bike ride right now and Taylor Knibb's turnover, Craig, explain the high turnover around about 90-95 cadence and the efficiency rating that she's got going right now.
Well, she's super efficient. I mean, cadence equals efficiency, a higher cadence, but so does just her pedaling mechanics. But all these top ladies have beautiful pedal strokes. I mean, there's not a right or wrong answer. Typically, they say between 85 to 100 revolutions per minute is about your sweet spot for a time trialing cadence. It's going to vary. Every athlete's going to have their sweet spot where they put out their max power. We can see with the split screen here, Taylor definitely got a higher cadence than Imogen Simmons. Imogen Simmons is also one of the best bikers in the sport, though, on the women's side. But it's just interesting to see Taylor's cadence does not drop off throughout the 56 miles. Her bike position is beautiful. She does have a little bit of that flow. We heard Dee Dee and Michael and Laura talking about working with Lauren as we see just shift in the saddle there to get comfortable. But She just looks beautiful on a bicycle. She's won with that bike. The cadence is high. The power's great. And she's building that lead, 2 to 3 seconds per kilometre over Imogen and Kat. And, you know, I heard you and Rennie talking earlier about Kat Matthews and what a season she's had. I mean, she's just she's an athlete for all occasions and all months of the year. Doesn't matter the course, doesn't matter the distance, doesn't matter the competition. She always turns up with great form. And again, she's in the box seat to get on the podium at another World Championship.
Yeah, just over, you know, oh gosh, the nasty injury that she had too with the, you know, the broken neck, and then making her way back into the sport, which is incredible. But to see Taylor Knibb right now just accelerating away from the field, we know that she's going to be powerful over the last part. But how much damage can she do over the, you know, the last 20 kilometres, where we see that she's inside of now? She's going to make time up, going up the hill, obviously. But when they come downhill, she's not the greatest descender in the sport, but she's the best cyclist in the women's sport right now. So that could be a, you know, a little bit of a gain going up the hill, maybe a little bit of a loss coming back into town with Imogen and Kat, you know, doing what they're going to do. But I think that right now, Taylor's going to build such a great lead, and I think it's going to be good enough today.
Yeah, I agree. At this stage, I mean, it's still, I think, a touch too early to call. We still have, you know, 15 kilometres, 15, 20 kilometres, and then a half marathon to run. But she's exactly where she wants to be. It's just amazing. Some of these ladies, I mean, they're world-class triathletes, which means they have 3 great disciplines. But, I mean, you mentioned Taylor racing in the cycling time trial discipline at the Olympics. We know Paula Finley's been the Canadian national time trial champion.
And world champs this year too.
Raced at the World Championships. They just are so good on the bike. And, I mean, to see Taylor just show a clean pair of heels like this it's really incredible. And she continues to do it. I do think the girls are getting closer and closer, but whatever the course, whatever the conditions, she finds a way just to build up that buffer. And, you know, we're seeing all sorts of predictions, time predictions here and algorithms, and you've almost got to have a PhD in statistical mathematics to work things out. But it looks like
just ask Taylor Knibb.
Well, that's right. So she's quarterbacking everything beautifully here. It looks like she's going to have 3 to 3.5 minutes over Imogen and Kat coming in off the bike. It'll be interesting to see what the gap is from those two back to the next chase group, because we know Julie Duron and Ash Gentle are in there. Great runners. So there's still some dynamics to play out for the podium here.
Just see some of the chasing groups going out there too, Craig, and then also the age group races underway at the moment. Our women are really being treated to a beautiful day here on the North Island of New Zealand. We're in the centre, Lake Taupō. You can fit Singapore inside of this lake. It is absolutely glorious as we look back to Tongariro and Mount Ruapai, who on a splendid day here, we're going to go back to you guys, and we're going to leave it there. For Craig Alexander, I'm Greg Welch. Back to you, Dee Dee, Michael, and Laura.
Well, thank you very much, Greg Welch and Craig Alexander. And it's always good to hear their thoughts and perspectives. And I'll come back here and talk as we're looking at us kind of climbing up here, Sid. How challenging is this spot? One of the few times you'll see Taylor out of the aero bars. What do you think?
Yeah, it's just that pinch of a gradient that means you can't really ride it in aero bars, so it is good to get out. And also because of the last 30 Ks of the course you have been in aeros, it's kind of nice just to get out, get a bit of a stretch around, because they're going to climb up to this, and at the top of it, you know, they call it Heartbreak Hill, but at the top is the racetrack, and then it's a very fast descent back into T2. So it's a good opportunity to actually get out the bars, probably take on some nutrition, because you're not going to have that much time in the last 10 kilometers as you head down into T2.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. Good stuff. I think, Dee Dee, you were kind of running a little bit of math, a little forward math, trying to figure it out. There it is, 2 hours, 24 minutes through that split of 81.5 kilometers. So the stopwatch has gone, and you're thinking, how much time? What are we going to see here?
I think we're going to see it move up again. Again, by my math, probably 20, 30 kilometers ago, I was guessing about a 3.5 minute lead coming into T2. So we'll be somewhere between that 2.5 to 3 minutes, I think, upward close to 3 minutes. But again, I think what the interesting thing, and I take issue with Heartbreak Hill as a Bostonian, I'm a purist, but whatever, I'll roll with it. What I think we're going to see on this last climb before the descent back into town, potentially is that bigger chase group perhaps blown up a little bit. It could be a strategic place for some of those women to make a move.
To be honest, I've never heard it called Heartbreak Hill until I saw it on the map. So I'll let you have the one in Boston. It's also interesting if you see in the background of the picture there, you saw the smoke from the geothermal activity, and that's often a good indication of which way the wind's blowing. Now, typically on this part of the bike course, there's normally a headwind back to town, which is a real, I guess maybe that's the heartbreaker of climbing, gradually climbing and grinding, but with a headwind as well. But as we saw when we had the Roka weather up earlier, there's not actually that much wind. And so I would say a headwind normally favors the stronger cyclist, because the stronger you are, the longer you are out on course, it is slowing you down. But I mean, it doesn't matter today. Taylor would be the strongest cyclist anyway, but there's very little wind out there today, so a little bit different from what we would usually expect.
Okay, and what do you make of this now as I watch Kat Matthews in front of Imogen Simmons? Is this a continued back and forth, or is Kat trying to make that move? Hey, I don't want to get left behind. Let's up the ante a bit.
Tricky. I don't think there'd be, I think the gaps to Taylor now, I don't think that's a move at this point. There might be a little bit of a concerted effort just because it's going up a hill and carrying that momentum down into T2. I think these two have actually just settled in. They're working really well together. Yep, they're losing a little bit of time, but it wasn't hemorrhaging out, so to speak. So I think, you know, when the road undulates, each athlete rides different sections better, and so it might be that the gradient here is just better for Kat to push out that power, and she's moving better, so she's gone to the front.
Gotcha. What do you think, Didi?
Well, by my observation, and obviously we're not with these two athletes for the entirety, but Imogen has been at the front almost every time we've gone in there. But I think if Kat is making a move, it is less about, well, it's somewhat about chasing Taylor, but it's also knowing Julie Darren and Ash Gentle. Their run prowess is something that's going to play into Kat Matthews' mind. Obviously, Kat wanting to win, but also Kat wanting to hold on to potentially a second place as we take.
Holy smokes!
Yeah,
talking about explosions and geothermal activity.
Yeah, as we go through 81.5 kilometers, anyone watching the tracker will know our reaction is in response to Taylor Knibb's lead now. Blown up to 4 minutes and 26 seconds over Kat Matthews and Imogen Simmons. So Taylor Knibb seemed to have settled in the mid portion of this full gas bike course, but now absolutely exploding as she bombs towards town.
And as you said, you know, like Taylor would have had a very specific plan, and maybe that was a bit of a plan to push in this latter half of the bike course. It might not be Taylor pushing, it might be that these two athletes have actually not backed off a bit, but just you know, like we were saying earlier, like Taylor's had a big year, Kat's had a big year as well. They're both at the front of this race. Imogen's had a solid year. I mean, all the women out there have had a great year. So maybe it could be that just again they've just lost that little bit of momentum.
As we rush off to break, questions to ponder. I think that what I'm seeing is Taylor Knibb getting right after it. She put 2 minutes in the last 20 kilometers on that chase pack. 2 minutes, that's every 10K, a whole minute. That's a lot. And I do feel like this was calculated. Start strong, finish strong. Taylor Knibb will be back at the front of the race when we return from this break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Well, here we are again on this full gas bike course, 2 hours and 32 minutes into it. Taylor Knibb up front. Dee, wow.
I was going to say, if Taylor Knibb were a cartoon character, that last segment in the cartoon was kapow.
Yeah.
That was the moment. That was the, I don't want to, we have racing left to go, but that was the mic drop moment. Her lead now 4:26 over Kat Matthews, Imogen Simmons, and then a whopping 7.5 minutes plus to the large group of chasers. That last segment was absolutely detrimental to the rest of the field. And even now, Kat Matthews, they're not moving poorly because they hold 3 minutes on the chasers.
Which I think has increased as well.
Also increased.
Well, so real quick question here on that, because I just want to know, into the psychology of that. Kat and Imogen know exactly how hard they're riding. When you get that split, what does that do to the psyche of those two women?
So I'd imagine, I don't know, it's hard because this section's fast into T2, but I'd imagine they'll have had somebody out there giving them a slip, maybe at the top of that little climb, that little riser. And when they find out that's blown out to 4 minutes, I think that'll be a little bit of a kick in the stomach.
Motivator. Okay, motivator.
Well, no, here's the other interesting thing.
I'm sorry, kicking the stomach. You mean that's a hurt?
Yeah,
yes.
like,
to
we've
hurt.
suddenly lost 2
Yeah,
minutes.
that's what I would feel. But
yeah.
But this run is still, I mean, while that was the Taylor Knibb mic drop moment with now a 4.5 minute lead and 7.5, nearly 8 minutes on the rest of the field.
Which includes Ashley and Julie.
But, right, Ashley and Julie, right now, Kat Matthews is thinking it's only 3 minutes to Ashley and Julie, which Kat's a great runner, but so are the other two women. And so that podium battle is still very much alive.
So much
for
racing.
those athletes.
And how hard have these two on the screen, Kat and Imogen, had to ride, thinking they were trying to hold Taylor, but also get that gap away from Julie and Ashley, and it's 3 minutes.
They've done neither. They've. I mean, they're riding brilliantly, but they've really accomplished neither because the gap to Taylor seems seemingly, barring catastrophe, insurmountable, but the gap to Julie and Ash is still borderline. They're not safe.
I was going to say, I'm impressed with everything that we're seeing on the screen from all these women racing, but particularly, I think it's that gap of 7.5 minutes, almost 8 minutes to Julie Deron and Ashley Gentle. On the flip side of that, the fact that Julie Deron and Ashley Gentle are together, I think is going to make a cracking running race.
Yes.
Because those two running side by side, and they could work together, they could use each other to pull the women in front and the back, or they could use it to blow each other up.
I was going to say to blow each other apart.
Both I love what, Ashley's a fantastic runner, Julie's a fantastic runner. Coming off the bike together, I think that could be really exciting to watch.
Going to be very fun, and that, of course, takes place on the 2 laps of the Hoka Run course forthcoming. But right now, we're watching Taylor Knibb do what she has done each time we've seen her at a World Championship like this. Almost every race, you can just expect it. And while she is inspiring the women behind her to up their game on the bike, she is still just out of reach in an impressive fashion to go from just 2.5 minutes in front to now 4.5 minutes in front. This is quite a show for Taylor Knibb.
That's it, and she's really only kind of a couple of 100 meters now, or coming down into T2. You can obviously see the Lake Taupō ahead. So yeah, almost there.
Nice look at the chase pack.
That's the chase pack that is 7.5 minutes down. But the thing that just flashed into my brain is that Taylor is going to get off the bike here and, in retrospect, say the laundry list of things she did improperly, incorrectly on the bike.
Oh, yeah,
How much more meat there is left on this bone for Taylor Knibb on the bike, despite the fact that she has just annihilated the field.
Which, as we get ready to answer some of those questions and explore more, we're going to zip over to Marinda Carfrae with Matt Lieto, who are going to greet us and take us into T2. Friends, take it away.
Thanks so much, Michael. Yeah, we are down here, T2, helicopters overhead. Rennie, we know what that means.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting exciting down here. The crowds are building. I see Taylor actually rolling in now. She's probably about 200 meters out. 7.5 minutes on that main pack, 4.5 minutes. I will get a definite split once she rolls in, but holy cow, this woman is rolling today.
7.5 minutes is a crazy amount of time, obviously 4.5 as well, but here we see Taylor Wright coming under the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship arch, gets off her bike, takes a few steps. What are you seeing, Rennie?
I mean, she looks smooth. There's not even there wasn't the limp. Usually if you get the limp or the double step there. Here she is, racking her bike, making quick work of it. She'll throw her helmet down. Oh, shoes on first. She's getting those Hoka shoes on quickly. Helmet off. She did it in between there.
I've not seen the one shoe on, helmet off, one shoe back on.
Hey, everyone has their own unique way to do it. Hat and nutrition, and she's off. Everyone has their little bags these days, so she'll has everything in that bag that she needs, and she can go and put that on as she rolls. But Taylor Knibb, incredible.
Yeah, no, she absolutely is. And we always say we could tell a little bit on how the athlete looks when they get off the bike and runs away. And normally when you see someone dominate a bike ride like that, you see something else on the run. It's stiff. They don't look natural as a runner, but Taylor Knibb looks very, very natural as a runner.
Well, dominate or not, generally you see people hop off the bike and there is that, oh God, you know, that first step or two. Yeah. She looked completely smooth, like, yep, here we go, time to go run. So I think she's just done so many races, and once that run off the bike becomes second nature, you can fly, and I think she's going to fly today.
There we go, and we can see with the Rahu Element Rival split, very fast time for Taylor Knibb today, 2:10. Amazing bike ride from her. And these athletes are going to be able to see that split. That's going to be detrimental when they come in, but good thing they can't see how good she looked getting off the bike.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the athletes coming off behind her, all they can do is control what they're doing and get the most out of what they're doing. Obviously, still podium positions up for grabs, and who knows what's going to happen. I mean, she did look good. I think she's going to have a great run. I don't foresee that 4-minute deficit being made up by, you know, Kat or Emo, but you never know what's going to happen. You never know. One weakness that Taylor has had is some stomach issues. So she does tend to struggle with nutrition a little bit and have some stomach issues. So that's, who knows? That's probably maybe the only chink in her armor on the run. But yeah, I think we'll wait a few minutes here for the next women to come in. But it's going to be a good run.
There you go. We're going to come back to the studio and then back down here when we see those chasers come back through.
Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamond. Shine bright like a diamond.
Jog it in. She's an athlete that wants to get the most out of every single performance to see what's possible because she's setting up her goals for next year. So unless she lays it all out there now, she doesn't know what she's going to want to work on for the next segment of her career.
And you're totally right. Should have come into T2 and should have been going through her head like everything she did wrong or whatever as she's out.
Which, you know what, and because that's painful to hear because you want someone to be satisfied, it's also why she's this good. Yes. I mean, she is exacting just incredible results out of herself. She is going to see the problem, and most of us can't learn from victories. We only learn from failures. So she's able to go in there and say, hey, this could have been better.
Yeah.
Let me make it better. And to me, that's why Taylor Knibb is Taylor.
And by the way, we've been yammering for how long now? And now Imogen Simmons and Kat Matthews coming in across the bike. So
was Kat there as well?
I didn't see
Kat.
Kat.
She's there.
Oh, she was. Okay.
About 14 seconds back.
Okay, we're going to throw down to Matt and Rinny, who are in transition.
13 seconds, Kat lost to Imogen.
Rinny and Kat Matthews just behind.
Yeah, Emo off the bike real quick there and smooth out a transition. We have Kat in transition now. She's just getting her shoes on, socks and shoes first. So she is just a couple of seconds behind Emo as she runs out. But Imogen looking pretty smooth on the first steps.
Yeah, and Imogen to me looked like very direct and purposeful, obviously in getting a gap out, at the end of the bike ride, and then really being aggressive in transition. And Imogen looks absolutely fantastic. That's the best I've seen her look running off the bike. But Kat Matthews had those eyes of the tiger.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Did you see Kat's eyes? You saw Kat as she gathered herself. She took a deep breath, and the eyes, there was like fire in them. So exciting to see her out on the run now.
Okay, those two, do we think we're going to see Kat bridge up to Imogen, or does Imogen look too good right now?
You know, I think Kat will bridge up to Imogen. On paper, Kat's the better runner out of the two. Imogen did look super strong, super smooth. Yeah, I think right now it looks like a repeat of last year, but let's see what the runners look like.
Yeah, and no doubt those two athletes know that there's two athletes behind them that are fantastic runners in Ashley Gentle and Duran. So lots of work left to do. We got more work to do when they come back, or that second group comes in for transition. But for now, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Marinda Carfrae. Matt Lieto there in T2, seeing it all. And I'll have to give credit here, Didi, you call it the judgment zone. And I think that's so good. It's a trademark there. And I like the way you refer to that, because that's when they come off the bike and we have to see how they look, who transitioned well, who's coming off, who's getting those kinks out. And so far, everyone off the bike looks phenomenal. They look very smooth.
They look phenomenal. Of note, Kat Matthews lost a few seconds, and here we have Marta Sanchez serving that penalty from earlier on the full gas bike course. But coming into transition, Kat lost a handful of seconds to Imogen, but she really gathered herself. And I will say the look on Kat Matthews' face running out of T2 made me scared.
Yeah.
In a respectful way. Yeah, she is absolutely fired up.
Just to put into context, you're saying about Taylor's bike course time, that 2:10. The previous times on this Ironman 70.3 Taupō course have all been around the 2 hours 20, the 2 hours 25 for the bike course. And I would say this is a harder course. It's not the same course as before, but this is a harder course. So what she's just done on that bike is truly impressive.
But also, you had said, Sid, at the top when we were talking about this being a flat run course, Taylor Knibb just bombed down that hill.
She just came down that hill.
Yeah, that's a short little punchy hill.
That's
they're
right.
They're not long, but they're short and punchy, which breaks up your stride.
Because as you see she's come down, around that turnaround, and she's got to go back up it now. And the interesting thing we'll see, and I need to work out those gaps to Imogen and Kat, is whether they will pass each other or not. So, but whilst we have our top three athletes and more of the women getting onto the run course, let's take a look at our Hoka run course maps.
And here we go. Sid, take us through this, as you know it so well.
Yeah, so it's a 2-lap course, and the athletes head out of transition. They're going to hang a right along Lake Terrace. They're going to head towards the swim start, which is where we've just seen Taylor drop down past the yacht club and back. And they're then going to follow the lakefront all the way out to Rainbow Point at the other end of the course. Climb up a small hill and come back along the road. Again, it's not a flat course. It's 2 laps, but they will go back. The first bit from transition to the finish is sort of like the extension.
Let's zip over to Matt Narini in transition. Take it away, my friends.
Thanks so much, guys. Well, they're all in, and most of them are out. Duran first out, Rini, and moving well.
She was moving well. She would charge into transition and charge right out. We had Devette come out there. We just see Hannah Berry right now, and also Lisa Bacharis coming out. We had Paula Finlay in there. I mean, you guys can see on the tracker, and you'll be able to see them, women. But we had a lot of the Pro Series ladies in this group too. But also Ashley Gentle. She was about 4th out of transition, maybe 10 meters behind Julie Darron. So, you know, she has a couple of steps to make up.
Yeah, no, if those two link up, there's a little bit of trouble for those ahead, even though there's that big of a gap. But Duran looked amazing. Paula Finley looked really comfortable. Last out of transition was Lotta Wilms. She didn't look like she was going to move up too much too quickly, but she's in a pretty comfortable spot in the Pro Series as well. And then looks like Ellie Salthouse wasn't able to bridge up with Bacharis and Hannah Berry, so she's coming into transition right now, Rennie.
Yeah, so Ellie Salthouse had a disappointing swim, and she was been playing chase all day, so she's kind of in a no man's land, just in transition right now, changing. That'll be a hard pill to swallow for her. She's fallen short in a lot of 70.3 world champs, so hopefully she has the legs to run up and run through some of those women.
Yeah, people forget world champs is a different kind of weight, and some athletes can step up, and you've been one that is shown to step up at world championships, and some that pressure is maybe a little bit too much. Ellie Salthouse is going to put those shoes on and do her best to run through this group. I'm going to do my best to catch up on the moto, and I think you're going to go back with Greg. So back to you guys in the studio for now.
And we are back here with Kat Matthews, who has caught and dropped Imogen Simmons. She has what everyone said, the eye of the tiger, fire in the eye. The competitors drive to the front. I think at this point, even though we're saying, wow, 4 minutes, 39 seconds is massive, in her brain, all she's thinking is, how quickly can I get there? Let's do this. So impressive stuff.
And let's take a look at the top 3 fastest female transition times in T2, presented by our friends at Morton. It was Taylor Knibb, already had the socks on, at 101, Imogen Simmons at 104, and Hannah DeViet at 104, as well as we look at Kat Matthews absolutely charging. So Jock Math, 3:15 back to Julie Darren. And Ash Gentle a few strides behind that, not to overlook Imogen Simmons, but talking about sort of the superstar runners and the dynamics that could play out.
Imogen still looks like she's running well. I also wonder with Kat, I mean, she's obviously charging for that win. She wants a world title. She's had a lot of second places. She's obviously going to, well, assuming she gets to the finish line, nothing happens, she's going to secure the Pro Series title. But I have a feeling, I don't think she'll be thinking about it now, but she's already mentioned about next year, the Pro Series, it would be great to have the perfect score. I wonder if she's trying to put a target out there as well of like, how many points can I get this year as the winner of the Ironman Pro Series and set the standard and the benchmark for the other women coming, and then go on to next year and go, I want to win every race and have that perfect score.
It's a big ask.
Just, yeah.
I mean, the level of the sport is just ever climbing day by day. So it's a ambitious goal, but I wouldn't put it past her.
Well, yeah, if you're betting on anyone to make that goal, it's Kat. You just tell her she can't, and that's even more reason to make it happen. So Taylor Knibb in front here with a giant gap already through 2 kilometers before we even saw these women start running. So fantastic stuff. Stay with us. We'll be back to this Hoka Run course in just a minute.
Shine bright like a diamond. Fine light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
The VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Shimano, the world's leading manufacturer of bicycle components and accessories. Well, here we go. This tells me a little bit as I see Imogen Simmons. It's warmer than the Roka graphic is telling us for that weather. Unzipped, you can see the sweat, you can see the labor in her face a bit. She looks wonderful, don't get me wrong, but you can see it's not all perfect weather out there, a little bit warmer.
We were anticipating sort of a mild climate, but I think the humidity, adding that humidity, you know, you've got 70 to 80 degrees Fahrenheit on the temperature, you add the humidity to that and it makes it a little bit more stifling.
It's classic weather in New Zealand at this time of year, particularly in the North Island. You get a pretty cold morning, and obviously the lake is colder because it's coming out of winter. You get those pretty cold mornings. We saw everyone in their puffer jackets and stuff, and yet by the time they're on the run, albeit we're still late morning now, it suddenly gets a lot hotter. And we know anyway it always feels a lot hotter on the run. But yeah.
Yes, all great insight there. Next to local knowledge.
I was just saying that was Burger Fuel, which is the best place to go post-race fuel.
Also, Kat screaming back at exactly. But in the role of support
honey.
and the role of stats and splits. So ultimately, she was not pleased with what she heard or how she heard it. So that right there, though, is a fun snapshot into what racing's really about, and that is so common and so true. You got your person or your coach or your agent or whomever it is, and there's just that true love back and forth.
I think these two have a great dynamic. We saw in a race earlier this year where actually Kat suffered with a calf injury, and it was like a whole insight into a marriage as they're both walking along the course. Back to our leader though, Taylor Nibber. She's come off Lake Terrace. She's 3 kilometers. She's gone through 3.3 kilometers, 11 minutes 34. She's off Lake Terrace, which is the main road where you saw all the crowds. She's now following the lake path. So, yeah, well away.
And if we look at some of the early paces, again, these are get-out speeds for some of these women out of T2. Our fastest mover on the course was Kat Matthews at 3:22 Ks. Ash Gentle and Julie Darren Julie Darren just under 3.5 Ks at 3:26. Ash Gentle at 3:32. So those are some of our fastest movers. Taylor Knibb, obviously, 3:31 through that same segment. So early get-out speed for some of these women, super impressive.
Yeah, and it's a great view now that we got there in the run course. So you can see it's not as straight and as people think. So as well as the undulations, you've got kind of these just subtle turns and stuff which will break up your rhythm, your stride. As we go back to one of the fastest movers on the course now. Look at that. And she's got Ashley Gentle behind her, and we know how good Ashley Gentle is, but Julie Darren is motoring.
Right, and just the initial posturing, the initial look, Julie looked more on her form than Ashley looks. I mean, Ashley looks good, but she looks a little bit more on the struggle bus for what we're used to seeing, and such a phenomenal athlete all around. I'll speak to all of them but at that moment, just referencing Ashley Gentle, maybe not found her legs yet, and that could happen later. Hopefully it will.
Well, sorry, Dee, I would say as well, Ashley she's such a magical runner to watch. It is very smooth. It is. And I think you're right. I don't think she's found her legs yet. And I think we're getting word off the course that she wasn't looking too good coming out of transition. Julie Darren is kind of a battler of a runner, a bit like Kat. They sort of run with strength, but it's effective and they move fast and it works for them. Whereas Ashley is that just sort of, I don't know, purist running style, I guess you'd call it.
Okay. And anything that you're seeing, Didi, that's surprising you now, as we know Taylor's heading towards Rainbow Point, about 4.5 Ks in at the moment.
I mean, I think Taylor looks great. I think Kat looks great. Imogen looked a little labored. We saw Ash Gentle looking a little labored, and Julie Darren looking fantastic. And I believe that was Tamara Jewett we just saw coming out of transition there, was it?
I think Handvet.
Oh, that was
I thought it was Tamara as well. Very similar race
kids.
Yeah. But I think Handvet.
How about that? Did you see Kat Matthews? A smile and a wave. So
I think she's in control. She knows what she's doing, and she's going after it.
Without a doubt. I agree. She's working very hard, but she's doing everything that is well within the appropriate capabilities, just really leaning into it. And this is fun. You can always tell that the goals, the season, all the stuff we've talked about, the execution, taking the Morton gel here, all that stuff, what really matters is you can tell she loves to race. She loves to compete. And so does she want to get second? No, but she's going to have a great time doing it.
And she's one of those athletes that despite, we've seen the interaction with her husband, Mark, out on course, and despite best advice given by her team on course, Kat is going to do what Kat wants to do out there,
yeah.
which is race hard and absolutely leave it all out there. I am relieved for Kat's sake to see her off the bike. She had to finish this race, you know, in terms of the Pro Series, not at the forefront of her mind, but a relief now that she's into the run.
And both the women that we had on screen, and obviously Taylor now we've got, and Kat, they both love to race. They've both had huge seasons, which we've said. I know Taylor's coach didn't particularly want her to come and race, but she's like, I don't know why, I just need to go. I need to race. And it's just because she loves it. And you saw it with Kat as well. They just love it. And it's really, I don't know, as a fellow athlete, it's really inspiring as well and motivating to watch.
It sure is. And without any further ado, we're going to zip over to Greg Welch and Craig Alexander. My friends, take it away.
Thank you very much, Michael, Dee Dee, and Laura. Yes, it is all Taylor Knibb at the moment. Kat Matthews looks absolutely fantastic at this point of the race. You saw coming up from the yacht club there, Craig, and she was just absolutely motoring. The other better runners on the field right now, Julie Deron, she looked absolutely fantastic. And Tamara Jewett from Canada, although she's down just inside of the top 20, she is absolutely flying.
Yeah, Tamara looked great. She's a fair way down, as you mentioned. You know, I think Taylor's just doing what Taylor does. I think she's got her pacing strategy. She'll be getting plenty of feedback out on course. She looks great. Kat looked amazing. Kat looked amazing. We're sitting at the hot corner, so we get to get a visual on them a few times down near the yacht club, and she came charging up that hill. She looked great. So I think she's eating into Taylor's lead a little bit, but more noticeably, she was running away from Imogen and holding pace, or holding that gap over Julie Deron, it looked like.
Yeah, as they're coming through the hot corner, the crowd is building as well there, Craig, as we sit just underneath Mount Tongariro and also Ruapehu. And this is Tongariro Street, the main street here in Taupō. Now, when Kat Matthews came onto the main street, she was 10 metres behind Imogen Simmons. Now, when she came back 400 metres later, she was 30 metres in front of Imogen Simmons. So she's got a hot turnover happening right now, and it looked good. It looked energetic. So I feel good things today for Kat Matthews, and I do think that she's going to wrap up the Pro Series right here. The Ironman Pro Series will probably go to Kat Matthews today, and if she holds this place, she's going to be walking away with $245,000 this afternoon. Back down onto Lake Taupō right now, and you can see that Taylor Knibb has got that beautiful running style, been working so hard over the last year on this turnover, and look at it now coming to fruition as she goes for a three-peat.
Yeah, she looks great. You mentioned we're at the hot corner, which is about 800 metres into the run course, and I think you can get a lot and see a lot, you know, just with the athletes' body language and their intention. And Kat looked like she had that forward lean. You know, she looked aggressive, actually. Looked like she'd gone out at an aggressive pace.
Kat just did a step-back three-point shot there and only just missed the rim.
Yeah, she looks good. She looks good. She looks full of running. We've talked a lot about it's December and it's a late World Championships and it's a long season, but she looks like she's still full of running. She's one of the fastest on course at the moment. She looks great. As I was saying, just her intention and her body language as we saw her rip into this run course.
Well, Craig, explain the different turnover here. As you can see the knee drive and the hips and everything from Taylor as opposed to Kat. So the turnover, look at Kat's turnover right now. She's very aware of the situation. She's got the sponge. She's not wearing a hat. It's not that hot. It's only around about 23 degrees Celsius right now, or around about 73 degrees Fahrenheit. She's got the beautiful turnover. Looks like she's in full control of a race.
Yeah, she looks amazing. She looks amazing. Of course, they all, you know, all run tiles and all biomechanics are slightly different,
yes.
and there's no real right or wrong answer. It's the run technique that fits your biomechanics, and so I guess there's no right or wrong way to run. It's more about, of course, the bottom line is pace on course. That's what we look at. But Kat looks great. I think she's got a really traditional. She's got a low arm carriage, but she's got a really traditional, just an efficient run technique. She looks
beautiful
great.
Run style.
Yeah, and I mean, an athlete's run speed is their stride length multiplied by their cadence. So cadence and turnover is always important.
Yeah, shorter athlete, Kat Matthews, not such long legs. You know, someone like Taylor Knibb, a little bit longer in the stride, but, you know, the speed that she's running with right now is just absolutely incredible. As we can see this beautiful course. I mean, you know, in the far mountains there, that's where they're biking today, but now it's onto the run course too, and a little bit laps. We're just seeing Jackie Herring going past the hot corner right now. She's hanging in there, probably going to take second place in the Ironman Pro Series this year and walking away with a bucket load of cash, because every second matters today, and for Jackie Herring just falling back now as the race continues for the Ironman Pro Series, and it's going to fall that in the way of Kat Matthews. Out onto the Hoka Run course right now, Craig. We have a beautiful course set up here today. A little loop in town as they made their way up to the finish line. A U-turn down past the Taupō Yacht Club. Another U-turn brings them up to the hot corner on the corner of Tongariro Street and Robert Street. Then onto Lake Terrace Road they go, and out toward Rainbow Point and 2 Mile Bay Yacht Club, and then a return into town. Undulating course on the 2 loops, but a challenging.
And these great overhead shots are where we pick right up here where we left off, or at least where we were talking. Taylor Knibb on the run and a slight upgrade, and you can see that Rainbow Point, and look at the graphic below as she runs towards that 8.9 kilometer mark. You generally trend up a couple of dips, but that's, I think, the takeaway for me. There's no level flat section of rhythm, and so you have to be quite strong and quite resilient to go up and down over all these hills all day long on tired legs. So she's doing well with that.
Yeah, especially after like that rough surface of the bike. It just kind of like that vibration and shake is just kind of like wears away. As we get some beautiful views of the 2 Mile Bay Yacht Club, I could definitely recommend that place for post-race. They do a good pizza there. Back to Kat Matthews, and this is what I was saying, like, so Taylor's just gone around the turnaround at the far end, and Kat's coming towards the turnaround. They don't see each other. So they don't get any visual eyes on between the two of them. They're just getting the splits from partners or support crew out on course.
Looking a little bit further back before we head into a break, back at 4.5 kilometers, Imogen Simmons at 5:39 back. Julie Darren now just 2:20 back, so Julie continuing to chip away at that podium possibility. Ash Gentle now in 5th at 8:15 back. We're going to run away to a quick break, but lots of racing left to go on the Hoka Run course. We'll be right back to you. Don't go away.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
And as we watch Kat Matthews do a better pace than anyone on course right now, at least through these segments, we have to say there's still hope that she can get up there to the front of the race. However, she's not taking enough time out of Taylor Knibb, so it seems improbable. Didi, what are you thinking about this superstar on camera right now, Kat Matthews?
She's just so tough, such a fighter, just races absolutely fearlessly. I think we would see other athletes come to this point in the season knowing that she's going to get the full weight of this score towards her pro series, likely going to run away with the entire series. We would see other athletes race slightly more conservatively to defend that, but not Kat Matthews. She is absolutely going after it, still in pursuit of Taylor Knibb, still in pursuit of a world championship title. Doesn't look likely that she's going to get it, but no, she doesn't know that.
Never give up.
And that's impressive. It's so impressive, particularly given the duration of the season, the challenges that she's had, the calf injury early, a disqualification, mid-season. It hasn't all gone her way, and she's still out there absolutely fighting tooth and nail for every second.
Yeah, she's just super impressive. Definitely that never say die attitude. And I love like listening to some of her interviews before the race as well. She speaks so well, and she's confident in her own abilities and what she can achieve, and not just that, she's confident in what she wants to set out to achieve and how to get there. And she's developed this team around her, both sort of coaching and partners and sponsors, and just goes after it.
Yes, and she does very well with it. I think someone we're going to have to watch out for, continuing to watch out for as we take a look at the precision, fuel and hydration performance stats right through 7.75 kilometers. Taylor Knibb, she clocked 3:36 per K, and we're estimating to see her at 3:10, 3 hours, 10 minutes at the next split. But thanks to Precision Fuel and Hydration for those stats, that's Taylor Knibb rocking and rolling. Of course, she's on the right side of her screen, Didi, and you got Kat Matthews on the left. You can kind of come back to a little bit more on the left side. You see Kat giving that heart, you breathing out, really labored, really working, leaning into it. Taylor, a little bit more of a poker face, a little bit more of her body looks good. Can't give any clues out of that, the visage.
Yeah, I mean, just emotionally, you look at them and they look very, very different. But again, I'll say it again. I love the way Kat Matthews races. I love the way Taylor Knibb races. I mean, Taylor's been super aggressive and done such a fantastic job on the bike, and continues to work and improve in everything, and is inspiring Kat Matthews to do the same thing.
Yes, have to. Yeah, and she's kind of she has that just sort of metronome, right? It's just rhythmic and she just sets out. You don't ever question, is she going out too hard? With Taylor, this is she just looks like, man, she calculates it. She's there on the swim. She had that perfectly paced start of the bike, into the bike, really, because maybe a little bit of a hold back on the middle, and then now on the run, it's just boom, boom. I expect her to be going a little bit quicker now than she does then, but man, just really calculated, machine-like effort here as she converses with
somebody with a phone over there, and she's like, okay, well, you can take your picture, but give me some information.
Well, or I'm not sure if she's saying,
get away.
You get away from me, because you can't have anyone riding alongside you. And even though they might not know her as such, she's probably very aware that she doesn't want to get a penalty for anything like that. Or it's Taylor and she's just being very chatty, as we've seen her do on the bike to the cameraman and stuff like that before.
Yeah. Either way, it displays a bit of presence of mind, right? She's either saying, hey, don't get me a penalty, or, chit chat. Either way, she's not tapped out. She's very aware and in good control at this moment.
I mean, it just shows she is the best in our sport at the moment, but I do think we're going to start to see, look, Kat's smiling, so there's, maybe a smile as Lottie Wilms goes the other direction. But I think we're starting to see this sort of, the women, they're not going to settle for Taylor being so good. They want, and especially Kat's going to drive that, but over this year, we've sort of seen those battles come out, like Taylor, Ashley, Julie Deron, Kat in the mix, and I think these four, plus add in some of the women that aren't here, it's exciting time for women's sport. There's such a depth and there's such a talent. I'm super stoked.
I'm super stoked with you, because it takes that push, and no one's going to let it go. They're all elevating to get there, and they're all really just providing such great entertainment from our standpoint and inspiration across the board. And what about some of those? We do have almost everyone here that we wanted to see here, but there's some talent that couldn't make it, be it an injury, a health, a family consideration, all of the above. So you mix those women, they're all sitting here on the sidelines, bummed to not be there, and getting fired up, ready to go in 2025.
Well, and here in the booth, we're sitting here salivating, saying, imagine the day where we do have some of those names here. Lucy Charles Barkley,
Emma Palin-Brown,
Laura Phillip, where we get all of those women together on their day in one place. And I mean, this is it now. Kapow times 2.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. So here we are looking at the Hoka Run course. We're in lap 1 of 2, and we encourage you to stay with us. We'll be back for much more exciting action after this quick break.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the IRONMAN Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Process, now speeding now. Hey, Chris, come on, listen now. Fly, fly. Watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
The streets are lined with spectators here in Taupō. Some of those are the men who get to race tomorrow. Many of them, we will say, are Ironman fans, and they're all watching incredible action here from the leader on the day, USA's Taylor Knibb. She's rolling along.
I actually just via text message finger wagged one of my athletes who sent in some photos from the course of the women out there, and I told him, great, glad you're enjoying it, go get off your feet.
Which would you prefer? You know, I love this 2-day format where the women get one day of racing and the men get another day racing. I think that's really important for the women in the sport. But which would you prefer? Would you prefer to race on the first day or the second day?
Oh, 100%. First day, get in there, and then on day the women get to just party.
I used to think that we should alternate and we should switch it over, and so one time it should be the women's, the first day, the men, and then the next day, the next year it should switch. And now I'm all about, no, let's have the women on the first day, and then we can watch the next day.
I think the benefit for the men, you better believe they're watching this and maybe changing strategy some ways, in some ways, watching the race unfold and where could be some key moments. We're going to throw it down to our good friend Matt Lieto, who's got some key moments himself. What do you got, Matt?
Sure do. Thanks so much, Didi. I'm here with Paula Findlay, as we know, has been on the World Championship podium before, and she's doing her best to put herself in a position to do so again. She's running faster than all the athletes, or most of the athletes directly behind her, so she's gaining some confidence out of that, but definitely some open road in front of her. She knows that it's the fleet feet of Ashley Gentle and Daron that are directly in front of her that are going to keep her out of that kind of podium contention. Obviously, she needs to run up to another few athletes up there, but the long podium of 5th place is definitely still within reach for Paula Findlay, but she needs to maintain focus, and she's one that is great at running up and down hills, and we saw her really open up on some of these light downhills. People think, you know, you're alongside the lake, so it's a flat course. This is definitely not a flat course. It's very, very undulating, very rolly. Athlete needs to make sure that they can maintain that good body position up and then let it roll on the way down. And letting it roll right now on lakefront is Paula Findlay doing a fantastic job. A lot of racing left, and someone with a lot of experience, Paula Findlay, she's going to put herself as far forward as possible and being patient at this point, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, Matt Lieto, on course and there with the patience. So hard to be patient, but so essential. And I will admit, I'm rooting for Paula Findlay to have a great second half of this run and get herself further up the ranks. I'm always a fan and enjoy watching her go, but I'm generally a fan of most of these women out here, all the ones I've watched before anyway. So some new fans trying to win me over. Didi, what have you got?
Well, just talking to Taylor Knibb, the only thing I noticed, she's unzipped her kit, and
Portaloo.
That was my guess.
Yes. There it is, the prep.
I saw her unzip, and then I saw the overhead shot of the Portaloos,
spotted.
and I was like, I wonder if we're gonna have a break. I mean, again, this has been the one thing that Taylor has struggled with, really, that she hasn't necessarily found the way through some of this GI issues. I don't think it's going to impact her. She has a safe cushion. Better to do what you need to do and move on. But
that's right. And Didi, you said this well. We talked about it. We said it could be problematic if and when the GI distress hits. But what you said was she knows how to deal with that
Yes.
now. And so again, she's going to get in, and part of that is approach, get the zip ready, get the mechanics of it,
Yes.
and then also knowing that it's not the end of the world.
Right.
You can still win world championships with a stop in the porta potty.
And I think we saw that. So she's obviously calculated the gap that she had, whereas
Sure.
I've seen in previous races she knew the gap wasn't big enough and she's just carried on. But we're going to go down back on course. Greg, Rinny, and Craig, what have you got for us, guys?
All right, thank you very much, guys. And as we look at Taylor Knibb just coming back into town here in Taupō, she's just about to hit the hot corner. And Mirinda, things are changing around a little bit here. Got Kat Matthews down to 4:04. She's making inroads in the lead. And then also in the minor placings, look like by about 12 to 13 kilometres, Julie Deron may catch up to Imogen Simmons. But listen to the crowd, Mirinda, as they come through. The crowd is really building, and it is so energetic down here.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's starting to get electric down here. Crowds are building for finish. We're just seeing Taylor Knibb run across in front of us now. She's looking really strong. And as you said, we have Emo possibly starting to fade and Julie Deron really charging hard.
Yeah, I think Kat's just having a blinder of a run. She's equal fastest on course, I think, with Julie. I'm really intrigued by this battle back in the field between Julie and Ash. Ash is sort of hovering around 20 seconds behind Julie. Julie sort of created that gap straight out of T2, but it's held strong at that. So, you know, we saw in a race a month ago in Dubai at the T100 that Ash went out very fast. Maybe she's trying a different pacing strategy here, but Taylor just looks in control. She looks like she's running her own race, running to her pace, and really just looking amazing.
Right on time there, Craig. Nice little segue. And we got Ashley Gentle from Australia on screen right now and absolutely running the house down. She has turned the corner, Mirinda. She ran out before, out of transition, and did not look good at all. And look at the fleet-footed Australian right now, having another great year, but we know the running pedigree that she has under her belt. And today looks like she's just about to turn the corner here and go up onto Julie Deron. So minor placings are up for grabs right now. Maybe it's going to be 4th and 3rd place for Julie Deron and also Ashley Gentle, because Kat Matthews looks like she's got a stranglehold on that 2nd place.
Yeah, it looks now, the last split, Ash was around 25 seconds back from Julie Deron. Yeah, just hovering around, as Crowe said, that 20 seconds, 20-second mark. But also, yeah, is she building into this run after that blow up, which you never see from Ash in Dubai just a few weeks back? Is she might be building into it, and she certainly looked like she was running a lot better now than when she came out of transition.
Yeah, as we've got a great vantage point right here on the hot corner as we see Taylor Knibb running straight towards us. She's coming through town. Big crowd support here. She looks like she did on the first lap. I think she looks great. She looks smooth and she looks in control.
Craig, break it down for us right now. She still looks good, but I'm seeing a little bit of a slowing in the turnover here.
Maybe a slight slowing in the turnover. She'd be getting plenty of splits on course. She knows that she lost about 50 to 55 seconds over that first 10.5 kilometres, so she has a substantial lead. She certainly doesn't look as comfortable as she did 10.5 kilometres ago.
And
but
Rinny,
she looks...
sorry, Craig, sorry about that. And Rinny, as Craig was saying, you know, the pace is still on, but she's always so aware of where she is in the race, and she did take a long look over her shoulder just then, and she knows that Kat Matthews is on fire right now, but she has got a huge lead still running up Tongariro Street right now. It was 4:04 just a moment ago. We will get another split coming up here in about a kilometre or so, but Kat Matthews just about to hit town, and the crowd is building.
Kat Matthews is definitely just starting to roll through town, so she'll be getting that crowd support. She'll be enjoying those crowds. But you're right. Taylor Knibb took a big, long look to see if she... And you know, Taylor's going to have a lot of people giving her splits out on course, but there's nothing like getting eyes on your competition. And so we're going to see Kat come around the corner here momentarily, right past hot corner. She'll go up towards the finish line, have a look at where she's headed, and then come back towards us and back out and back. So a couple of little fingers here at the end of the course where we get to see them, and hopefully she'll get some eyes on Taylor at some point as well.
Yeah, well, we just saw Kat take a long look down towards where Taylor has just gone down that little out and back section at this end of the course, and Kat still looks amazing. I think she would have gone out really hard. I think she would have wanted to set her intentions early. She looked great that first lap. She still looks great on the second lap. Great leg turnover. Pace looks like it slowed a bit for all these lead ladies, but I mean, Kat knows she's, we've been talking about the Ironman Pro Series, and I think that'd be in the back of her mind. Now, what's in the front of her mind is just this race right here, this world title that's up for grabs today.
Yeah, she's really wanting to finish off the year strong and in second place at the moment. If it all holds the way that it is, she'll walk away with the Ironman Pro Series, $200,000. She'll walk away with second place, $45,000. What a way to finish the year off it would be for Kat Matthews. Had by far and away one of the most consistent years that anybody could ever have in the sport. And when she came up Tongariro Street just a moment ago, you could see her thrusting those arms forward. She's got the arm carriage going. She's shortening up the stride uphill. And you know that Kat Matthews is giving everything at the moment. And if you ask me, I think that the time gaps are coming down on these little up hills, and that's where Kat Matthews is doing the damage.
Yeah, Kat Matthews, every time I look at the time splits, she's fastest on course, or very close to fastest on course. Obviously, we have Julie Deron and Ash Gentle as well, just running a little bit faster than Taylor Knibb. But, yeah, Kat Matthews, I'm just so impressed by this young woman. I mean, just tearing this season apart. Second place at the Ironman World Championships, most likely second place here again. Pro Series champion. I mean, what a year for Kat Matthews.
Unbelievable to see Kat Matthews now at the 11.1 kilometre marker. It's now down to 3:17. This is getting very interesting. Remember when she ran out of transition, Rennie? It was 5:01. So if you take that into consideration, and on the back end of the course, you know that it's going to come down even more. This is the turnover here. You can see the crossover between Kat Matthews and Taylor Knibb. You can just see them going past one another, getting a good long look at each other, and that is going to be the stare. All right, we're going to leave it here. We're on the hot corner. Taylor Knibb has gone by one way and Kat Matthews the other. Throwing it back to you.
Thank you so much to Craig Alexander, Greg Welch, and Marinda Carfrey. And Marinda, I agree completely. I think we all do here. Kat Matthews, 33 years old and just on top this year. Well, not quite on top today, but having the on-top year and really making it exciting for us. Imogen Simmons really putting in solid efforts here, really trying to hold, whereas previously you saw Julie Deron rolling towards her. So a little bit of drama there still to unfold.
So I'll ask this question because we did talk about it off air in the break. If you were Kat, so you are desperate for that world title, you've been close so far, and I'm sure it's going to come at some point. She's had a lot of second places in Nice and things. She's, in theory, going to win the Ironman Pro Series. Would you swap the win of the Ironman Pro Series and the money that she will gain from that for a world title?
I think as an athlete, yes, you swap all the money and everything that goes with it for that world title. I just think that's why we race, and that's what sticks. That's what lasts a lifetime. The money gets spent. The money is gone. Even the medal, the trophy, all that stuff goes away. But that knowledge that you beat everyone in the world, that never goes away. And I think just to come off of what you said, I do think that she's positioned to win. It's not common to win a world title without hitting second or third beforehand. It's exceedingly uncommon. And so I think Kat's getting that second. Boom, she's going to be taking a title
We
soon.
saw it was Lucy Charles Barkley. She was second for so long, and then it happened. So I think it's going to be.
It's tough to be racing in the era of Taylor Knibb.
That's
though,
true.
Right? Like
that's very true.
There have been some really tremendous athletes that have come through the ranks that have never gotten that title because we've been left with this dominant
Daniela
performance.
Reif, Chrissy Rinnie, even
So many athletes that they're better because of it, but it may mean that they never get that opportunity because I think Taylor's a name that we're going to see for years and years to come, and it's bad luck of the draw. It becomes this great inspiration, and it makes you better, but it's also this thing that you may never catch. But Taylor Knibb just looks fantastic. Kat Matthews continues to be one of the faster movers on course. She is outpacing Taylor about 10 seconds per kilometer. That lead now down to 3:11. but we're getting to it. And of course, this is the woman that we're all sort of watching, grimacing, quietly cheering for because you like a race. But yeah, the gap has come down less than a minute now. It's about 45-ish seconds. And Ash Gentle just behind Julie Darren. So that battle for the third spot on the podium is a hot one.
Yeah, Ash has really closed that gap down. I think she was sort of 25 seconds at the last split, and she's now 20 seconds behind Julie Darren. They're both gaining on Imogen. They've got about 50 seconds, I think, on Imogen. So yeah, that last spot for the podium is gonna, it's gonna be interesting. It's still all to play for there. Is that her speed going through? Do you think that going through there?
Yes. Okay, coming back to this as well, because you talk about this dynasty that Taylor Knibb is building. She's 26 years old, so let's just say, what if you only gave her 10 more years at this level? Which, say let's give her 10 more years. That's really difficult if you're, let's say you were just on the cusp of your greatness and you're 34, 35. Now you're saying, oh my gosh, I got to deal with her to basically the end of my career and beyond. So really tough, but also fun stuff, because here's another one. Ashley Gentle, we haven't seen her on camera really much today, and now we get to see her chasing down Julie Darren just at the top of your screen.
Shoulder.
And
eyes on,
yes, eyes on, and sensing the pass, or at least the catch. Those two women were the two we talked about from the very beginning, having the elite, the top level run of the crowd. So watching them put it together, and I think that those two women still just kind of getting into longer distance, not unlike Taylor Knibb, getting into the becoming 70.3 athletes, becoming potentially Ironman athletes. So those are really the women that we're watching. They're going to be pushing those boundaries. They get more strength, more distance. It's going to be exciting.
Well, we talked about just the evolution of the sport, and as we see some of these athletes, Julie Darren coming up from the draft legal format into 70.3, we've already seen Taylor Knibb flirt with the Ironman. We may see other names come up from 70.3 air quotes specialists into the Ironman and just raising the bar and raising the bar and raising the bar.
Indeed, and it is an exciting time to be a fan of the sport, certainly to sit here and watch. Matt Lieto is one of the biggest fans of the sport, and he's down there right now with more exciting action. Matt, tell us everything.
The biggest fan, Michael, the biggest fan. And one of the biggest fans of Ashley Gentle, who, guys, I know you're noticing those times come down in that split, and we can feel momentum. And down here, I'm right now just behind Ashley Gentle. The momentum is with Ash, and it's hard to say that. We obviously know Darren is an incredible runner, but the gap comes back 5 meters, and then it opens up a little bit. It comes back 5 meters, and it's just these athletes are better at up than the other, better at down at the other, and it keeps coming back and forth. But right now the momentum is 100% with Ashley Gentle, but a lot of work, to pull back a silver medalist that's 20 seconds ahead of you is going to take some time and some effort. But Ashley Gentle has that patience, and she has that energy to be able to do so. So right now this battle is very tight, and I think you guys are right in saying that this is a podium race, because if these two athletes are battling each other, these two pure, super impressive runners are battling each other, then athletes that are in front of them are going to come back. So it's going to be really hard for Imogen Simmons to be able to hold off these two athletes battling as fast as they are. But again, Ashley Gentle looks like right now she has the momentum. In 3 minutes, it could go the way of Darren, other direction from these athletes on this great out and back course. We saw Paula Finley and Pohl as well. So right now we've got Ashley Gentle chasing Darren. I bet she's going to be on that shoulder. Even since I just stopped looking at Ashley for 20 seconds when looking at Paula Finley, she's pulled back 15 meters on Darren. So she's really striding right now. So she's hitting that lake front section through hot corner, and she's really, really letting it roll here, guys. So that gap, since I got on this mic talking to you, has halved. So fast section, of course, she's maybe 10 seconds tops behind and getting all the cheers. That chasing athlete always gets the cheers. So the momentum going Ashley Gentle's way as she's looking to run up on the shoulder of Darren and onto the podium at the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Taupō. Back to you guys up in the studio.
As always, great to hear from you, Matt. And yes, you are the #1 fan, so credit is given where credit is due. Back to a really good shot here that's showing Taylor Knibb continuing to run extremely well, extremely quick on her feet. Porta potty stop, whoa, can't even remember it. She's right back to the flow.
She is, but Kat keeps chipping away. I mean,
Yes.
the lead is now less than 3 minutes, and I don't think Taylor's in any kind of trouble, but Kat Matthews, again, just racing so aggressively to do everything she can. If there's any sort of slip up at the front, Kat is there to scoop it up, and she keeps chipping away, and of course, we've got the battle for the podium.
And I'm really interested in that battle with Ashley Gentle and Julie Deron, because Ashley's been fairly dominant over the 70.3, the half distance, and then Julie's come up, and actually in the last few races, Julie's got the better of Ashley. So I think now that Ashley's running and she's got eyes on Julie, she's got like again, another kind of burning motivation to go, I want to get back that higher position over her.
Here's the staggering math. If I'm not off too far, Kat would have to take 26, 27 seconds per kilometer out of Taylor to get equal with her. But I do love that she's still trying.
She's still trying. I was going to say,
that.
it's not likely going to happen, but my gosh, she's going to keep on trying.
You know, Taylor may need another body break.
And that's,
you
and
don't
that's
know,
why we're still calling this race. It's not done till it's done, but it's also just a great testament to Kat Matthews and that tenacity that she brings to the race course every single time. Dee, you got some in the background you want to talk about?
Well, I'm just saying we're gonna go to a commercial really quickly, which is poorly timed because right over the shoulder of Imogen Simmons, I think that is Julie Deron that you can see in the very back part of that photo, and Ash is going to be right on her heels as well. So we're going to come back to this battle after we take a quick break. Don't go away. I promise you, we're coming right back.
They're speeding now. Hey, Chris, come here, watch me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
And we're back here in the Hoka Run Course watching Taylor Knibb enter an aid station, and it's fun for me to watch this. She went through and didn't grab much of anything. Either that tells me she's okay, she feels good with what she's got on board, or maybe there's still a little bit of a sensitivity from whatever GI distress she felt. Nonetheless, Taylor Knibb continues to execute. This is going to be the three-peat, the likes of which we have not seen.
You're calling it now.
Don't say it.
I'm just saying.
Is that the comment?
Another 10
Is that
seconds
commentator's
from
curse?
Commentator's curse. Hey, you know what? I'm willing to gamble. Nothing to lose here. I've got nothing, absolutely nothing to lose because I have nothing.
14.25 kilometers, Kat Matthews, another 15 seconds out of Taylor. So she keeps chipping,
That's good. That's actually good because so she's not far off the 27 seconds per kilometer she needs. She's not doing it, but she's getting there. Sorry, that was a little cheeky. Back to this. I like to keep guessing. And notice also at the beginning of the show, Dee Dee, you straight up called Taylor for the win.
I did.
I called Ashley. You're on top right now. I'm still behind. But I think you might have called Kat. So there, you got her in there too.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I called anyone or I just sat on the fence maybe.
That's okay.
It's like
I just
50-50. It's like,
trying to
yeah,
prop you
50-50.
up.
They're good odds, aren't they?
Yeah.
50-50, yeah.
So this is a great shot here, side by side. On the left is the American Taylor Knibb. Now we're back with Ashley Gentle, and wow, again, the form, the pace, the effort. She did look a little rough at the beginning. She looks fantastic now.
I was going to say, if we're with Ashley Gentle, we're also with Darren and with Imogen Simmons. We're going to throw it down to Matt, who I am betting is with those three as well.
I sure am, Dee Dee, and we just had the pass from Ashley Gentle. She caught up to Duran, made that pass, and is now on site with Imogen Simmons. But quite an effort to get up to Duran, quite an effort to get up to Duran, and then a very, very concerted pass and effort for her to pass the Olympic silver medalist. So amazing effort from Ashley Gentle. She now sees Imogen Simmons, and she was getting that crowd support, people just yelling, "This is for the podium. This is for the podium." And Ashley Gentle knows what it means, and she's doing what she can to get up on the shoulders of Imogen Simmons. But here we go. Look at that. She can see her. She's probably now 8-10 seconds behind Imogen Simmons. So quite a race here for the podium. But back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Matt. Great stuff. And we do have the Aussie on camera now. We did Ashley Gentle coming in, trying to get that third step on the podium. And back with Taylor Knibb, continuing to impress me. She's just so rock solid across all three disciplines. So good. Obviously, her bike just really crushes everyone's soul. But in this part, she's so good still on the run, so good on the swim, as you saw earlier. But these are those risers, those rollers, if you will. A lot of elevation change on this course, just real bumpy throughout.
Yeah, and it's now 9 seconds, so Matt's math was pretty spot on there between Imogen Simmons and Ash Gentle. Ash outrunning Imogen by about 20 seconds per kilometer, so that pass will happen very shortly as we are back with the Imogen Simmons in the foreground, Ash Gentle just stalking her. I like Ash's strategy. It took a big effort, as Matt said, to get past Julie Darren. She's sort of gathering herself, regrouping, and going to make the pass onto the podium.
She's made a big gap off Julie Darren because took a while to sort of catch her, and then she's obviously accelerated past, which is a good tactic, and you can see the gap already back to
Julie
Darren.
Darren's pace has fallen off. She's now above 4 minutes per K through that last split, so Julie Darren in a bit of bother right now. We'll see if she can get it back together to try to make another attack, but right now it's Ash Gentle eyes on Imogen Simmons.
Yeah, it's I love how, yes, Taylor potentially is going to take that win, but we're still all to play for those minor places, and not just like the world title. I know we need to check back further down to see where those top 10 in the Ironman Pro Series and what might shake out at the end of that. So yeah, still another, what have we got? 1.5 a lap, 3/4 of a lap to go?
Not a lot. And another pass is afoot here with Ashley Gentle coming into her will-be first time to step up on that podium.
Yep.
And she needs to stay there, obviously. But Imogen Simmons cooling off with the bottle on the right, gives a look over. Couple of quick words, nothing doing. She just takes more water, and Ashley is gone. We will probably see her continue to chip away. She was running a second or so per kilometer faster than Kat Matthews. Don't see that gap going down, but nice to see that she's running that quickly.
Well, good to see her regroup. We saw her looking a little rough at the start of the run. Great to see her regroup, put herself on the podium. For now, does seem like it will stick. Also, sort of harder now when we talked on having eyes on your competition. Now that we're on a multi-loop course, other women starting to join this Hoka marathon course, so harder to get eyes on, even though it was hard before with all the outs and backs and twists and turns, even harder now with the age group women joining the ranks of the pros out on the run.
And here's Kat Matthews coming up one of those tough hills, just really lean into it. It actually shows you because that she is bringing that gap down. 2:35 at the last check. Those seconds just kind of adding up every time. We're going to see this look like a lot closer race. Well, it will be a closer race by the time we get through this next 5 kilometers. But it is still a tall order. We would have to see this continue and then Taylor really suffer to let that gap go down. Wow, how about that?
Yeah, we saw Taylor going the other way there, so eyes on each other. And you can just see Kat Matthews salivating like, oh!
I know that lap though. That I think that's probably the first time probably that they've been able to cross and see each other, and I think that, yeah, that's. Kat's not going to give up. She's still going to go, but I think that's
Kat,
too
like
big
you
to...
see Kat almost accelerating, like the fact that it is that close. She's like, what more can I do to get this? It's closer than I think we thought it would certainly be, and Kat putting a monstrous performance here to try to run her down.
Yeah, there's still quite a big kind of like loop that you can't see that they go around, but I think you're right, Kat did put in a spurt, and it kind of drove it, because that's probably, like I said, that's the first time she'll have seen her. She wouldn't have seen her at that point on the lap before, so she knows she's getting quicker.
And you guys were good early on. You said, hey, if it's sort of a 3-minute gap, it's that's dangerous. If it's a 5-minute gap, not as dangerous. And ultimately, what you're seeing now is the perfect dynamic where Kat has had that carrot very far out, just enough to say, I can do it, I can do it, I can do it. And man, she's really running impressively.
And it's that psychology. The splits are coming down, the splits are coming down, the splits are coming down, and the reverse impact on Taylor, saying, oh, she's getting closer, she's getting closer. I don't think we're seeing Taylor Knibb panic necessarily, but it's not the way you want to hear the splits going.
And she won't want to stop again, right? That's another thing that you have to say, well, you might get to that point where it may be worthwhile to keep your bathroom breaks on board, if you will, or try not to have to hit the loo. And it's an important calculation that we make when you're racing. And I think that Taylor now, it's a little bit more of, hey, I did what I did so that I can be here. You ride that well so you can be 5 minutes up the road and manage that. And Didi, I don't know. So you just said this. Kat's asking, what can I do differently, right? The only thing she could do differently today is ride faster. So how does that happen? Because that's the question. As you go back at the end of this season, swim faster too, but realistically, how do you start to minimize that gap? Like, you really want the offseason to bring you big gains on the bike.
I think the swim would be where Kat can probably make the gain, although it's hard because there's so much effort you need to put into the swim to gain a few seconds, and it's so conditions, whether you get feet, how you start. But I think like Kat's riding is spectacular as well. Her running is amazing. I think if she was looking at she wants to improve over all three, obviously, but I think the swim would be, and she's made gains already, but I think that's probably where she's, especially with the way the swim is going, with the short course athletes moving up, it is getting faster and faster, so you've got to be further in that.
And knowing that Taylor's going to go into the offseason saying, I need to make gains on the bike, right? Yes. I mean, that's just Taylor's mentality, right? So, I mean, I agree that I think if you look at Kat, and she already has made tremendous leaps and bounds improvements on her swim, more gains on the swim. And then I think you just look at her, I think she takes a look back and looks at her physiology, like, where am I deficient? Is it top end? Is it threshold endurance, and start to really hone in on those individual sort of zones and where she might be slightly more deficient than in others, and try to work on that.
So off the back of that, she's raced a lot this year, which we keep saying. If she'd raced less, do you think she would be more elevated on this performance?
It's hard to say. For some athletes, yes. For Kat, possibly not. She's an athlete who likes to race a lot, and I think, what is it, the Andre Agassi of triathlon? You race yourself fit, right? Like,
this is a great race
today. You get better and better and better as you go, and she's an athlete. She said specifically, like, her training, she's not a huge volume trainer. She does the minimum effective dosage of training, I think, is what she said. She does not want to overtrain so that she is fresh and can race a lot. And so I think if you take that away from an athlete who loves to race, a little bit of the joy is lost, and maybe that fire that she gets from every single race. I think it depends on the athlete.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. I think in the case specifically of Kat Matthews, I think in the case specifically of Taylor Knibb, racers have to race, and I think that it is an important part of their progression, their important part of their training blocks is having those breaks. So where it gets interesting, and I think this ticks over year every year, is do you lose some of the emotional edge that's required in racing when you race, quote, too much? What do you think about that VinFast performance analysis, Didi, at 17.6 kilometers for Taylor?
She's hanging in at 3:43s. There are athletes running faster than she is right now, and you can see she's looking over her shoulder. I think she's getting information, and she's always processing that information. Taylor that brain is always working. Like there's something always cooking in there. She's counting down, she's counting up, she's counting vertical that she's covered, she's counting how many calories left to go. Like she is processing her way through this race, and I think that information will be valuable to her. 2:19 now at 17.6 kilometers. Kat is making a race of this.
And so we just did the, I think that realistically we're going to see Kat take another 40, 50 seconds out by the end of the day, finish about a minute and a half back.
It's going to be closer than Taylor would have
It's
liked.
going to look really close.
But the thing is, it's not actually about the finish line, because the way this course works, Taylor just needs to get to the top of the hill on Lake Terrace, which is where transition is, because after that you go over a riser and then it's like kind of running down to the finish line. So I feel like mentally, when I've been in this race and closing people down or had people chase it, I kind of go, I just need to get to that high point. So she's got a long drag to climb up now, which obviously she'll be looking over her shoulder, but if she can just get to that high point and then use the momentum, use her gravity to take her down and round the corner to the finish.
That's really good. Yeah, good insight. Really good insight, Sid, as we come back to Kat Matthews and everybody's favorite fighter here today, just really never saying die. No quarter from the woman from Great Britain as we watch her go into the final kilometers of this chase on the Hoka Run course. We want to encourage you to take a quick break with us. We will be right back.
This is where I wanna be.
Welcome back to Taupō and the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship. Taylor Knibb from USA just taking a look at the Wahoo, getting a little split there, Didi, as she charges forward. You said you thought she looked a little uncomfortable, maybe a little bit of the sort of that je ne sais quoi that she usually has. What do you think?
It's je ne sais quoi for me, but Matt Lieto is the man in the know, so let's throw it down to him and see what he's got to say.
Well,
am I supposed to speak French now? I don't know what's going on here, guys, but I am out here on course with Imogen Simmons, and she is very focused. We've been talking about the eyes a lot. She's definitely got the eyes of the tiger right now. It's because she is running scared. Duran is about 40 seconds behind her, but man, Duran really, I think she overdid it a little bit into that headwind, and the way Ashley Gentle closed that gap and then really exposed her when she put in an effort makes me think Imogen Simmons definitely has a very, very good chance of holding off Duran, and she is focused on the road ahead of her, not worried about what's behind, but she certainly is worried about what's behind, and that's Duran. But now Ashley Gentle has left the frame. She is out of sight from Imogen Simmons. Ashley looked very, very good. She was looking around, and she was quite scared. She's looking over her shoulder, wanted to see where Duran was, and once she realized that gap was 40 seconds, she softened a little bit. didn't smile, but you could tell there was some calmness and some confidence when she realized she didn't have to worry about Duran coming back over the top. But Ashley knows nobody's coming to catch her from behind, and probably a little too much room to be able to catch Kat Matthews at this point with Kat running so well. But again, Imogen Simmons fighting so hard against a stronger runner in Duran behind. But you got to get yourself to the position and pace very well from Simmons, and I think she's in a good spot to try to hold off Duran. But back to you guys. I'm going to find a little bit more action for you.
Thanks so much, Matt Lieto. As we come back to this long shot here, Taylor Knibb in the foreground of your shot, and those feet at the tippy top of the screen, those were of Kat Matthews. So for the first time in the same camera shot, albeit a gap.
You can see the motorbikes, yeah.
Could see the motorbikes, and now you cannot.
What, a K and a half, 2K to go?
Yeah, and I was like saying, Taylor she's on this riser up, and Kat's just sort of come off the hill before and is in a dip and is now going to start that climb. Taylor just needs to keep pushing to the top of this climb where she goes past the transition entrance, and then she can just let that momentum carry her through, and she should be okay.
She can, but yeah, she should be okay.
She
but
should.
The pole position right now to Kat Matthews, who's got eyes on, right?
Yeah.
Like, you've got that target.
And we know what Kat's like when she gets eyes on. It's like locked on top. Yeah.
Like I said, when Kat ran out of T2,
Yeah.
I'm scared. Like, the look on her face and her laser focus is going to be drilled into the back of Taylor
She
Knibb's
was in the
head.
military.
And I mean, again, it's probably going to go Taylor Knibb's way, but wow, what a race that Kat Matthews has made of this.
Almost performance of the day, with not taking anything away from Taylor, because we all love Taylor as well. But yeah, and she will keep going until she collapses over the line, kind of thing.
And past the line, she's going to
Past the line, yeah, she's going to want that road to carry on. She'll wish it was a little.
Taylor's going to be sitting in a chair. She's going to run past her and be like, "I finally got you."
Yes, as long as I pass you, counts for something.
The thing I love at the end, there will be the utmost respect. There we go. Taylor has gone over the hill now. She's gone under that bridge, which is what the athletes ran over from the water into transition, and she's now on the down. Kat's still going up. But what I was saying, and what I love about this, when they cross the line, there will be the utmost respect and admiration between the two of them, because they know they've got the best out of each other on the day.
And what's going to happen is we talk about how analytical Taylor is that she's going to take home the fact that this was way closer than she would have wanted. And so the reverse is going to happen, and that Kat's performance today is going to inspire Taylor to go home and do her homework through the off-season to get better.
She knows she's got the target on her back.
Yep.
She knows that that's what people are gunning for her, so to speak.
Very good. We're a short 3 minutes away from seeing Taylor Knibb come across the finish line based on the current pace. We just went over Taylor Knibb's very own best ever at a 70.3 World Championship time-wise of 3:53. She did that last year. If times matter to anyone that's just paying attention. And I want to come back at this moment just to reference when we were talking earlier, and I mentioned that this was a three-peat, the likes of which we hadn't seen since Daniela Reeve, right? So to finish that sentence, it's important to note it has happened, but this is not something that happens typically. And it is a very difficult thing to defend the title once, to do it twice, kudos.
And the fact that she's not just focused on this distance, she's doing other things. We saw her at the Ironman World Championship a year ago. We saw her at the Olympic Games. We saw her in the Olympic Games in the time trial. So the fact that she has maintained that dominance while doing other amazing thing is just speaks to the caliber of this athlete.
I think the way Taylor races, and someone said this to me in a race, you're not going in there as defending champion, you're going in there as attacking champion. So don't think of it when you come back the year after that you're defending your champion, you're attacking it. And I think that's such the way that Taylor races, and I would say that to Kat as well. They're not defending that 3P or the 2P. They're definitely going after.
Kat's brought it to 1:44 at 19.8 kilometers.
She's just going to right-hand turn,
I know. It's going to be about a minute and a half, as Michael said, I think a few kilometers ago, about a minute and a half. But wow,
There's that 25 second a kilometer gap.
Given the gap that Taylor had off the bike, I don't think any of us would have predicted it would have been quite this close. So kudos to these women who put on a remarkable, remarkable show today.
And we say again, these two women have probably had the busy. I mean, everyone's had a busy year, but these two women have probably had the busiest, heaviest racing years out of everybody.
Well, what a fun way to end a fun year, at least from a spectator standpoint. It's been fun for me. And Taylor Knibb, again, lessons will be learned. Kat Matthews, lessons will be learned. All of the athletes here will take something away and be able to better themselves for next season. That's what it's all about. But today, it's about this woman from USA, Chains and Boulder, come all the way around the world to get in here and claim this title. She's worked hard, and we are almost able to call her champion. But all the Kat Matthews fans, of which I am one, please just don't count this out and don't feel like we're giving it up until we see that red carpet coming up here pretty soon.
And Taylor's day won't be done because she's going to have to go back out there and cheer on her mom, competing in the 60 to 65 age group out there today. So kudos to Mama Knibb, who is out there competing alongside, air quotes, her daughter.
And it's probably asking how, I think actually in previous races, her mum stopped to watch Taylor cross the line, but hopefully Leslie is having a great day as well, as her daughter is as she's coming up to the finish line.
Very good. Having grown up with triathlon, it's no surprise that this superstar has gotten to where she has at this young age of 26 today, just leading another incredible field of women. Nearly all of the best as she rounds this this turn here and gets ready to head home. We're predicting finishes still under 4 hours, but just at that, just kind of barely under.
So that was just the turnaround where they would start the second lap, and Taylor this time gets to take the right-hand fork and onto the carpet.
And now you can hear the voice of Joanne Murphy calling her home on this incredible day here in Taupō, New Zealand. And taking a peek at the watch, here you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the 2024 VinFast Ironman World Champion, Taylor Knibb.
She fought so hard for that one. You can see she left it all the way out there. The smile it didn't even really come across her face until she grabbed the tape. You can tell she is spent after a long season and a long race out there as we take a look at Taylor Knibb's run split presented by our friends at Wahoo Element Rival 1:19:20 for Taylor Knibb. She's got to be thrilled but exhausted all at the same time.
I was half expecting to see as Taylor sort of came across and took that tape and held it up, you know, the image of Kat Matthews coming onto the carpet at behind. I think, you know, she wasn't quite there. She just ran out of real estate, but what of a performance from Kat in the end.
A fantastic performance, and she's got to be proud and happy, yet dissatisfied, right? You come second, you wanted to win, but she made it a fight all the way to the end, so close. She closed that gap dramatically and smiling.
Yeah.
So
no,
what a show.
Absolutely. And I think, you know, when we saw her second at Nice, she was in it for the win, and she sort of faltered in the marathon. She had some cramping. Here, she made it a race all the way to the finish line. She's going to be our first Ironman Pro Series champion as well for Kat Matthews.
And she did. She carried on running through the finish right up to Taylor, as you said. Yeah. What a race.
She's just trying to get on this side of her to go faster. An incredible show for the woman from Great Britain. 1 minute and 15 seconds was that gap at the end, and her run split, you guys just got to brace yourselves when you see this coming across in the territory of 1 hour, 15 minutes for her Hoka run course.
That's crazy fast on that course.
That's flying. That's absolutely flying, and off of a next level bike, because she came off the bike in third place.
I don't think we've seen Kat run. Kat's been a good runner, but I don't think we've seen a run split like that from Kat before.
And then we come back to close out our podium. We're with Ash Gentle from Australia, and she has just done also a great job of overall managing and doling out that energy, being at the right place on the swim, the right place on the bike, and now capitalizing on what would be her strength here across the run. And an exciting debut at the World Championships for her to come in on that podium spot.
Hasn't been without her struggles today. We saw, we commented she looked a little rough when she got off the bike and started the run, and Julie Darren got away from her, but she went hunting, got her back, and will stand on that third step of the podium. So in her debut, finally, Ironman 70.3 World Championship and a podium for Ashley Gentle.
It's crazy to think that Ash, this is her first Ironman 70.3 World Championship. But I think you're right. She looks like the Ash we know when she's running, and she's definitely kind of run herself into this race. I just want to give a shout out to the volunteers in those yellow t-shirts. They are some of the best volunteers in the world in Taupō in New Zealand. So yeah, I think they definitely make the athletes' day. So, and they'll be out there for a long time as all the age groupers continue to race.
I think that's a great call out there, Sid, and also just recognizing that this Ironman community, they understand and they love and they give to this sport. So it not only could we not do it without them, but they love it. They couldn't do without this. They love this event. They love the events that come here, and they're a part of it. So good call out there as we get into this final stretch and some of the age group, the lap traffic, those women giving Ashley a lot of encouragement as she comes in on the closing stretch here. Dee, any surprises, or was this kind of, yep, I knew it?
I thought I didn't know between Ash and Julie who would stand on that third step. Kat Matthews obviously has been here before, made a great race of it. So I think between the four, Taylor, Kat, Ash, and Julie, that was going to, make up our podium. One's going to be left on the outside, and today that's going to be Julie Darren.
Yes, fantastic show all across the board, and still I'll remind everyone that there are athletes that are going to be coming across the line all day, and keep following that tracker online and those static cameras, because you don't want to miss your person as they get across this championship line.
And to all the pro men who are now licking their chops saying women's podium across the line, our turn tomorrow. So don't be shy. Come on back out tomorrow and support the pro men who are going to put on a great show as well.
I could just see the fellas trying to get to that hyper ice recovery zone, right? Jump in some boots. That's what I'd be doing. I'll watch the whole race. Whoops. Get in my boots and cool off here for tomorrow's race. But so cool to have each race on separate days and to be able to watch and highlight these incredible women that are just pushing the boundaries. So look, even picking up the pace here, third place may be locked up, but you can see her kind of accelerating into that final stretch. Cameraman on his one wheel really struggling to keep up is what I see. So a couple high fives and soaking it up for the Aussie.
Another athlete who's just raced the pants off of this year. It's been a long year for Ash Gentle, but some great successes, and I think third place here at the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship will be among the highlights for Ashley Gentle.
There you go.
I think she looks pretty happy with that.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Is it happy with that or happy to be done?
True. I'm sure she's happy that the struggle and the suffering was over, but I do think she ran herself back into that race, and to get on the podium in any of these races these days with the caliber of women is super special.
And I don't know, but the Wahoo Element Rival tells me she ran a 1:16, also an exceptional run time for 2 laps out there on the Hoka Run course. She's at the finish. Our podium complete. They all look remarkably good. No one's going to medical. No one's sitting down. They're all kind of congratulating one another. To your point, mutual respect across the board. All three of those women really happy for one another. So neat to see that.
One of our age group athletes here. The age groupers will continue to stream across this course, so be sure to check in with the tracker, track your favorite athletes, check your times against what your age group athletes are doing. See yourself perhaps at the 70.3 World Championship a year from now in Spain.
Yeah, in Marbella, Spain. Yeah, that should be another good race, but I think, I don't know, we're only halfway through the weekend of racing. We've got an incredible race with the men's race tomorrow. I think just for me, it's been really amazing this week seeing all the posts on social media about how much the athletes have loved being in Taupō and loved being in New Zealand. It's so far away. A lot of athletes are going there for the first time. It's been a long year coming, or not a long year, a long several years coming, and finally sort of, yeah, the message I've got it, it's here. It's finally here, and there's so much excitement as we're now watching Imogen Simmons in the final few 100 meters as she's going to come across the line, having held off Julie Deron.
I mean, I think she's going to have to consider that a win.
Yeah,
she got picked off by Ash Gentle, but was able to hold off Julie Deron. Not the podium finish she's accomplished before, and not the podium finish she probably wanted, but great success for her to stand up against some of our sport's best runners and hang on for fourth.
And always delivers at Ironman 70.3 world champs.
Yeah.
If you look at her
She
results,
looks pretty happy.
Yeah, she's always. She can deliver on the day.
Yeah.
It's really impressive. There she's looking behind to see if she. Oh,
and it's Paula Findlay.
Yeah, should be looking behind.
Oh, wow.
As the Canadian
Paula
gets
Findlay.
to grab this 5th spot. So close. What a battle as she comes into that final stretch. But again, speaks to the consistency. Another big year for her. Big year. As you mentioned, Didi, that she got married, so getting married, and then also being able to perform top level across the course of the entire
here's Julie.
season.
I think Julie Darren is
Julie Darren ahead of her.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Julie Darren. She didn't quite get Julie Darren. There's Julie Darren. Julie Darren will hold on for 5th place. Tough run for her.
What a name for the future of middle distance racing, though. Yeah,
100%.
And in the name of the competition within the competition, 2 more errors for me on the board. So let's make sure to note that as I come out here. Next thing you know, we see her on the ground. A job well done, fully spent. The tank emptied and the check-in. But great stuff for the silver medalist in the Olympics this year, be able to grab that 5th place spot.
And look, I just look at the crowds. It's packed down that street, down the main street in Taupō. Everyone's come out. The weather looks good as well.
It sure does. Not much breeze, nice temperatures, and a beautiful day. And we get to do it all again tomorrow. How about that?
Some
Exciting
speculation
stuff.
that the men were maybe going to have a little rain tomorrow. Mother Nature will tell. I think the forecast through the week has improved for Sunday. But
can I get invited back tomorrow?
Certainly put on a great show today for the women's race, and we get to do it all again tomorrow with the men.
I just assumed you were actually, so sorry. We'll tap you in via Instagram or something, some sort of tech. Definitely give us some commentary as we look at these overhead shots. Lake Taupō, beautiful setting here, beautiful venue, and the Canadian that I tried to call 5th, call her 6th now, Paula Findlay. Big congratulations. A very just consistent, solid job there to come across the line. A very respectable 6th place finish here at the World Championships.
I think a lot of people had congratulated Paula on a great season a few weeks ago after Dubai, and she's like, wait a minute, folks, not done yet. So well worth the trip for Paula Findlay. She'll finish in 6th place again. Maybe a little bit of a disappointment, but I think after a long season and in retrospect, a great fight from Paula Findlay as we have now 7th place coming in across the line. But we're going to throw it down to Rinny, who's with our world champion.
I'm here with your newest Ironman 70.3 world champion, Taylor Knibb. 3 in a row, Taylor. Tell us a little bit about your day.
Well, I think I dragged the whole women's field off the course. Julie had told me, because I breathed to the right, not to go out to sea, so I overcompensated a lot. And then all of a sudden, the first buoy was 100 meters. But thankfully, they said you only have to hit the first turn buoy. So for the men, good luck seeing. You can't really see. The bike course, you just had no information, so it was just kind of riding, and I think I overrode a little bit. But then the run course was amazing because there was no one on the bike course pretty much, but then everyone was on the run course. So I don't think there was a step of the course where you didn't have people supporting you and cheering, and it was just wow, this is an impressive community, and so thank you to everyone who's out there and supporting. I do want to apologize to anyone who I said, please stop, because some people would be riding by me and filming, and that can get us disqualified. So I don't want to be rude, but there are the rules. So it's I'm sorry. I hope we can find a compromise with Ironman, because I think it makes me a bit mean.
I'm sure they forgive you, Taylor. What does it feel like to be 3-time 70.3 world champion?
Well, I'm very tired. It's very hot. It's a bit of a relief in a lot of ways, but I'm also very grateful. And I think it's really cool that for the 70.3s Each one has been a drastically different course on a different continent. But you've been there every time, so thank you. And you've been at the finish line, so there's some consistency. But yes, and it's a great community, and I always remember how much I love Ironman races.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, Taylor. You're tired. I'll let you go rest. Enjoy your off season now. Finally, a long year.
Oh yes, thank you. And now you get Kat. She's probably gonna be more fun than me.
Thank you. Well done.
Get to tea.
Cheeky chairs.
Welcome to the high price recovery zone, Kat Matthews. Second place, another silver medal. Your year has just been, I mean, incredible. Did you ever think at the beginning of this year that this could be a possibility? 2 silvers. I mean, I'm sure you wanted gold. You always do. But Pro Series champion too. Kat, tell us a little bit about your day.
Yeah, I'm really proud. I can't believe how, well, I can believe obviously how well Taylor was again, and she's just incredible, and the whole women's field really pulled it together out here. And I think I did want this, and I guess I did expect that I could do this, otherwise I wouldn't have aimed for this ridiculous goal, you know, all of the series and these 2 world championships. But to come second in both, yeah, I'm over the moon with this result today.
And so what do you have to do to win, do you think?
Well, give me a couple of weeks and I'll give you a better answer, but clearly the gap is still on the bike, and I had a great time racing with Imogen Simmons today on the bike, and still we lost time to Taylor, so it's clearly the bike that I need to really commit some work to, and I feel like I'm just getting better and better, which is super exciting, so maybe I don't need to change anything, I just need to crack on.
I think so too, Kat. Wonderful performance again today. We were singing your praises all day long in the commentary. Love your work and look forward to seeing you shine for many years to come.
Thank you.
Good job, gentle, normal self, but then you came through strong like you always do. Tell us a little bit about how your race played out today.
Yeah, so I guess I was a little bit down coming out of the water, and I transitioned and did the first part of the bike like I was distance race, and I had some big regrets not long after. I burnt some matches super early, and then obviously the first part of the course is really tough. So I kind of got into my rhythm, but then, yeah, on the bike it was pretty difficult. The dynamics, I was in a big group, so there's a lot of yo-yoing and just trying to make sure we spaced apart legally. So, yeah, it was a really tough day out there, but, yeah, thankfully I found my rhythm on the run finally.
Absolutely. And Ash, this is your first 70.3 World Championship event. What did you think of it?
Yeah, it was really great. I qualified for Taupō in 2019, and then 2020 didn't happen. So obviously I re-qualified for this race last year, but for me it's like 5 years in the making, so it was really great.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Ashley Gentle. 3rd place at the 70.3 World Championships. Congrats, and go enjoy your off-season as well.
Thank you.
What a cast of superstars there, led by Mirinda Carfrae, interviewing those champions today. A great, great day to close out here those performances. And we're looking at these results going, holy smokes, these times, these athletes that are churning out top finishes, Didi.
Yeah, just to finish out our top 10 who finished during those interviews. Ellie Salthouse in 7th place, great performance for her at a World Championship event. Caroline Pola in 8th, Tamara Jewett in 9th, and Grace Tech rounding out our top 10. We're going to run away to a quick break, but don't go away. Our podium celebration still to come.
Join the full gas fence, powering Ironman. Connect with the global community of female triathletes, designed by women for women. We'll help you be prepared mentally and physically for your race day. You'll receive support from former Ironman world champion McKillie Jones. Enjoy private group rides with multiple Ironman champion Nikki Bartlett. Connect with women around the world, support each other, and show that anything is possible.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
The VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championship is brought to you by Hoka, Fly Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless Together. And as we look down here at this finish line, several champions still coming across the line. You can see Jackie Herring getting it done there. See those names on the board. And guess what? Jackie Herring, she was involved in that tight chase there for the Ironman Pro Series. We know how that's resulting, but we'll sum that up later as we watch more and more women come across the line. Great stuff.
Yeah, Sarah Perez-Sala coming across. We just had Marta Sanchez just prior to that, and I think that's Lisa Vaqueras, yeah, coming across the line as the rest of the pro women have. They've certainly all stepped up and put on a day today. I think it's been a really great day for women's sport.
Oh, without a doubt. And there is the look of a job well done. Exhaustion, getting across the line with a smile and hands on the knees, a little wobble there for Lisa. And this is what it's all about, really just trying to get there, mind over matter at the end, right? You just want to be done for so long. And then that's, again, that camaraderie you talked about, Sid, where Lisa cheering, giving the fist bumps for her friend now at the finish. We're all friends at the finish line.
Yeah, I think that's Grace Alexander there in the kit or standing next to Lisa as they both collect their finishers medals. It'll be interesting now. I'm sure the points stats people are doing the maths to work out. Oh, there we go. And just as we say that, the female pro results up on screen now. So our winner, as we know, 3:57.34, Taylor Knibb. She takes away those 3,000 points for that pro series. But Kat Matthews, 2,925 points, almost the perfect score that she was wanting to get, 3:58.49 in second. And Ashley Gentle, 4 hours, 3 minutes and 01 in third place.
And then 4th through 6th, we've got Imogen Simmons, Julie Duran, and Paula Finlay.
And Ellie Salthouse making her first appearance in the top 10 at a World Championship event. I think she will celebrate that. Caroline Pola, one of our newer names coming up to the 70.3 distance. Tamara Jewett finishing out her season really well in 9th place. And Grace Tech from Australia rounding out our top 10.
I think that's a fantastic race for Grace as well in the top 10. Like she's had an incredible year herself, Grace has, with the results she's had. And so then to come here to Taupō and finish with a top 10 at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships, I think is really fantastic for her.
And we just had Valerie Barthelemy come across the line, a name for the future, coming up from the draft legal distance. And Alice Alberts, we tend to think of as more of an Ironman specialist. She was a 70.3 World Champs rookie here, only her third 70.3. So she is across the line. I believe she will finish in the top 10 in the Pro Series, tabulating those points, and we'll get those to you shortly. But some great racing from these amazing women.
Gosh, and to see 20 women under 4:15 on what we know is not an easy course, just also, again, speaks to the level at which the women are racing. The time's just staggering there.
Maya stage.
We have our points tally now, counting down the points, as we know and have been saying all year, every second matters. So these women will receive 3,000 points minus the seconds behind from our women's champion. So now, as we watch the points trickle down to 0.
Yeah, and we just saw Maya Soj Nelson across the line. She's currently sitting 3rd in the Ironman Pro Series, but she's at her full quota of races. I'm not sure whether that race result will be enough to swap out one of her low-scoring results, but we'll see. So she might not move hugely, but it's going to be interesting to see the likes of Hannah Berry, Els Visser, Alice Alberts, Lottie Wilms, I think, is going to be the big move, how they're going to move up in the race. I don't think we're going to see anyone moving into the top 10. I think that's fairly secure, but it just might be a shuffle round of places in that top 10, which is key because it all points mean every second matters. And then the other end of that, Tamara Jewett, we saw was a top 10 finisher on the day. She should, I would think, have done enough to move herself up into the top 50 and also be able to be paid for that bonus that Ironman have brought to the sport, which is a really, really great thing that we've seen this year.
As we sit here and let the championship team here prepare for our podium celebration, Didi, I'll ask you this. Favorite moment, just favorite call out quick, or maybe even just give us a highlight today that you can't get rid of out of your brain.
I'm going to give two just because we talked about our favorite snacks and we got multiple of those. So I'm going to give two of my favorite moments. One is the three-peat for Taylor Knibb.
Yes.
To accomplish that kind of success at the top of a sport that's getting better and better and better, I think is remarkable. And then just the fight that Kat Matthews put up. I think anybody would have looked at the deficit off the bike and said, well, okay, well, hold on for the series win and do what you can do. But she ran all the way to the finish and made quite an exciting race of it. So those were my two highlights.
Very good. And Sid, will you chime in there with something different or the same?
Yeah, I will, continue after.
We might be a little quickie. We're still setting up.
For me, I'm going to broadly say, I just think the whole day was a highlight for me. Seeing this race finally come to Taupō, finally come to New Zealand, seeing the locals out there, the crowd, seeing this beautiful New Zealand day with the blue sky. We could see the volcanoes, Mount Ruapehu, Tongariro in the background. I just think that's been the highlight for me. And in addition to that, the women put on a fantastic day of racing. And I think it's so exciting for where the sport is at the moment and where the women's side of the racing is going. We're going to have a great day tomorrow with the men. But yeah, my highlight is everything.
There you go. That's fair. Broad strokes. It is. And I think even it was cool to hear Ashley Gentle say that same thing. Hey, qualified 5 years ago. This has been a long time coming for us all, but certainly something we were very excited to be a part of as we zip in here to our celebration. And you're watching here as we get our Australian in her first Ironman 70.3 race. Ashley Gentle taking third place in a smoking time of 4 hours and 3 minutes with 1 second by way of a 1:16 run. So Ashley Gentle taking that third spot and taking it with style. Looking here again as we wait, you can see her smiling again. It speaks to how excited these women are, I think, for one another. Also excited to be done. Also excited it's off season. So much excitement today.
They'd already decided it was off season. Kat was already going for off season. So yeah, our second place today at the VinFast IRONMAN 70.3 World Championships is from Great Britain, Kat Matthews. She is also our inaugural Ironman Pro Series winner.
Okay, very good, very good. Second place, hey, how about that in Nice? Second place today. Wow, what a season there for Kat Matthews. I mean, you just have to say there were a lot of highlights, but two runner-ups at the World Championships. That's got to be a nice way to run off into the off season. And Didi, I can't remember. Who was the winner over here?
The winner, it's a name we've seen, I don't know, once, maybe twice before on the top of the podium at the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship out of Boulder, Colorado. It's Taylor Knibb. What a performance from Taylor. She swam 24:30. She biked 2:10. 09 and put together an incredible run of 1:19:20. She is your 2024 VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Champion, Taylor Knibb.
Incredible. What a show. And could I get a hug? No problem.
Always best to ask first.
Yes. You can't take it back once you've hugged. So, no, a job well done. And what a champion. And it's fun. Even the humility and the humor when she says, oh, you'll have more fun interviewing Kat. It's sort of just a snapshot of the athlete and the human that is Taylor Knibb. So a lot of folks around the world cheering for her for this, her third Ironman 70.3 World Championship title. Very great podium there. And then as we continue to talk about the highlights, I know you said overall, Sid, the highlight was just seeing it happen here in Taupō, seeing this community that you love so much and that we all have watched over the years celebrate Ironman and 70.3. That was the highlight, but there's other things too. There's that. There's all right. Oh, that last shot was a miss.
I was going to say, Kat needs to work on the beer spray. But
I think they got a good cheers there as we saw Taylor take a dip out of there.
Who instigated that? Ashley, was that?
It was Ashley.
Yeah.
And
you can always count on the Aussie.
And you can always count on Taylor having
and let's
quick feet.
comment on Taylor's cat-like reflexes to avoid the splash. I mean, that's pretty impressive stuff.
I don't know how she even moves after a race like that, but she did have a quick step. And there it is, folks. Our podium today, headlined by Taylor Knibb and then Kat Matthews with Ashley Gentle. An incredible day of racing. So much fun to watch. And one more attempt, or nope, this time she's drinking it. I hate to waste a beer. That's another good.
That's it.
Good
She's
move.
realized Taylor's not going to drink hers, so she's taking that.
We'll be right back.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
The VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship is brought to you by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And by VinFast, Boundless Together. And I don't think I'll ever get tired of looking at these beautiful shots of this wonderful area, Taupō, New Zealand. And we do host the men's race tomorrow. I just want to remind everyone, in case you're stepping out and saying, I've already got Ironman 70.3 withdrawal. If I've got fan withdrawal, we'll be back. And that's going to be an equally exciting race, although it's hard to beat the women. What have we got here? Oh, yes, it's the Ironman Pro Series final series standings. And Didi, what do you know?
We know Kat Matthews will be our first female Pro Series champion, standing atop the podium with 20,761 points. Jackie Herring, a little under the weather today, but she holds on to second place in the series with 18,093 points. Alade Vilms will move up one spot in the rankings with her performance today at 17,678 points.
And then, yeah, Hannah Berry, our local New Zealand favourite, has moved up three spots into fourth place, knocking Maya Siege-Nilsson and Danielle Lewis down into fifth and sixth. And then Els Visser, after another long season of racing, has moved up into seventh place. Daniela Blymel, Alice Alberts, and Penny Slater stay in the top 10.
Fantastic. What a cool series, and what a great way to give us extra interest in such an amazing event. Well done for the Ironman Pro Series. And I will say this, thank you for watching the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship Women's Race. Join us tomorrow for the VinFast Ironman 70.3 World Championship Men's Race, where we will crown a world champion and our Ironman Pro Series champion for the professional men. You can watch on-demand race replays in the United States and Canada on Outside Plus. For those outside North America, you can watch on-demand race replays by visiting proseries.ironman.com. And of course, for our entire team, alongside Dee Griesbauer and Laura Siddle, I'm Michael Lovato. We'll see you tomorrow.
Representing the United States of America, give it up for Taylor Nick!
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.